حضراتكم جميعا. خالص الشكر لكل القائمين على تنظيم هذه الفعالية. والحقيقة كل ما بيبقى فيه فعاليات أكتر بتتكلم عن مفهوم الاستدامة بالذات الشهور القادمة، ده بيبقى ليه أثر إيجابي جدا على كل الأطراف المعنية، وخاصة بناء قدرات المجتمع المدني اللي أنا مهتمة جدا الحقيقة أنها تحصل في أسرع وقت. مصر كما لا يخفى على أحد عندها فرصة ذهبية جليلة في الأشهر القادمة وخلال استضافتها لمؤتمر المناخ ولغاية نص السنة الجاية إنها تقدم نموذج يعني حقيقي لأولويات القارة الأفريقية ولأولويات الدول النامية، ويعهد لهذا الكاب ويعهد لمصر بالقيام بالكثير من الأمور المغايرة للكابس اللي فاتت الحقيقة فيما يتعلق بدول الجنوب، وهي الدول اللي بالمقام الأول كانت واقعة يعني في مربع المجني عليه في قضية تغير المناخ، لكون أن انبعاثاتها أقل كثيرا من الدول الصناعية الكبرى ولكنها تتحمل هذه الكلفة، ومنها مصر اللي بتتحمل الحقيقة كلفة عالية جدا لأسباب عديدة، منها ريسك فاكتورز أو عوامل الخطورة للتغير المناخي، سواء المدن المهددة بالغرق أو سواء المهددات الأخرى من قلة المياه نتيجة للأزمات السياسية أو حتى الانفجار السكاني والزيادة السكانية الكبيرة اللي بتخلي فيه ضغوط عظيمة على الموارد. مع حدوث التغير المناخي يشعر أثرها كل المواطنين. الإيجابي في الأمر واللي أنا شايفاه الحقيقة بيتحرك بوتيرة أسرع مما كان، وإن كان لسه قدامنا طريق طويل فيه، هو أن الناس تشرك. لو إحنا بنتكلم على مدن مستدامة فهو لازم مفهوم الاستدامة يصل للمواطن البسيط، والمواطن البسيط يعني مش موجود بالالافات، موجود بالملايين. فتبسيط الامر او تبسيط مفهوم الاستدامه من اول حتى يعني مفهوم الكربون برنت للاشخاص، انه الافضل ليك انه تستخدم وسيله مواصلات امنه، بس وانا بعمل ده لازم اوفرها له الحقيقه في التخطيط. هتكلم بشكل مفصل يمكن على البرلمانيين، كوني برلمانيه. الحقيقة السنة دي مصر دخلت برلمان المناخ وبقى في عدد من النواب المهتمين بشكل مكثف بقضايا المناخ، عددهم ليس بالكبير إلى الآن، ولكن في سعي حثيث لإشراك أكبر عدد من صانعي السياسات، واللي طبعا البرلمانيين يحتلون فيه موقع مهم جدا انهم يبقوا واعيين بهذه القضيه. يعني عدد كبير مثلا من الادوات البرلمانيه، منها طلب احاطه انا قدمته كان معني دور الانعقاد اللي فات بتضرر محصول زي المانجا. الناس لسه ما ربطتش انه المحاصيل الزراعيه والتهديدات الكبرى للغذاء ملف كمان في منتهى الاهميه في مصر في ظل ازمه اقتصاديه ما، وفي ظل ظرف عالمي طاحن بعد الحرب. فالحقيقه البرلمانيين يعني احنا بنشتغل، او انا بشكل خاص بشتغل بشكل حثيث على اشراكهم في هذه الامور، علشان ونحن نصنع سياسه مستدامه. فمصر دخلت برلمان المناخ بتشارك مع الاي بي يو او الانتر بارلمنتري يونيون في كل ما يخص الاستضافه. بقى في تنسيق لصيق مع البرلمانيين البريطانيين اللي كانوا يعني الكوب اللي فات في قلب الامور، علشان نقدر نسلم الوضع حتى برلمانيا بشكل سليم ولائق. وكمان يمكن كل ما بيحصل انه البرلمان بيتقدم له اي نوع من المنح او القروض، بيبقى فيه اسئله عن استدامه هذه المنح او القروض. ولما بيبقى فيه مشروعات جديده، يعني مثلا زي حياه كريمه، كان دايما بيبقى عندي انبوت انه ما دام نبني الشكل المستدام لهذه الانشاءات، سواء بانها تكون سولر باورد بالسولر انرجي بالطاقه الشمسيه، او حتى انه المواطن العايش في هذه المدينه يستخدم الموارد اللي حواليه برشاده، لانه مش هيبقى عندنا ابدا مدينه مستدامه من غير ما يبقى عندنا مواطن مدرك لأن كل مورد بيستخدمه يستخدمه بحكمة وبكفاءة. الحقيقة كمان يعني في خبر كويس النهاردة هيدخل البرلمان مشروع قانون مقدم مني بمكافحة هدر الطعام. مصر ما كانش عندها أي قانون يخص هدر الطعام، رغم أنه يعني أطنان من الطعام تهدر. فأتمنى أنه هو إن شاء الله يعني يخلص بأسرع وقت، وده يساهم بشكل مباشر سواء في سد الجوع او تحقق كذا هدف من اهداف ال 17 للتنميه المستدامه، واللي بتاثر بالتالي على الصحه وكفاءه المواطن في العمل وغيره. فالحقيقه كبرلمانيه انا مهتمه برلمانيا داخليا وخارجيا بهذا الملف بشده، وبنسعى اننا نوعي اكبر قدر من صناع القرار خاصه البرلمانيين. وعلى صعيد اخر لكوني الحقيقه بشتغل في منظمه مجتمع مدني مؤسسه كيان الامين العام، انا حريصه جدا على بناء قدرات المجتمع المدني. النهارده كمان المجلس هيناقش تعديلات على قانون ممارسه العمل الاهلي بمد فتره توفيق الاوضاع، وده انا بشوفه مهم جدا، لانه من غير مجتمع مدني ومن غير الريسيرش سنترز ومن غير الجهود اللي حضراتكم بتعملوها هيبقى العجله بتدور ابطا كثيرا جدا جدا. شكرا لحضراتكم، وشكرا لاعطائي الفرصه اني اكون معاكم، وحظ موفق من القاهره الى الاسكندريه. صباح الخير.
Thank you so much, Amira. Now, we're pleased to hand over the keynote to Arne Litz, the former member of European Parliament in the group of Socialists and Democrats. Please go ahead, Arne.
Hello, this is Arne Litz. I hope I'm unblocked because it has been stopped, my video. I'm not sure why. Do you hear me?
Yes, Arne, we do. Please go ahead.
Okay, so can you unlock my video that
Indeed.
you can see me?
Straight away, sure. Just give us 1 second, please.
Sure.
Can you please now start your video? We've allowed this option.
Good morning, everyone. Also here from Germany, near Berlin. My name is Arne Litz, and thank you for having me at this conference. I've been a member of the European Parliament, but worked before as a public servant inside a mayor's office of a smaller city here in Germany. So that topic is very interesting to me from my work experience. As a member of the European Parliament, I look particularly at the issue of development and international affairs. And in doing so, by international affairs, I look presumably on climate diplomacy. Climate diplomacy is not only an issue for heads of states and for national parliaments, but that goes also to the regions and to the mayors, but also to religion and other civil society groups, like business and others. And what I looked at in the European Parliament is to raise more awareness of climate diplomacy, which is going towards also the regions, but in particular to the mayors' networks around the world. We have many international mayors' networks on climate, for example, the Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy, not only in the EU, but worldwide. And that approach has been put to encourage the European embassies, the European representation, to take their chance to reach out to local administrators as well, and to support exchange programs and development aid programs towards regions and towards the city level. That is very important also at the COP, as the COP became more and more throughout the last 3 COPs platform for cities and mayors who meet, but also give their challenges and their support to the overall situation to reach the climate Paris Agreement, but also the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. By doing so, approaching the national embassies and the European representation in every country to orchestrate this outreach, we also have this a very particular situation in Egypt. I remember pretty well that the EU neighborhood programs towards Egypt, focusing on water issues, primarily also looked on local level, on pipeline structures and cleaning water systems in regions and cities. But I also know that, for example, the German Development Agency, GIZ, provides tailor-made, cost-efficient and effective services for sustainable development. So on renewable energy, this could go on guidance for national energy policy and adoption, but also very clearly on solar and energy grid systems, which are looking into the city, but also the neighborhood structure and situations. And this is what it's needed to bring global issues and aims to the city level. And I say this because I truly believe, as a former city administrative servant, on the issue of city exchanges and sister city programs. My city had 50,000 inhabitants, so it's a very small city, but we learned a lot from other cities. We have had a division between East and West Germany. So the East German cities, after the Berlin Wall came down and we had democracy, we really started to learn about the structures of the cities of West Germany. That helped, but also we have international networks throughout Europe, but also towards the USA. And so what is included in cities exchange programs? We look at the city traffic situations, street lanes for bikes and pedestrians, but also the public transport solutions. We looked at organic energy solutions and organized energy solutions like street light systems with more efficiency, but also smart traffic light management for different traffic flows. We looked at energy efficiency in public buildings and infrastructure, hospitals, schools, sports arenas, but also city houses. We looked at water and clean cold air zones management, where we have and use parks differently also when we have heavy water rains, how to use rainwater on the long run. But also urban gardening, beans and biodiversities are very critical issues between sister cities, including also the whole issue of waste management, recycling, public cleanup days in neighborhoods, for example, but also public energy supply. This is a bigger situation where we looked at decarbonization. Germany has to decarbonize itself until 2045. So how are the city portfolio on renewables, on solar, wind, but now new topic hydrogen, and how to use all of these together as a good system in the cities? Let me close up with also the importance of the transition of cities, including all stakeholders. It's important to involve everyone who's involved inside a city, to have the SDGs be known to the cities and to the inhabitants. So looking that up, we included always the whole area of education, of local and bigger businesses, of public services, and bring them together on roundtable situations. Europe has many active citizen groups also on the younger generation, and here we have had good experiences with the younger generation movement Fridays for Future, which is now involved in the city development, but also in the debates to the local level. So transition is a chance, but we have to involve everyone. So I will finalize with really saying that the COP is a great opportunity for mayors and city level. So please also think ahead to invite mayors and city representations which come and will come to Egypt towards the COP, but also go yourself to the COP and involve with all these knowledge backgrounds. Involve with the embassies of the European Union as they do local approaches as well, including the EU delegation, but also international institutions like the GIZ, but also the German Arab Chamber of Industry and Commons, which has been a representative today at the conference. Mrs. Knathab is going to be amongst you, so just approach her. But also talk to businesses which are important also in Egypt, like Siemens. They have also city solutions and can give also a response to that. I truly believe, and I stop with my final word, that it really needs climate transition on the city situation, fulfilling the SDGs by coming together on the roundtable and exchanges. And I wish this conference does contribute to this goal, and all the best to this today's conference. Goodbye.
Thank you, Arne. Now I would like to please invite Saiful Islam, the IPCC representative, as one of our keynote speakers.
Yes, I sent it. Yeah, I have it.
Sorry, we're having a technical hiccup. Just give us 1 second. Apologies.
Yeah. Sorry about it. I just checked before the presentation and they say everything is online. How do I plug in? Yeah, on this. Yeah, this one. Thank you. No, not this one. Yeah. Thank you.
For our virtual participants.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Sorry, we lost a couple of minutes. I'm K.M. Saiful Islam from Bangladesh University of Engineering, and I also contributed to IPCC Working Group 1 as a lead author. It's my pleasure to be here in Alexandria, and I'd like to thank the organizer. And I go directly to the presentation because to save some time. So, what we have observed in the globally that surface air temperature has been increased. The many city in the IPCC sixth assessment report, you will see that has already increased, and particularly the urbanization increasing and accelerated this global warming effect. And in the right side, you can see that not only the warming, but also other multiple stresses like heat stress, drought, actually reduces crop yield and increase food prices, and it has multifaceted of impact. So what this assessment report is saying, it is very important for the upcoming COP27 meeting in the Egypt, that climate change has been observed widespread, rapid, intensifying and unprecedented in thousands of years. We have seen that this amount of warming has not observed in the more than 2000 years, and it is now scientifically from multiple evidence that this is caused by human activities, human influence is there. In the right side graph, you can see that when we simulated climate change with natural variability and others, it is not matching the present trend. So that means the greenhouse gas emission actually contributed to this. So what we also see that not only the global warming, but also other aspect is changed. For example, the sea level is faster rate, CO2 emission is more than 2 billion years, and also Arctic ice is lowest level in thousands years, and glacier retreat in the mountains areas is unprecedented over 2000 years. And that also impacted extremes all over the world. Extreme heat become more frequent, more intense, heavy rainfall become more frequent, intense, leading to the flood, and drought, particularly these regions, and fire weather, which is a hot and wind and heat condition, that is also become more frequent in many places around the world. We see ocean is observing so much heat, and that become warm, that is acidifying and losing oxygen. So what actually we have observed in the IPCC report, it is clear that already every region in the earth is affected multiple ways, and the changes we experience increase in future warming. Unless there is rapid, immediate and large-scale reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, limiting to 1.5 degree will be beyond reach. And all the emission pathway we are seeing that will reach 1.5 degree by 2 decades. So this will impact in the major climate system component. For example, the global temperature will increase, Arctic sea level is diminish, and particularly in the summer it could be ice-free, even though very low emission scenarios it could occur. And we also see the ocean is observing CO2, that means it become more acidic, and the sea level, particularly for the Alexandria, it will increase in the future. And we also see the amount of warming that is not proportionate. In the land region, it will be more warm, particularly northern hemisphere. We also see the atmosphere is holding more temperature, and that means it is holding more water, and it will be faster evapotranspiration and heavier precipitation, and also longer dry and drought. We also see the changes in the projected of precipitation is not same in the world. You can see the in general trend is wetter region will be more wet and dry region will be more dry. We see that with the amount of warming in the future, the increase of the extreme events like hottest day in a decade or drought in a decade will be 5 times more, temperature will be 5.1 degrees centigrade more in 4 degree warming, and precipitation and flooding, snow, tropical cyclone with intense capacity, intensity will be increased with the defined warming. So in this report, you can see the amount of warming, not only the changes the heat, it also increases different extremes and their probability in the future. So what city is going to face? Global city, as you know, that it's by 2050, the population will expected to increase by 2.5 to 3 billion. 2/3 of the world population will be living in the cities. And urban center is warming the surrounding because of city geometry, heat from the human activities, heat retaining properties, and we are diminishing water bodies, it's shrinking, and we also see the vegetation cover is reduced drastically. That all actually prompted to urban heat island effect, and many cities are warmer than the surrounding rural areas. So it also impacts the water cycle. It will increase the precipitation because of a high amount of evapotranspiration. Also cities like Alexandria, which is close to sea level rise, will be impacted. In these cities, we see coastal erosion, and we see combination of sea extremes and increased sea level rise and storm surges in many countries like Bangladesh, which is a very flat topography. And under the sea level rise condition with the extreme increase of a tropical cyclone, will face multiple disasters at the same time. And this report also said low probability, high impact event will be more likely in higher degree of warming. We also see pluvial flooding in many cities which never observed drainage and urban flooding issues that are now become frequent, and it will continue in the future with the amount of global warming increase. We also see it is indisputable that human activities are causing climate change, making extreme climate events, including heat wave, heavy rainfall, drought, more frequent and severe. We see that this report mentioned that there is now almost linear relationship between the global warming and increase of the CO2. We see there is no going back from some changes. Some system, however, changes could be slow. We can slow down because some system process is not reacting with the cutoff of the emission. That means if you see ocean temperature will continue to rise, even though you stop emission, Greenland ice will continue to melt and sea level is projected to increase. And there's some process will be very long-term consequences like sea level rise, even 1.5 degree global warming, around 2000 year commitment, it shows that it will rise another 3 meters. So we cannot stop some of the process, but we can reduce the consequences. We can slow down some processes and some processes we can stop. So the working group 2 report that has been released in February that also mentioned that climate change impact is widespread and it's worse than what we have expected in the near terms, and it's likely to quickly higher temperature, often causing irreversible impact. So the adaptation is crucial, but not maladaptation. We need ecosystem-based adaptation. We need resilient development, because in the future, if you are do maladaptation or not supporting the ecosystem or biodiversity, then that will be not the sustainable. For the cities, sustainable city is very crucial. And these are some of the example in this working group 2 report. The higher global surface warming will change, impacted the ecosystem and many parts of the world. And that will be crucial because the adaptation cost will be higher, will face loss and damages in the future if we are not following the sustainable pathway. That's it from now. Thank you very much. And I really wish that we'll go through this COP in the Egypt, and will be making our world more sustainable, and it benefits everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Saiful Islam. So now, after we're done with our opening remarks and our keynote speeches, we would love to introduce you to something that's last but not least. Actually, since we're true believers in the fact that there is a certain power for arts and science all together in telling the story. So today we're happy to announce the presence of Hani Mansi and Muhammad Al-Kayabi as the graphical recorders of the 11th Sustainable Cities Conference, Cities in Transition. Through your interventions today and tomorrow, either in person or online, actually both, we will be able to have Mansi and Kayabi to put together meaningful and expressive board for each session to reflect the main ideas and the action items agreed upon, etc. And then after it's concluded, I mean, after each session, there will be a board for each session where you can take this board and use it. I mean, you can take a picture of it and you can later on use it as the meeting minutes or the points of discussion, but it's virtual, it's drawn. Hani, can you please show us what you're doing? So this is basically for what has been done until now. I really hope that actually, Hani, can you please show also to the camera for our virtual participants? Thank you. Yes, give it to me. So in order for Hani to be able to give us this after each session, we would really encourage your participation, actually your active participation, including our virtual attendees as well. So, and we welcome all your interventions. For our in-person participants, you are going to receive now sticky notes. With these sticky notes, please write your interventions and stick it to the board in there. And for our virtual attendees, please feel free to send us your interventions in the chat box, and we will have the courtesy of writing it and sticking it for you. We will share the pictures of all the graphic recorders after the day. So actually, as a start for the participation part, we would like to ask you a question, and we would love to receive your answers after the upcoming session on the board. So our question for you is, since we're here for sustainable cities, what do you think are the main challenges for our cities not becoming as sustainable as they want to be? For now, you're going to be receiving sticky notes. Do you want me to put it on screen? I can repeat it again. All right, so what do you think are the main challenges for our cities not being as sustainable as they want to be? Please use the pen and the paper, and we're going to also distribute sticky notes. Thank you, Hani. Hani is doing this now. So please use these sticky notes to answer the question, and please leave us your interventions on the board. All right, and for our virtual participants, please share with us your thoughts in the chat box. Thank you. So here is the board. So I'm just reiterating one more time. So you would just give us the sticky notes. So moving forward, now we're going to start our plenaries. So now we're going to be starting with session 1. And actually hosting a massive conference like the Conference of Parties entails so many stresses on the hosting city, ranging from infrastructure, security, resource management, and transport. So this session will highlight the experience and the expectations for cities hosting the COP, the Conference of Parties, with focus on Green Sharm el-Sheikh, the strategic plan for Sharm el-Sheikh. And for our first panel, which is called Conference of Parties, please allow me to introduce Professor Nabil El-Hadi as the moderator of this session. Professor Nabil is an architect at Cairo University. He focuses on studying built environment in relation to climate change, in addition to teaching other classes that relates to environmental history. In parallel to this, Dr. El-Hadi is a practitioner architect who is focused on nature-based solutions. Dr. El-Hadi, please join us on stage. Dr. Nabil. Dr. Nabil. Right, so meanwhile, until Dr. Nabil joins us, I'm just going to be calling the speakers please on stage. Mr. Saeed Chakri, member of the organizing team of COP22 at Morocco. Please join us on stage. Mr. Amr Lasheen, Urban Governance and Legislation Program Director at UN Habitat. And we also have Mr. Karim Al-Ginzi, the co-founder of Carbon, joining us virtually. Last but not least, we have Yann Francoise, the Deputy Director and the Head of Climate Change Department at the City of Paris. Dr. Nabil, here you go, please. I would like to, before we start, please reiterate that we would like to allow enough time for the questions and answers and also the interventions of our in-person and virtual participants. So we would appreciate from the panelists to limit each intervention to 10 minutes by max. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you all for attending, and very sorry for being late. This session is dealing with the cities that is hosting COPs. And I think this is really a great opportunity to relate COPs to realities of cities. and not simply for the period of hosting the COP, but more importantly for beyond, and not only for the cities that is hosting the COP, but other cities as well, whether in Egypt or other places as well. And we are fortunate in this session to have different experiences, from international experience to regional experience to other previous COP cities experiences to future COP city experiences. So this is really great, and I hope that this will definitely trigger many questions and debates, hopefully, among us. We are fortunate today to have Jan Francois. He's currently Deputy Director of Climate and Ecological Transition, Head of Climate Strategies at City of Paris. He led Paris Climate Action for becoming a carbon neutral, fair, resilient, and inclusive city, which received the United Nations Global Climate Action Award 2021. And we have as well, to my right, Honorable General Amr Lachine. He's an Urban Policies, Governance, and Legislation Program Manager at the UN Habitat in Egypt. He's working with his colleagues towards setting some new appropriate and context-driven ways of making sure that the urbanization processes are providing acceptable spatial standards and services. We have as well online the young active Karim El-Gendi, who is an urban sustainability and climate consultant based in London. He's an associate fellow at Chatham House, the Royal Institute for International Affairs, and a non-resident scholar at the Middle East Institute in Washington. Karim is also the founder and coordinator of Carbon. You might have heard about it. It's an advocacy promoting sustainability in cities in the MENA region. Finally, we are honored to have as well our Moroccan friend, Said Chokri. He's an expert and consultant in sustainability, very active civil society representative, and engaged in COP discussion and arrangement, and definitely we're looking forward to benefit from his experience in hosting Marrakesh in COP 22. Yeah. Okay, then we start with the first speaker. I sent already to the speakers a number of questions, so I hope my questions, which were about, again, how we benefit from previous experiences and how we get the lesson learned into hosting COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, but how to take as well the potential experience of hosting in Sharm el-Sheikh beyond the COP27 into the future. So these are the questions that is framing, hopefully, our guest presentation, and as well the audience discussion eventually. Thank you. Please, Jan.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me correctly, clearly. Thanks. Thanks a lot for this invitation, for this very kind invitation. I'm very, very happy to join us. Sorry, virtually. It was easier for me to be with you virtually, and it's maybe more carbon friendly for me to attend to this wonderful meeting and a very, very great opportunity to share the experience of City of Paris. Once again, congratulations also to let the place for the city to talk about climate change issues, because as you know, it's always a city that hosts a COP, but cities are not on the table of the negotiation of the COP at UNFCCC. So we expect a lot from the different hosted cities, but we are not in the same dialogue. And it's very, very important and a very huge challenge. And so good luck to Sharm el-Sheikh for hosting and organizing the next COP27. It will be a tremendous moment. As we know, in Paris, we hosted the famous COP21, the COP of the Paris Agreement. As you know, the new era, we began a carbon neutrality. It was a very, very important COP. I won't go into the detail of all the logistic and security venues that you can imagine, but it's a very, very huge challenge. And I think Egypt will have the same challenge, because your COP 27 is very, very expected. It's a great opportunity, and it's the first COP after COP 22 in Marrakesh organized outside Europe, because even if the different chair of the previous COP was Chile, Fiji, and so on, all are being organized in Europe and not outside Europe. So it's a very, very great moment for Africa, for Egypt, to change the world of negotiation and to have another meaning. That's why I hope I can attend to the COP27 and to support you in this organization. It's a huge challenge for her host city, but also a very wonderful opportunity to gather all the stakeholders, all the community around, to talk and deal with climate change issue, and not only during 15 days, but during all the year previously, all the months previously. And Marrakesh have known the same momentum. And when we can talk about climate change, of course, we will talk about logistics, security, how to feed everyone, how to manage public transportation, and so on. But we will talk climate change with everyone together. For us, the city of Paris, all the companies, all the NGOs, all the citizens, and that's a wonderful momentum. Maybe you have heard, city of Paris has begun to tackle climate change issue by 2007, so quite 15 years before the COP 21, but with only a view to 2020 to tackle by 25% the GHG emission of the city. And to host the COP21 was also the opportunity, as I said, to gather all the community to think a new era, how to become carbon neutral and more resilient, because we have to talk also about adaptation. And so to receive so many guests, so many distinguished people during this year before the COP, because it's not only as a COP, and this moment you organize is a very important moment. During the first MENA Climate Week is very, very significant. And it was the same during this year in Paris, so many events to talk with everyone, with different languages, climate change. And it was maybe the first step for us, very, very strategic, to design what's happened after. So the new climate action plan to become carbon neutral by 2050. I think without the COP, we didn't launch this project so soon. And now, as you know, in 2018, after 18 months of consultation with all the stakeholders, we co-share a responsibility to become carbon neutral. The plan has been adopted by the City of Paris and the City Council, but also by the populations, by a vote of the populations. And you can find the document on paris.fr in 3 languages. And it was a very, very momentous moment of the COP21 that permit us to accelerate our actions, to disseminate the different words. And now we have seen the results. We have seen the results after quite 6 years now, that there is the same movement, there is the same passions about climate change topics, more and more for the younger people. And I think that for Egypt is also a challenge, how to deal with the world of the youngs, how to design a positive future for them and to decrease the eco-anxiety about those topics for every citizen and every young people. And now we are beginning to update our plan to have a very, very precise roadmap for the next year. So without the COP21, it was quite impossible to do that. And I sincerely wish the same results and the same future for the COP of 27 for Sharm el-Sheikh and all the cities around, because it's a place where we have to deal with cities, we talk with cities. As maybe you have heard, Mayor of Paris and Mayor of Abidjan wants to receive a mini COP of cities in Abidjan on 1st and 2nd of July to send a message before 6 months before the COP to the world, to UNFCCC, that you have to take account the word of city, because we are the solution and we have the solution. And I'm sure that with Sharm el-Sheikh, after Marrakesh, we can show that also African cities have the solutions. Thanks a lot. I'm here to answer to the question for the chat box if you have any question.
Thank you. Now to our second speaker, Tom, please. Go
ahead. Good morning, and it's going to be a pleasure really to have this session with you. Taking note that we are holding this event in Alexandria, Egypt, so I'm going to make my presentation in Arabic. Of course, I can respond to any questions coming on from either the attendees online or virtual in English, but I would prefer to make the presentation in Arabic in order to make sure that all of us here are really going to know what's going on with regards to Green Sharm el-Sheikh or the strategic plan for Sharm el-Sheikh. أنا هعمل المداخلة بتاعتي بالعربي عشان بس نتأكد إن الحضور كله هنا في مصر يبقى على علم بيه اللي احنا بنتكلم عليه. عمرو نشيل بالظبط. طيب خليها. يلا يس رأيي موافق. طيب أنا خليني كده أبدأ بأرقام. على مستوى العالم بداية من سنة 1976 كان في حوالي 38 من السكان عايشين في المدن. زادت النسبة إلى حوالي 45 سنة 1996. 2016 وصلنا ل 55% من عدد السكان. 2050 متوقع يكون عندنا 70% من السكان عايشين في المدن. طيب المدن دي بتعمل إيه؟ هي بتمثل حوالي 70% من الناتج القومي العالمي أو الناتج الجي دي بي العالمي. بتستهلك 60% من الطاقة. بتصدر 70% من الانبعاثات اللي هي بتأثر على الجرين هاوس إفكت أو خلافه أو التلوث، وبتنتج حوالي 70% من المخلفات على مستوى العالم. ده أدى إلى إيه؟ أدى إلى إن عملية التحضر أو الأربانيزيشن لو ما تمتش بالشكل الأنسب والملائم، إحنا هنبقى عندنا مشكلة مش بس فيما يخص البيئة ولكن مشاكل متعددة كبيرة جدا. عشان كده إحنا في اليو ان هابيتات بنتطرق للنقطة دي من بعدين. البعد الأول إن إحنا في نظرية التغيير عندنا بنهدف مش إن إحنا نعمل مخطط ويبقى المخطط موجود وإحنا عملناه، لا، إحنا بنغير في الأسس والقواعد المرتبطة بإعداد المخططات بشكل عام إذا كانت استراتيجية أو خلافه. فالتغيير في أي طريقة إعداد الخطط التأثير بتاعه بيكون مستمر. في نفس الوقت إحنا انتهينا من حاجة اسمها السياسة الحضرية الوطنية، وإن شاء الله يعني قريبا جدا هيكون في مؤتمر الإعلان عنها بالشراكة مع وزارة الإسكان. ده كان مدخل مهم جدا عشان حضراتكم تعرفوا إحنا عملنا إيه في اليو ان هابيتات. تيكينج نوت أو التوضيح إلى إن الفريق اللي قام بإعداد المخطط الاستراتيجي مش اللي أنا بديره في البرنامج، ولكن هو برنامج موجود عندنا في الهابيتات الأربن بلاننج أو التخطيط الحضري والعمراني، فهم أوكلوا لي مهمة إن أنا هعرضها بالنيابة عنه. طيب هيشتغل؟ اشتغل. طيب الخطوات اللي احنا مشينا بيها زي أي إعداد مخطط استراتيجي أو أي مخطط أو أي طريقة تعامل بنمشي بيه 3 مراحل. نحن نعمل تشخيص للوضع الراهن الموجود في مدينة شرم الشيخ أو في المحافظة ككل، وده بيوضح لنا أو وضح لينا بمشاركة وزارة التنمية المحلية ومحافظة شرم الشيخ، طبعا وزارة الإسكان ممثلة في هيئة العامة للتخطيط العمراني، هي الرؤية بتاعت المدينة هتبقى إيه. خلينا بس نبقى متذكرين إحنا عملنا الكلام ده أو ابتدينا فيه قبل ما مصر يتم الإعلان عن استضافة مؤتمر المناخ في شرم الشيخ في آخر السنة، فإحنا ابتدينا الكلام ده من زمان. فالبعد البيئي كان موجود، لأن دي النظرة اللي كان يمكن محافظ جنوب سيناء وكمان وزارة الإسكان كانوا شايفين إن شرم الشيخ لازم تتحول إلى مدينة خضراء. فعملنا تشخيص للوضع الراهن عشان نشوف الرؤية ممكن تودينا في أي اتجاه، وحطينا الرؤية التنموية لمدينة شرم الشيخ. لما بقول حطينا احنا عملناها بعملية تشاركية، فكان فيها ممثلين من مختلف الجهات، المجتمع المدني والمستثمرين طبعا وخلاف الموجودين في شرم الشيخ، وصولا للمخطط الاستراتيجي لمدينه شرم الشيخ اللي مش بينتهي عند المخطط. حضراتكم هتشوفوا احنا وصلنا حتى للمشروعات وطريقه ادارتها تكون عامله ازاي. عملنا تحليل غطى حاجات كثيره مش هخش فيها بالتفاصيل، بس بنتكلم على المدينه وهويتها، لان احنا ما كانش الفكره ان احنا نيجي نعمل حاجه تختلف عن السياق المحلي اللي في شرم الشيخ فنهد شرم الشيخ ونعمل حاجه جديده، لا، شوف ايه اللي موجود من هويه موجوده سواء في مدينه شرم الشيخ وكمان السكان الموجودين فيها من مختلف الفئات. شفنا الاحوال السكانيه والاجتماعيه، شفنا الموارد الطبيعيه، شفنا الاتصاليه وشبكه الطرق، شفنا البنيه الاساسيه، شفنا ما شفناهاش من هي موجوده ولا لا، احنا شفناها وحللناها وشفنا علاقتها بالفكره بتاعه المدينه الخضراء. بان لنا حاجات مؤشرات طلعت بشكل سريع ان ما ينفعش نعملها من غير الرؤيه الاستراتيجيه، من غير طريقه تشاركيه بارسباتوري، ان احنا لازم يكون عندنا تنوع في المشروعات اللي هتكون موجوده، وكان في تركيز اكتر على النقل والاتصاليه داخل شرم الشيخ ومع المدن اللي جنبيها، ان احنا لازم نستثمر في برامج اسكان اجتماعي عادله وشامله، ولازم ان احنا نستفيد من اللي حصل في مرحله او في وباء كورونا واحنا بنحط المخطط الجديد بتاع مدينه شرم الشيخ. كان في قضايا برضو اثرت على شرم الشيخ بره نطاق المدينه زي المشروع اليوم وجسر الملك سليمان. اذا كان عندنا برضو قضايا التغير المناخي على مستوى العالم، الفكره بتاعت الديجيتايزيشن او التحول الرقمي او ثوره الاتصالات والمعلومات، التنافسيه العالميه، احنا عايزين شرم الشيخ تبقى بتتنافس مع مين؟ هل بتتنافس مع مدن في الاقليم عندنا او في العالم العربي ولا على مستوى العالم؟ وطبعا كنا بنشوف علاقه ده بايه مستهدفات المخططات القوميه لمصر زي استراتيجيه التنميه المستدامه مصر 2030، وكمان في حاجه اسمها المخطط القومي الاستراتيجي 2052. وطبعا ازاي ممكن ده يواجه، هنا بنتكلم على الشمال ان هو يحافظ على البيئه، يشوف التحديات، يشوف متطلبات السكان وما الى ذلك. عملنا تحليل وكنا شفنا حضراتكم هتلاقوها مقومات طبيعيه، محفزات للاستثمار، والمقومات الناتجه اللي شفنا ايه اللي موجود اللي هيجذب الاعمال متاسف الاقتصاد، وايه اللي هيجذب السكان. لان مدينه تتخطط من غير ما نحط في الاعتبار ان في سكان جايين، المدينه لن تكون مستدامه باي حال من الاحوال. فكنا بنشوف احنا محتاجين وفره قوى عامله، طيب ايه اللي هيخلي السكان يجوا؟ اذا كنا محتاجين سهوله انتقال داخل المدينه هنحققها ازاي؟ اذا كنا بنتكلم على خصائص السوق المحلي هنحققه ازاي؟ فكان دايما بنكتب الموجود وبنبص عليه من وجهتين نظر، من المستثمرين اللي هيجوا ومن ان يكون في عندنا جذب للسكان اللي هم هيخلوا يدوا القوام للمدينه ان هي تستمر او القاعده الاقتصاديه ان هي تستمر. الرؤيه التنمويه اللي تم الاتفاق عليها في الاخر هقراها، هي واضحه بس هقراها عشان الترجمه. مدينه شرم الشيخ جزء من بوابه مصر الشرقيه، والمقصد العالمي المستدام للسياحه الخضراء الامنه، وفيها انشطه اقتصاديه وخدميه متعدده متوافقه مع البيئه. فالرؤيه هنا حطت شرم الشيخ في مكان مختلف، احنا عايزين ننافس على مستوى العالم، وعايزين ننافس في ان احنا مش بس منطقه سياحيه، لا، احنا المقصد العالمي الاول حاضر للسياحه الخضراء والامنه. بعدين تم تحويل الكلام ده الى رساله اللي هي ازاي هنقدر نوصل للكلام ده، وبنبص على الاهداف التنميه المستدامه. احنا بشكل كبير حققنا ال 17 مورلس يعني بشكل او باخر، وكمان قلنا ان احنا عندنا 4 ركائز عشان نوصل للرؤيه والرساله، اللي هي مراكز السياحيه والانشطه الاقتصاديه الداعمه لها، خدمات سياحيه عمرانيه، جوده الحياه واستدامتها، ويكون عندنا ترجمه الكلام ده الى مشروعات رائده ينفع ان هم يترجموا الرؤيه والرساله وصولا للاهداف الخاصه. عملنا ده سريعا. كنا بنشوف على تنوع العمران السياحي، تطوير منظومه النقل، مصادر الطاقه، تنوع القاعده الاقتصاديه، تطوير الوضع المؤسسي، والتحول الى مدينه خضراء. مهم، يمكن اول 5 4 دول نكون على قدر كبير كلنا من الحديث عليهم، ولكن تطوير الوضع المؤسسي لان قلنا منظومه اداره مدينه مستدامه تختلف بشكل كبير جدا عن اداره مدينه اذا كان تابعه لوزاره التنميه المحليه او اذا كنا بنتكلم على مدينه جديده، فكنا لازم نلاقي وضع نقول ازاي ممكن يتم ادارتها، والمعايير بتاعه مؤشرات المدن الخضراء اللي هي عمران اخضر، حوكمه بيئيه، حكم رشيد او حكم جيد، التنقل الذكي، المياه والصرف، والطاقه المتجدده. بعدين مش هخش في التفاصيل قوي، بس احنا كنا بنجيب الاهداف القطاعيه ونشوف المشروعات ذات الاولويه اللي هتحقق لنا الاهداف اللي تم وضعها في المخطط الاستراتيجي. بقينا نشوف التاثير، فبقينا نحط كده نشوف طيب لو في مشروع اتعمل تاثيره ايه للوصول الى الرؤيه اللي احنا عايزين نوصل لها، ان احنا المقصد العالمي الاول، وفي نفس الوقت ايه علاقه ده بقدرته على جذب الاستثمارات وجذب السكان. هعمل مشروع بس المشروع ده هيخليني مقصد سياحي تكلفته كبيره جدا فما فيش حد هيجي، او العكس، فابتدينا ان احنا نعمل مصفوفه اكس وواي كده عشان نحطهم في صوره مجموعات. وهنا كنا بنشوف ايه المشروعات اللي ممكن تتعمل. حابب بس ده المخطط الاستراتيجي ودي الارقام بتاعه المشروعات موجوده فين، كل المشروعات اللي محتاجينها. بس احنا وصلنا بقى ان احنا نعمل بزنس موديل او نموذج اعمال. هو المشروع ده في ملكيته، تصميمه، بنائه وتشغيله، مين المفروض يعمل ايه؟ المشروع ده يليق بقطاع خاص، يليق بمجتمع مدني، يليق بشراكه بين الحكومه والمجتمع المدني، يليق حطينا الكلام ده كله عشان نقدر في الاخر نقول هو ازاي هيتم ترجمه مخطط الاستراتيجي ومخرجاته الى مشروعات قابله للتنفيذ. دي اخر سلايد قبل ما يطلع لي ال1 مينت. ان متطلبات، اما انا كنت قلت الحقك، متطلبات تنفيذ الخطه ان احنا نشتغل على الاويرنس والنو هاو، فمكانه المدينه على المستوى القومي والاقليمي. عشان يمكن هنا مش المفروض ان انا اعمل برزنتيشن دي، كان المفروض حد اكيد من الحكومه المصريه، ولكن احنا الشركاء معاهم. بس نبدا نتكلم على جرين شارم بكل ابعادها عشان يبقى في رفع الوعي تم. طبعا عمليه اعاده تخطيط المناطق وتخصيص الاراضي المطلوبه للمشروعات، تيسير خدمات المستثمرين، استهداف المستثمرين نروح لهم على مشروعات بعينها احنا حددناها وشايفين ان يكون ليها اثر كبير جدا سواء اقتصادي او وصولا للرؤيه والاهداف. طبعا تعدد وسائل المشاركه في المشروعات والمتابعه الدوريه لخطه التنميه. هختم كلامي هنا ان المخطط اللي احنا عاملينه، اي حد من حضراتكم اشتغل في المخططات الاستراتيجيه هيقول طب ما هو يعني دي نفس الخطوات، ده بنشخص وضع راهن، بنعمل رؤيه مشتركه وبنوصل لمخطط استراتيجي وين بنعمل مشروع. ايه الاختلاف؟ الاختلاف ان احنا جبنا الجزء البيئي وبرزنا، يعني عملنا له ابراز، لان الرؤيه قالت ان شرم الشيخ هي عايزه تبقى المقصد العالمي الاول في السياحه البيئيه والمستدامه. شكرا جزيلا لحضراتكم وفي استعداد للرد على اي اسئله.
Thank you very much for informative presentation about Sharm el-Sheikh. Now we go to our third panelist, Karim El-Gendi. We need to move on to, and hopefully from Karim we'll listen to the MENA region, sort of wider.
Shukran jazilan. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so thank you for the presentations and thanks for introducing me so kindly and for inviting me to join in this conversation. The issue of COP cities is always a fascinating one. Every time you go to a new city, the city feels very proud that they're doing something. They're very keen on pointing out that they have their electric buses and that they've put a few extra trees in, and you can't throw plastic. There's no single-use plastic anywhere. And they're very keen on demonstrating some of these things because they have 25,000 attendees who are all climate people and they can't be seen to do any of these terrible things. So we'd expect that from any COP city. Any COP city like Sharm el-Sheikh will do exactly that. I must also preface that Sharm el-Sheikh is not a normal city. It's a resort town full of resorts. There isn't really a diversified economic functions within Sharm el-Sheikh. So as a city, it's not representative compared to had it been hosted in Alexandria or Cairo. It would have been real city challenges, real regional experiences, real solutions that can be implemented in the city and also learned with other cities as well. And that we did not see that. For one reason or another, it's being hosted in a resort town. And whatever we see in Sharm el-Sheikh, will not necessarily be replicable, except for another resort town in Oman or a similar arrangement in Tunisia. Having said that, the cities have suddenly become important, starting with the Marrakesh partnership. So in COP22 in Marrakesh, Marrakesh left one big imprint on the process, because the COP is a process for parties. It's the conference of parties, and these parties are the parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. They're countries and the EU. But these parties do not include non-parties like cities, for example, or businesses, or any of these other entities that can play a major role in climate action. But cities are really important, and so the Marrakesh partnership found a way in which these non-parties can play a role. So we found the efforts by the high-level champions, for example, the Race to Zero, the Race to Resilience, and many of the new pushes by cities, by businesses, to drive a race to zero and to drive towards resilience. These have certainly been part of that Marrakesh partnership, that move to bring in those non-parties into the conversation and to play a role. But the cities are very, very unique. Of course, there are multinational organizations that can play a significant role, and they have revenues that exceed the national GDPs of some countries. But cities are also, as pointed out by my colleague, by Amr earlier, are also major players as well. And their environmental footprint, their carbon footprint, really does span the globe, and it cannot be underestimated. So how do you bring cities in? Well, you bring cities in by doing the hard work. Cities are where climate battles will be won or lost. And I always argue that, yes, they're 70% of emissions, they have an ecological footprint that's incredible, but in terms of climate change, cities are where the battles will be won or lost. But if you want to play climate action in cities, you have to play by the city's rules, and the city's rules are very complicated. So come to the city, and then you realize that everything is connected to everything. The water is connected to the energy, is connected to the waste, it's connected to the stormwater, and you can't really untangle any of this. And then there's a human aspect and the economic aspect on top of this, the social elements, the existing heritage, and in some cities of this region, the informality aspect, be that informal urbanism or even informal urban system. So that gets pretty complicated very quickly as soon as you bring climate action to such a micro, I say that loosely, a micro scale compared to a national scale. As soon as you start doing that, you realize that the city scale might be a very difficult nut to crack, and how do you resolve this without playing by the city rules is not, in my view, is not possible. So you do the hard work. You develop plans, like the plan that was developed by UN Habitat for Sharm el-Sheikh. You develop plans that are driven by sustainability, and I commend them for doing exactly that, for highlighting the environmental aspect within their master planning and for setting a framework that was geared towards sustainability. And unfortunately, that hasn't always been the case in existing cities. We find, in my line of work as an urban sustainability consultant, almost every project that comes my way now has a very strong sustainability and resilience aspect. But existing cities have always been much harder to retrofit, and that's for good reason. The second thing you could do, other than setting the frameworks and try and implement systems, is also to explore the synergies. If cities don't have as much money and they can't do everything, then they'll have to find the low-hanging fruit. They have to find the opportunities. Where can doing one thing support 3 or 4 things? And what's the lowest cost per environmental footprint? Where is the easiest opportunity that you can capitalize on? And the third thing is to learn from others. Cities of this region, in the MENA region, are unfortunately absent, entirely unavailable in any of the global networks. They're not in the C40, not in the ICLE, not in any of the Race to Zero, Race to Resilience actions. They're not in the NASCA plans, the UNFCCC depository of all climate action. There are more Turkish cities than all of the cities of the region, surprisingly. So there you'll find that the cities of the region, for reasons to do with administration, with the devolution of powers, or the ability to make decisions, are not empowered enough to take those actions by themselves. And that's a fundamental, it's a structural problem with the cities of the region. Once you resolve that, maybe the cities can talk to each other. Some organizations like the Arab Towns Organization are trying to do basically that. And in order to take on such challenges, they have to have the powers in order to do that. But once cities can take the decision to electrify all their cars, for example, or their buses fleet, or to source their energy only from renewable energy sources, or to treat all the wastewater and to use that for landscape irrigation. To do any of these measures, once they have the powers to do this, and surprisingly, many cities don't have those simple powers to do this. Once they can, then they can talk to other cities. What was your experience? How did you do this more efficiently? Or a city in Bahrain could learn from a city in Morocco, and a city in Jordan can learn from a city in Saudi Arabia, etc. And that dialogue is certainly incredible, because many of the challenges are indeed technical, and not just technical in the general sense, but also technical in the regional sense. The lessons that can be learned from a German city are not really that useful, given the changing climate and the specific needs. Many of the nature-based solutions, for example, and the green infrastructure elements are simply not applicable between different climates. So you can't bring a solution from a temperate climate to the desert climate of the region and expect that to work. So I would say these are the three main points that cities of the region can do or to carry on in order to do that transition and to learn from the catalyst action that would happen due to the COP being here. Having said that, the two COPs that we are seeing, 27 and 28, are very different, and we'll see very different priorities between them, but that's a subject for another conversation that perhaps we could have later. And I will stop here.
Thank you very much, Karim. Now, for our dear friend from Morocco, Saïd Chokri, please.
إذن في البداية سأتكلم لغة عربية. أود أن أشكر المنظمين على هذا اللقاء الجميل جدا وفي هذا المكان الجميل جدا، لأن مثل هذه اللقاءات غالبا ما تكون مفيدة بشكل كبير جدا. كما تم تقديمي، فأنا أشتغل في مجال التغيرات المناخية تقريبا منذ أكثر من 20 سنة. بطبيعة الحال تراكمت هناك تجربة. سأبدأ بتجربة الخبير، وبعد ذلك سأتطلق إلى تجربة الفاعل الجمعوي من خلال تقاسم تجربة ديال المدن المغربية نظمت هذه المؤتمرات. كخبير يمكن أن نقول أن النقاش العام حول قضية التغيرات المناخية والمفاوضات انتقلت مع اتفاق باريس من الأطراف الحكومية إلى أيضا الأطراف غير الحكومية. فبدأنا نتكلم عن دور الجماعات، دور الجامعة، دور المجتمع المدني، دور القطاع الخاص. لماذا؟ بأمر بسيط جدا، أن هذه المفاوضات استغرقت تقريبا مدة طويلة وكانت نتائجها ضعيفة كأطراف حكومية، وبالتالي كان من الضروري أن تتدخل الأطراف غير الحكومية. النقطة الثانية اللي هي أساسية، أن مسألة التغيرات المناخية بقدر ما فيها مشاكل إلا أنها فرص لبعض الدول مثل مصر الشقيقة وأيضا المغرب، على اعتبارات أنها اليوم التحول نحو الاستدامة يتطلب مثل هذه اللقاءات، لأن مثل هذه المؤتمرات واللقاءات الدولية أيضا هي مناسبة لا تعوض. ربما المتدخلين السابقين تكلموا عن بعض الأحداث التاريخية، ربما نتكلم عن شراكة مراكش، نتكلم أيضا عن بعض الاتفاقيات الكبرى التي تحدث وتبقى للتاريخ. وبالتالي أنا أعتقد من خلال تتبعي أن شرم الشيخ الكوب 27 غادي تكون محطة أساسية، لأن تعلمون جيدا أن الكوب 26 كان هناك ما يسمى بميثاق غلاسكو أو لو باكت غلاسكو، وبالتالي جميع الانتظارات من الباكت غلاسكو ستكون إن شاء الله في الكوب 27، وأكبر رهانات مالية، رهانات كبرى تنتظر شرم الشيخ إن شاء الله. مصر قادرة على رفع مثل هذه التحدي. النقطة الأخيرة وهو مبدأ الاستدامة. نتكلم عن المدن المستدامة، أحيانا يجب أن نقف جيدا عند هذه الاستدامة. الاستدامة ليست حديثة، نحن الثقافة العربية والثقافة الإنسانية كلها عندها مبدأ الاستدامة. ربما يجب أن نرجع إلى الثقافة التقليدية، كيف يمكن فعلا أن نبرز، وخاصة شرم الشيخ تبرز الثقافة التقليدية المصرية في إطار المحافظة على البيئة. لأن عندما نتكلم عن الاستدامة غالبا ما نتكلم عن القضايا البيئية فقط، لكن الاستدامة هي أيضا علاقة مرتبطة بالإنسان. هذا بشكل عام كمدخل كبير لما أريد أن أقوله. سأتكلم الآن من زاوية كفاعل المجتمع المدني. شاركت في أكثر من تقريبا 12 مؤتمر دولي خاصة في هذه القضايا التغيرات المناخية، وأيضا مؤتمرات إقليمية أخرى. فسأبدأ بتقليم ثم أتكلم عن اللقاءات الدولية للمناخ وعلاقتها مع المدن المستدامة، لأن هناك علاقة وطيدة. ربما جاءت صدفة من هذا اللقاء أن نتكلم عن المدن المستدامة والتغيرات المناخية، ولكن هي علاقة وطيدة. ربما الأستاذ الذي سبقني وخاصة تكلم عن ما تتحضر لشرم الشيخ وما كان مبرمج من قبل، فهذه مهمة. ولكن سأقف كثيرا عن مشاركة المجتمع المدني في هذه المؤتمرات، ودوره أيضا في لعب دور في التنمية المستدامة وأيضا في بناء مدن مستدامة. وسأعطي بعض الخلاصات والدروس المستفادة من خلال التجربة. إذن ربما هذا التدخل سيكون أكثر شهادات منه خبرة بشكل عام. فالمغرب كان لنا الحظ أننا نظمنا مؤتمرين للأطراف في 2021 وفي 2016. 2021 هو الكوب 7، وفي 2021 هو الكوب 22. وبالتالي فتجربتنا كمغاربة في هذه المؤتمرات الحمد لله استفدنا. ولكن كان هناك قبل المؤتمر 22 مؤتمر مهم جدا تم لأول مرة في فرنسا، لكن مع الأسف لم يستمر. كانت الدورة الثانية في طنجة وانتهى الأمر، وهو المنتدى المتوسطي للمناخ ما يعرف بالميد كوب. وكانت فرصة بالنسبة للمغاربة مهمة جدا، لأنه هو كان التحضير كان عبارة عن بري كوب أو ما قبل الكوب، بالتالي كانت استفادة كبيرة. وبالتالي سأتطرق لهذا المنتدى المتوسطي لأنه كان منتدى للأطراف الغير الحكومية، وتمت مبادرات مهمة جدا للأطراف غير الحكومية. ومن هنا عندما نتكلم عن الأطراف الغير الحكومية نتكلم عن الجماعات، نحن نتكلم عن الجماعات المحلية أو الجماعات الترابية، نتكلم عن الجامعات. دور الجامعة مهم جدا، وأيضا دور القطاع الخاص ودور المجتمع المدني، وكيف تمت بلورة وإنجاز مجموعة من المبادرات. وأيضا وهذا هو اللي مهم، تبني التزامات محلية، لأن مصر وجميع دول العالم اليوم عندها التزامات ما يسمى بالالتزامات المحددة وطنيا. وهذه الالتزامات المحددة وطنيا من خلال المدن المستدامة يمكن أن تحقق هذه الالتزامات المحددة وطنيا. ثم هذا أيضا المؤتمرات هو مجال وفضاء للتعاون والتنسيق بين جميع الأطراف المعنية بقضايا التغيرات المناخية. مؤتمر الأطراف والبنية التحتية، ربما صديقي تكلم عن أساسيات البنية التحتية، أنا أتكلم لكم على بنية تحتية أساسية هما اثنين: التواصل. اليوم عندما تنظم شرم الشيخ مؤتمر 27 جميع القنوات الدولية ستتواجد في شرم الشيخ، النقل التلفزيوني سيتواجد في شرم الشيخ، الاتصالات على شبكات الانترنت وشبكات الهاتف تحتاج لمدة تقريبا 15 يوم، يجب أن تكون فعلا هذه الشبكات متوفرة. وهذا إعلام مهم جدا، يعني أن البنية التحتية الثانية هو النقل، وخاصة أنا أعرف شرم الشيخ ربما التنقل سهل جميل، ولكن يجب أيضا أن نعطي كأفارقة كعرب نموذج للنقل المستدام، وربما هذه نقطتين أساسيتين. أصدقائي تكلموا أيضا عن ضرورة التحضير، وربما الذي نفعنا كمغاربة هو كان تحضير جيد جدا مؤسساتيا، يعني جميع المتدخلين، بحيث أنه كانت في النهاية رؤية واحدة لجميع الأطراف. ثم بطبيعة الحال كانت التزامات دولية وكانت مبادرات كما لاحظتم مبادرات صديقة للبيئة. نقف عند مشاركة المجتمع المدني. مشاركة المجتمع المدني أساسية. لماذا؟ اليوم المجتمع المدني المصري مطالب أن يقود المجتمع المدني الدولي في شرم الشيخ، وإلا إذا لم يكن هناك هذا القيادة سنسمح بمجتمع مدني دولي أن يقود المجتمع المدني العربي والإفريقي، وهذا غير مسموح به. وبالتالي يجب أن تتكتل جمعيات المجتمع المدني على مستوى مصر من أجل أن تكون هناك فعلا رؤية واحدة وأن تقود المجتمع المدني الدولي، لأن إحنا استفدنا كثيرا، وربما الأخ يان هنا ومجموعة من الإخوان الفرنسيين هنا موجودين، استفدنا كثيرا من التجربة الفرنسية لأننا دعمونا من أجل أن يكون هناك مجتمع مدني مغربي قوي. ولعل من الأشياء التي نفرح بها اليوم هو أنه منذ 2016 بدأ فعلا المجتمع المدني خاصة البيئي يتكتل بشكل كبير جدا، واستفدنا من المؤتمر، بالتالي كانت محطات أخيرة. النقطة الثانية وهو أن بالضرورة أن هذه شرم الشيخ سيكون هناك رواقان، ما يسمى بالرواق الأزرق للأطراف وللمفاوضات الرسمية، ولكن يجب أن يكون هناك أيضا رواق أخضر للأطراف الغير الحكومية وخاصة للمجتمع المدني لإبراز هذه الأشياء التي يقوم بها. لا يعقل، ربما كانت التجربة الفرنسية في 2021 ولكن أعظم تجربة وأنا أشهد بها رغم أني مغربي، أعظم تجربة في الرواق الأخضر كانت في مراكش. وأتحدى الجميع لأنني أنا شاركت في أكثر من 12 مؤتمر، أعرف بأن الرواق الأخضر كان مهم جدا وكان مفتوح للمواطنين، كان ليس فقط للمشاركين. أنا أنتهي. أيضا قضية المسيرة مهمة جدا، لا يمكن أن نفكر في المؤتمر بدون أن تكون هناك مسيرة، ومسيرة تحتاج إلى لوجستيك معين، يعني أن هذا اللوجستيك أين تبدأ المسيرة، والمسيرة غالبا سيكون فيها أكثر من 10,000 15,000 مشارك وما يزيد، إذا مهمة جدا. ثم في الأخير يجب أن تكون هناك نداء إن ديكلاراسيون ديال شرم الشيخ، والنداء يجب أن يحضر اليوم، لأن هناك رهانات كبرى يجب أن تبرز مصر وأدوارها. هذه بعض الصور فقط للذاكرة، أنا سأمر بسرعة وأعتذر إن أخذت الوقت أكثر من اللازم. مؤتمر أطراف ربما الجميع يعني من مراكش، وكيف كانت المفاوضات وكيف كانت قمة على مستوى مراكش. كانت قمة من رؤساء الحكومات ورؤساء الدول، ولكن أيضا كانت قمة على مستوى المجتمع المدني وخاصة المجتمع المدني الإفريقي. البعد الإفريقي في شرم الشيخ يجب أن يكون حاضر لأنه مهم جدا. الحمد لله عندنا مجتمع مدني على مستوى الدول العربية، عندنا ما يسمى بشبكة العمل المناخي العربي اللي هي تشتغل بشكل مع جميع الدول. أيضا عندنا ائتلافات إفريقية، كيف فعلا أن نجمع على مستوى مصر هذه يعني الائتلافات، وأيضا كيف يمكن أن نذهب في هذا التصور. هذه بعض الصور. هنا الرواق الأخضر وأن نشهد به كانت فيه نقاشات أحيانا بحرارة أكبر مما يكون في النقاشات الرسمية، وجميع القرارات، وأنا ربما سأختم بهذه أستاذي أعتذر، فجميع القرارات غالبا تؤخذ بشكل غير رسمي، لأن حتى المفاوضين أحيانا يحتاجون إلى بعض الآراء من جهات تكون لها أريحية أكثر ولها نقاش مفتوح أكثر من أجل اتخاذ قرارات. فأتمنى إن شاء الله أن تكون شرم الشيخ موعد كبير للدول العربية لأنه مؤتمر عربي، للدول الإفريقية لأنه مؤتمر إفريقي. وبالتالي أنا أعتقد كدراسة وكخلاصات أنتهي بها، يجب أولا تعبئة جميع الفاعلين من أجل الانخراط في القضايا المناخية. من نقول الفاعلين غالبا ننسى المواطنين والمواطنات، يجب تعبئة المواطنين والمواطنات. في مراكش بدأت التعبئة تقريبا سنة من أجل فعلا أن وخاصة على مستوى شرم الشيخ. أيضا المدن المستضيفة ربما تكلم عليها صديقي، يجب أن تنهج نهج المدن المستدامة، وربما الحمد لله شرم الشيخ هذا، ولكن أيضا تكون فرصة لإعطاء انطلاقة لمبادرات ومشاريع وفيها تعاون وشراكات، ولكن أعتقد أنها فرصة أيضا لدعم التنسيق بين الأطراف المحلية والوطنية والدولية، لأن هذا لقاء دولي ولكن يحتاج إلى هذه الأطراف. شكرا، وأتمنى أن نكون تجاوزت الوقت.
شكرا جزيلا. Thank you very much. I think this is really a good reminder. The last speech by Said Chokri. I will not be asking them the question. I will ask the audience to ask questions. Yeah, absolutely. So I think this is just want to highlight how important the NGOs actually will and the role of NGOs. And I think if one would think of Sharm El-Sheikh or COP27 as an opportunity for us here is actually to support and the NGOs, the local NGOs, and relate them and explain and initiate a serious discussion. And I think what happened in Morocco during the last 10 years really shows us the kind of impact that this would have. Imagine now Morocco is a leading really in climate transformation within the North Arab MENA region, and of course the Arab and maybe Africa as well. There's many things really to be said, and I would really welcome you to ask whatever questions. There is many things. Okay. No. Okay. So yeah.
Thank you. My question is to Mr. Karim. I enjoyed very much your presentation, especially being extremely realistic when we talk about climate change and sustainability. It's very challenging. My question is regarding how do countries like countries in the Arab world basically face issues of sustainability and climate change when we are witnessing major withdrawal from the state withdrawal from its responsibilities regarding infrastructure, water infrastructure, electricity, sustainability, and all sorts of different issues, especially in a very neoliberal economic atmosphere affecting most of the Arab countries, especially actually, I mean, North Africa and the Mashraq. So what we are witnessing is basically just acupuncture, small projects here and there, but the withdrawal of the state from major engagement. So this poses major challenges. What are your thoughts on that?
We'll take a couple of questions, 3 questions, and then there's one here.
It's a question from Mr. Lachin from UN Habitat. How such a resort, Mr. Lachin, it's for you, the question. I was wondering how such a resort and touristical place like Sharm El-Sheikh can implement sustainability in a tourism in a context of lack of water. And we know that touristical places are really concrete places with a lot of concrete emitting carbon and really using water. And so I was wondering how you can address this issue.
Other questions? Yeah. Here. Oh, okay.
Good morning. Amani Sulaiman, Associate Professor at Alexandria University. We've been discussing in Alexandria University the possibility of having green campuses and sustainable campuses. And actually, Alexandria University, we have several campuses, and the oldest of them is like 80 years old. So the infrastructure and the priorities of teaching and research and what we're using the buildings for, and what should we pay for first, and what should we do for the campuses to suit our needs. All this is really putting a burden on us on how to strategize, as Mr. Lachin was saying, what to start with. And if sometimes we have a limited fund and we are hanging there between establishing a new lecture hall or a lab or something, at the same time, we would like to do something to qualify to be a green campus. And I was wondering if maybe UN Habitat or maybe our friends in Morocco with civil society experience, who can help us in working hand in hand to meet our priorities as an educational entity, and at the same time, our environmental responsibility to work from an adequate entity where it really meets green standards. Thank you.
Take two other questions and then a second round.
Can I take the first, if you don't mind?
Okay, I have just two questions. The first one is for Mr. Ramlashin. He talked about Sharm el-Sheikh as it's a main city in Egypt that we are trying to work on. So why we are just concentrating on the environmental side? As an information system student, I always concentrating on the digitalization process. So can you tell us about the digitalization process that is going on in Sharm el-Sheikh? And the second question I would like to ask Mr. Karim. So you say that Sharm el-Sheikh is not the big city or the challenging city in Egypt. So how we can classify cities, either it's a challenging one or not challenging one? So thank you.
Last one in the first round.
Yeah, I have a question to Jana Françoise. I've been living in Paris before Anne Hidalgo became mayor. And the title of the conference is Cities in Transition. And since then, I was in Paris 2012-13. I've been back last year, and I was amazed how this city actually changed to the better in a very sustainable way. So first, it's an observation. There's a clear need for political will, in this case of a socialist mayor in Paris, who takes sustainability extremely serious. So that's one observation. My question to you would be, what are your advices, or what would you say is important in order to make the citizens part of this process? Because there was also in Paris a lot of resistance. And I think what is also needed in Egypt and in other countries of the region is that actually citizens are part of the solution, and that policymakers, politicians, the government listens to citizens and to their needs. So if you could maybe share a few thoughts, what you did actually in Paris to make this fantastic transformation into a social and a green city. Thank you.
Thank you. We start with Jan. Yeah.
Thank you for this question and for your positive comments about the situation in Paris. We appreciate. As you were saying by Karim and Jenny, it's a long work. It's not a one-day work. Maybe what we learned from the last past 15 years. First, as you said, we need a very tough and convinced political will. I'm an engineer from training, from the administration, and without the power and the convinced mayor, it's impossible to act. That's the first thing. But if you want to mayor act, you need to have the support of all your communities and the citizens. So you have to share this co-responsibility. And it was maybe one of the lessons of the Paris experiences since the first climate action plan in 2007. Will already associate everyone for thinking the future and the climate action plan. It's not a top-down plan. It's a bottom-up plan. Of course, at the end, there is a decision from the city council, but last time the decision from the city council has been submitted to the population for a votation to be sure that we translate correctly their will, and that's very important. And maybe one figures, because I don't quote any figures of the carbon footprint of City of Paris, but as it was said, a mayor can't do everything in the city. It depends on the competency. I don't know the competency of the mayor of Cairo or Sharm el-Sheikh, Marrakesh compared to mayor of Paris. But if we look at the direct responsibility of mayor of Paris about the carbon footprint, all the GHG emissions generated by the city of Paris, it represents only 1%. And by the political power of the mayor, we can maybe deal with around 20–25% by the decision of the mayor to retrofit social dwellings, to change the way of collect management for the waste, and so on. The rest depends sometimes of national decision, of course, for example, the electricity grid in France, but also from private decision, from the companies and from the citizens. So it's why you have to associate everyone. And from one example, how to associate, maybe you have heard since 2014, we have a participatory budget for the city of Paris. It means that 5 to 10% now of the budget of the investment of the city has been decided by the citizens. And by now, the local law, the citizens decided in last climate action plan that 25%, the minimum of 25% of this participatory budget must be dedicated to climate action initiative. So that's a decision by the citizens to the citizens for initiative from the citizens paid by the city municipality. It's one of the ideas to accelerate the transition. Is not so easy. You have heard also when we decided to close one road along the Seine to preserve the Seine, to preserve the adaptation, to have more pedestrian ways and so on. It was a very hard social acceptability, and we need 5, maybe quite 10 years to make people aware about the opportunity of that. So it is not an easy way, but you need a strong support from everyone.
Thank you. Amr?
Thank you for the questions. Okay. Thank you for the questions. Just I need to highlight that I'm actually not working for the government, so I'm not part of the government. I'm working in UN Habitat, but I'm going to respond to the questions which is relevant to UN Habitat and what advice we are giving actually to the government in different levels, if speaking about Ministry of Housing or the Ministry of Local Development and the Governor of South Sudan. So with regards to the transformation to have green Sharm, as you said, yes, Sharm el-Sheikh has been there for like more than 30 years, and it has been built in a way. Back then, there was no considerable actually ways of dealing with the environment and whatever degradation is going to be happening. But they started to take some procedures, like there's not going to be plastic, I don't know what, gray water, and they are going to recycle the water. They're speaking right now with the investors in the old already built hotels. They need to change some of the windows and whatever in order to minimize the effect on the environment and the use of ACs and all that. What we are speaking about right now is the new or the extension of Sharm el-Sheikh, that it needs to be built in a way that's going to have minimal, if any, negative effects on the environment. This is taking, of course, several discussions with them, because at the end of the day, the investor might not really think that this is going to be good for him or her, but we are showing them that this is going to have new job opportunities, return on investment, and so on, and it's taking a discussion with them, especially that the vision itself and the strategic plan has been done in cooperation with them. So we are not enforcing something, because it could be very easy that we are going to have a law and this law is going to forbid whatever. No, the way things are done there is definitely by convincing them and having them inside the loop. This is going to take me to your question around the digitalization and transformation. Let's just have it very clear. Digitalization and ICT is not an objective. It is a tool. It is a mean for reaching an objective. So the problem is that sometimes everyone thinks that this ICT or digitalization or whatever is going to be an objective in itself. I'm going to give you a quick example. In the World Cities Report that UN Habitat released 2021, smart cities is defined that those are the cities that respond to the community needs, not that is being, I don't know, managed by application or something. So digital transformation is already mentioned in the presentation. Maybe I was a little bit quick, so it was not clear, but part of the new governance system there was speaking about automation, digitalization, big data, analyzing all this, having the footprint, carbon footprint, and so on. What else? I think those were the two questions addressed to me. Yes, I need to ask Karim the question.
Yes, I will. Karim, please.
Yes, there were some questions directed to me, but before I respond to them, I thank you, Amber, for clarifying this point about smart city, because it's always one of those issues that I get. We have these technologies, and suddenly the technology becomes the goal. Like we can do these things, and then suddenly we need to do these things. We need to make it smart because we can. Not because it serves an agenda, not because it serves a purpose or a community desire, it's just because we can. And then unfortunately, somehow smart city has become a goal in itself. Not smart city technologies as tools that can help us achieve sustainability, resilience, inclusiveness, and justice, but no, smart city for itself. Anyhow, so that's a side point. Going back to the questions that were addressed to me, government no longer being able, because of neoliberalism, to implement projects on the ground, and we only get pilot projects. I think that's more or less what the question was saying. And I think governments don't need to do anything, actually. They need to regulate. Governments could implement some projects, but surely they're not going to run the economy entirely by themselves. They're not going to do all of the projects in a sustainable way. So take, for example, the projects that the renewable energy projects. Many of those are basically government allocating land, managing the process, but private sector comes in. The government sets a regulation in place where the government will buy the electricity that is generated by those solar panels or the wind turbines. So the government here plays a regulator role. The government can certainly put regulations for energy efficiency, for water efficiency. It can mandate certain things in certain projects. All energy should come from renewable energy sources. All wastewater must be treated. All electricity must be electric or powered by renewable energy sources. Government does not need to implement every sustainability and resilience projects in the cities. It just needs to make sure that others do. And actually that would be a lot more effective because the amount of projects run by the public sector are significant. And the government has that power. Yes, you do have in the Gulf where the government, in addition to its regulatory power, also runs projects. You find that in Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, and the lot, where we find many of GCC countries have both roles. The government plays both roles. It's the primary driver of sustainability-led projects, but it's also the regulator for the private sector. But even in the Mashriq and in North Africa, Morocco does projects, but the country does projects, and you find the same thing in Jordan as well, where the government does projects as well. Of course, the abilities are much less than they are in the GCC. The financial firepower is much less, but there are certainly government-led projects in both those countries as well. So I think the picture is a little bit patchy, and I wouldn't use the same broad brush to say that the region has a case of governments not leading that. But my main point here is the government has a lot of in its own power that is not actually implementing sustainable projects within cities itself. The government can also support distribution generation. It can support decentralization. It can give delegated powers to cities or to local communities. It does not have to have all the regulatory powers within centrally like you have in Egypt, where all the powers are centralized. You can have more decentralized powers like you have in Morocco. Morocco is a great example. Over the last more than 10 years, Said, please correct me on that. More than 10 years, I think there was a law that started the process of decentralization, where local authorities and governorates, they have different names in Morocco, can have their own delegated powers and their own competencies, so they can implement their own projects and set their own regulations. So governments can do that in places that are more centralized, like Egypt is. Okay, and there was a second question. Remind me what the second question. Oh, Sharm el-Sheikh not being challenging city. No, Sharm el-Sheikh is a challenging city. Sharm el-Sheikh doesn't have fresh water, so it's certainly a challenging city. It doesn't have a source other than the grid. It has stormwater issues because of the mountains right next to it. It has coral reefs that are prone to bleaching, and with that we'll get a loss of revenue if the bleaching continues. So far, the Red Sea coral reefs have been immune to increasing temperature, but that may not last for long. So if that happens, you can get loss of revenue from tourists, from the coral tourism that happens in Sharm el-Sheikh. So no, Sharm el-Sheikh has its own challenges. It's a challenging place. What I was trying to say was, if you fix Sharm el-Sheikh, the lessons learned there are not necessarily applicable in other cities. So you can't take Sharm el-Sheikh and say, well, in that case, let's fix Al-Khobar in Saudi Arabia, and let's go to Azraq in Jordan, or focus on Gabis in Tunisia. They're not easily replicable cities because it's such a unique condition. While if you fix a conventional town, is not a tourism town, or conventional city that is not a tourism town, then you'll be able to draw the lessons from that and transfer them to other cities that are perhaps more comparable. That was my main point.
Thank you, Karim. Said.
بسرعة أعرف بأن الوقت يدرك. أنا أعتقد أن تنظيم مثل هذه المؤتمرات تعرفون بأنه يتم بشكل تطوعي. راه مصر يجب أن نحيي مصر لأنها بادرت من أجل استضافة هذا المؤتمر، وهذه نقطة مهمة جدا. هذا المؤتمر ينعقد في 5 مناطق في العالم، كل مرة في منطقة. إفريقيا نظمت 5 لقاءات مثل هذا منذ 1900 وتقريبا 94. النقطة الثانية هو أن عندما نتكلم أحيانا، والأستاذة تكلمت عن الحرم الجامعي ونتكلم عن هذه القضايا الأولويات، أنا أعتقد حتى في التنمية المستدامة الأولوية هي الإنسان. لأن عندما نتكلم عن التنمية المستدامة دائما نذهب إلى الجانب البيئي فقط، لكن الجانب البيئي هو جزء لا يتجزأ، ولكن الإنسان، التنمية البشرية المستدامة هي أصل التنمية المستدامة. وبالتالي إذا كان خاصة الطلبة انخرطوا في هذه العملية، ربما الاستثمار في الطلبة يكون أكثر يعني بما يتصور. ثانيا ربما الإرادة السياسية مهمة جدا، وربما راه حاضرة في جميع. أنا أعطيكم مثال بسيط جدا، المثال ديال رواندا، كيغالي. أنا كنت زرتها في الأيام الأخيرة، نموذج للمدينة الإفريقية المستدامة. صفر بلاستيك، صفر بلاستيك بمعنى الكلمة. وبالتالي عندما تكون هذه الإرادة ربما يمكن أن نذهب كثيرا إلى هذه النقطة. أختم بأن، وهذا ربما أتقاسمه مع المجتمع المدني المصري، عندما نظمنا على مستوى مراكش وضعنا خارطة طريق ديال المجتمع المدني، واليوم يمكن أن نقيمها وتقييمناها بشكل خارطة الطريق من الكوب 21 إلى الكوب 22 كمجتمع مدني مغربي. في الكوب 26 ذهبنا بشباب، يعني نداء شباب المغربي للكوب 26. وبالتالي هذا العمل المنظم للمجتمع المدني غالبا ما يكون مفيد جدا. وبالتالي أنا أعتقد أن المجتمع المدني المصري يجب أن يتكتل ويتنظم من أجل أن يكون له حضور أكثر وفاعلية أكثر وتأثير أكثر. شكرا أستاذ.
شكرا جزيلا. This is very important. عمرو, very last minute.
Just 4 quick tweets, okay? Number one, to confirm what Karim was saying, actually, if any one of you just visited, I don't know, downtown Carrefour or whatever, and you went to any bathroom, you are going to see that the water itself in the bathroom, it's very ضعيفة, it's very weak. This is because of the prices. This is part of what the government is doing, and this is what's happening in Sharm el-Sheikh in order to optimize the use of the water. Second thing is that, in addition to what Mr. Saeed said, Ministry of Social Solidarity, وزارة التضامن الاجتماعي في مصر. I'm going to switch to Arabic because this is addressing the students and NGOs. وزارة التضامن الاجتماعي في مصر هي بتنظم دلوقتي مشاركات المجتمع المدني في كوب 27، وفي معاون للوزيرة بيشتغل على الملف ده. فانا اشجع حضراتكم لو في جمعيات او في اي حد عايز يتعاون يوصل لوزاره التضامن الاجتماعي او يتواصل معاهم، لان هو ده الدور بالظبط اللي بتعمله الوزاره في النقطه دي، ان ازاي المجتمع المدني المصري يكون ليه صوت ويقدر ان هو يشارك في كوب 27. لو قريته هتلاقوا ان احنا ممكن يعني هاتم نفسي مجتمع مدني، ممكن نوقف احتجاجات، ممكن نعمل الكلام ده كله، ده منصوص عليه في التزام مصر فيما يخص النقطه دي. النقطه قبل الاخيره، في تجربه بتتعمل هنا في الاسكندريه. هتكلم انجليزي معلش. We are applying the waste wise city tool in Alexandria. This is helping Alexandria Governorate to really know how much plastic is being dumped in the sea itself, in order to see what sort of measurements they need to do and to make to improve the solid waste management and collection. Last point is about Haya Karima, because what Ministry of Social Solidarity is working out right now, because I'm advisor to the minister, so I know some things, that they are calculating the carbon print and what effects all the interventions is going to be done in Haya Karima, how this is going to be affecting the environment in general, and to try to have a score for the NGOs to see what projects or activities the NGOs are doing and how they are affecting the environment. آخر سؤال كريم، احنا لعبنا مع بعض باسكت في نادي الصيد؟ ولا لا؟
Okay, thank you very much, Amr. We can communicate later. Thank you very much, and thank you for the audience for the great questions, and thank you all. And back to you now.
Thank you, Professor Nabil. First and foremost, we would like to show you the visual documentation of this session. So here you go. Up, yeah, okay. Here you are. All right, so that's it for the first session. Please feel free to take pictures of this for our virtual attendees. We will make sure also to take pictures and share with you. And also, I wish I can show our virtual attendees, but our board is now somehow full. So please keep them coming. People are posting their sticky notes. So please, before you go to the coffee break now, make sure that you leave us your sticky note in there. We also want to give you a second question on this session in case you have an intervention. Our question is, what's the one thing that you would want to see in a COP city? So if you have anything to tell us, please post it on this board. We have now a coffee break until 12:30. Please come back 12:30 sharp to the room. The coffee break is outside in front of the room. هستأذن من حضراتكم نلتزم بالميعاد الساعة 12:30 نكون كلنا موجودين في القاعة. في حال إن حد ما عملش registration please اتأكدوا تعملوا registration بره. شكرا لكم. Virtual participants, we will be back by 12:30 for resuming our plannings. Thank you. Sorry, were you hearing us now? People on Zoom? Oh, yeah, we're done. Thank you. I'll also, Wajdan, can you unmute yourself, please? Perfect.
Yeah, سمعتك.
حلو. Okay, so please allow me to introduce our moderator for the second panel. With over 14 years of experience and extensive knowledge in climate change, environmental and social assessments, and ozone protection, Dina Kisby works with governments, civil society organizations, and youth towards achieving climate justice, sustainable cities, and transition of energy. Dina, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm honestly honored and super happy to be here. Hopefully after the coffee break, like we're all energized for this session because we planned, because I have such an outstanding speakers this time, every time, but all of our speakers are, but we decided to have very short presentations and open discussion afterwards with questions and from you for any inquiries. So don't mind that the presentations are short, but believe me, they will be producing so much knowledge and so much information being shared. And this is a topic that is actually dear to my heart because municipalities and actual local administrations have a major role in the sustainability agenda, and sometimes they are placed aside, which is why we need to show how much intriguing and important their role is. I will be starting with my dear Leon, first because from like a topic perspective, and also because like he's genderly imbalanced in this session, so I'm just gonna give him I'm gonna be prejudiced here. So if Leon, he is the chief of the Secretary General's Office of ICLEI. ICLEI is the which is the Local Governments for Sustainability. It's a global network that actually is an umbrella for 2,500 cities and regions of over 125 countries. They are committed to sustainable development and urban development. And Leon, the floor is yours.
I think I need to speak from here, right? Because I need to mind. Can the Zoom participants see the screen? Does it say ICLEI? Actually, I don't have any means of getting feedback. You got the feedback? Okay. Brilliant. So, thank you very much to the organizers for inviting ICLEI and me to this panel, and I'm very honored to be joined by such illustrious panelists on the stage. My name is Leon Diaz, and I'm the chief of the Secretary General's Office of ICLEI. Dina has already started presenting ICLEI, so I'm just going to take it up from there. So we are indeed a global network of subnational governments, mostly cities, some regional governments, and we work in 125 countries until now, and currently we represent just over 2,500 cities and regions that are committed to sustainable urban development. We are an international NGO, so we don't belong to a particular country. We have offices in 24 countries. No, sorry, we have 24 offices. That's the in those offices we have 300 experts that work on sustainable urban development from all kinds of nationalities. The previous speaker in the previous session, they mentioned that there's no city in the MENA region that is part of the bigger international networks. That's not entirely correct. We do have a few cities also in the region, for example, Sharjah and Amman and others that do form part of our network, but it is indeed true that this region is a bit underrepresented, and we're very welcoming to new members. And just from the past few days, I've also met a few inspiring cities that use innovative concepts that I believe can also be shared with other regions of the world, and other regions can also benefit from the knowledge that is here in this region. We define urban sustainability along 5 strategic pathways for urban development. This is low emission development, the development that is nature-based, equitable and people-centered, resilient, and also embraces the principles of the circular economy. And we believe there's a lot of synergies if projects do not only address one of these pathways, but that they actually try to integrate different aspects of city planning and try to leverage up the synergies of those. Currently, we have, I think, over 200 projects active and worldwide, and today we don't have time to dive into them, but also I have to only light touch a lot of aspects in this presentation, so if there are any gaps, we can either address them in the discussion or afterwards off stage. So, but we do have a double function. So we don't only work with cities in their cities on issues of urban sustainability, but we also represent cities on the international stage. So we were founded 30 years ago at the United Nations General Assembly, and we were mandated with preparing input to the Rio Earth Summit, the world's first bigger sustainability conference that resulted in the 3 Rio Conventions on climate change, biodiversity, and desertification. And these conferences, they meet every year in the case of climate change, and otherwise every 2 years. And the on climate change, as we already discussed in the previous session, is meeting this year in Egypt. And in this process, and there I would like to challenge the gentleman from Paris, cities are at the table because there's different observer groups, and we are in charge of coordinating the input of all subnational governments, including cities, into the negotiation process. And in Glasgow, we had 400 local government representatives present at the COP, and that was the 3rd largest delegation of all the delegations at COP. And cities, I didn't bring the slides for this one, but cities are considered in 60 nationally determined contributions under the Paris Agreement. So 60 countries are already actively working with their cities to address the national climate targets. So how can cities connect to the international sustainability agendas as an individual city? And other than maybe having mayors meet with the UN Secretary General, there are some avenues to connect to those agendas. The first agenda I would like to briefly talk about are the SDGs. They are the most common ones. There's 17 of them, and any government can conduct voluntary reviews on how they perform against the SDGs. There's methodologies around it. There's a lot of flexibility in these methodologies, and they're all voluntary, so there's no central reporting, but UN Habitat is for cities and subnational government entities. They are recording those, and there's a map of those that are known to UN Habitat. And but there's again a lot of flexibility on how cities perform against the SDGs. 2 cases I would like to mention is one is the city of Malmö in Sweden, because in any city budget that they approve, they first measure how the budget will affect every SDG in the city. So they have indicators for that, and they take this way an informed decision. And the other one is the city of Mannheim in Germany, who developed their 2030 vision of how they want the city to be. They developed it only along the SDGs. So they even planned like an SDG walk, so cities can walk around the city and learn about the different SDGs. The second one is the one that I already hinted at. That's the International Climate Change Agenda. That is with the COP and other initiatives. And there we need to mention that there's a lot of initiatives that ask cities to report on their climate efforts. The problem is we have some that only want to know about adaptation targets, others only want to know about mitigation targets, and others want to know only about transport or energy or waste. And as a city, and I mean, maybe we hear more about on the panel, but cities don't necessarily have the capacities to report to 20 different initiatives throughout the year. And then the data is dispersed, and it's just not really feasible for the cities to manage. And that's why we at ICLE, we decided to partner with the Carbon Disclosure Project that kind of specializes in disclosing emissions from different sectors, private sector, governments, and so on, to create the ICLE CDP Unified Reporting System. That is kind of an online platform that cities can report their data to. And they, the questionnaire of this platform is designed that it encompasses all the major initiatives that you can report against, such as the Cities Race to Zero, the Cities Race to Resilience, and the Global Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy, which we will hear later about in this program as well, I think tomorrow. And that's on the right, you see how it looks like. But basically it's a questionnaire, and the city can choose which components it wants to fill in and which initiatives it wants to report to. But it is an integrated platform, so you only have to report once. And in the year 2021, we had 1,043 cities reporting through the ICLE CEP Unified Reporting System. And that, of course, then has also benefits because we can assist the cities in measuring and validating, and we can actually measure some success stories. So in Japan, there were 400 cities, not only through this system, but in general, they set climate mitigation targets. And because of that, the Japanese government could increase their own national target without any extra effort, because the cities on the ground, they were already doing all the work. Finally, a less considered agenda is the biodiversity agenda, where we have a similar platform. It's called Cities with Nature. It's a partnership space, so it's not run only by us, but also by major actors in the biodiversity space, such as IUCN. And their cities can also report their biodiversity actions they're taking on the ground and can be grouped. And just last week, it has been recognized as the official entry point for subnational reporting into the CBD process. And there, maybe I'd like to leave it and we can answer more in the discussion.
Thank you so much, Leon. Very interesting. And I'm going to go back to you with the reporting. Speaking of reporting and actual projects and finished, like building up what was finished last by Leon, which is biodiversity, and how implementation on ground is actually an asset for any municipality or any national and country. I would like to call on my dear friend Sajida. Sajida is she's the head of the development and executive manager of the development unit in the Greater Karak municipality in Jordan. She has been involved and engaged in the implementation of a lot of sustainability projects on ground, varying from mitigation to adaptation projects. She is the focal point for several initiatives and the actual like dynamic aspect of the Karak municipality being accredited to be one of the leading municipalities in Jordan in the sustainability agenda. Sajid, if you please. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for giving us to talk about the municipalities' role, the important role of municipalities in the sustainable development. In general, I think the municipalities should be the engine of the sustainable development wheel in the city, because it's the focal point, it's considered as a focal point between all the levels of stakeholders in the city, between the national level and the local level. Also because it's already directed by the elected council from the citizen, that elected by the citizen themselves. I would talk also about, I want to talk in Jordan especially. In Jordan now, we are applying a new local administration law, 2021. This is a new law. It's very, very good law because we are now have powers and responsibilities to provide over than the 60 services or tasks by the municipalities staff directly, and indirectly we have also the powers to coordination between all the stakeholders, between the ministries, between the within the NGOs, CPOs, and all the stakeholders on the ground. I would talk about the city of Karak, especially my city. The city of Karak has occupied a very significant strategic to the south in Amman. It lies about 120 kilometers south in Amman. We service a total population about 140,000 inhabitants, and we also cover area within our boundary or catchment area about 400 kilometers square. Yes, as you know, the municipality in general do many tasks that related to the city planning, zoning, water storm protection and construction, infrastructure, light of streets, many of usual tasks. But by 2016, in the Karak municipality, we start to make plans, especially to the climate change, to the renewable energy, and also to water security. This is issues that was focused. We have now 2 plans. The first plans that Karak municipality approved, the Sustainable Energy and the Climate Action Plan, called by CCAP. And now we are signed with the Covenant of Mayors for Climate Change and signed the letter. And we have also the commitment to reduce the footprint of CO2 emission by 14% within the 2025. Also, we have now a local water security action plan for a greater Karak municipality. We approved to implement from 2016 to 2025. Yes, the ultimate target of Karak CCAP is to reduce the carbon footprint. This is the short target, and we will develop also the long target to reduce also 30% by 2035. This is well achieved by developing the project as the following area. We will focus on the green building initiatives and wheeling PV station that's already we are implement now, and we can cover about half of our electricity bill on the ground. And also the project of energy efficient street lighting. This action is maybe will done in the next month, because we have agreement with the Ministry of Local Administration now to implement this action for all the municipalities in Jordan. The fourth action, the municipal car diesel vehicle replacement. This action maybe need some financial resources, but we arranged to implement this action. I would like to explain our green model project that's implemented now on the ground in a district called by Al-Lajoun. At one site, we have 5 green projects, 5 environmental projects. The first of projects, the solar energy planets, that's cover about 3.5 mega to our demand. And also we have a compost factory and a plants nursery, industrial wood farm. Also, we have in the site water treatment plant that's honored by the industrial city that close to our sites. We have agreement with this industrial city to reuse this treated water to facilitate our projects here, instead of to recharge this or seepage this treated water to dams. Yes, I will explain. This is a map of our sites. Yes, this is site of wastewater treatment plant that we pumping the water, the treated water from this site to our projects that seen in this map. Also, this is a location of industrial wood farm. We are preparing now to implement this at the ground. This is a site of compost factory. And this is of a solar energy station in this location. And also, this is a nursery project. The nexus in this model appear when we pumping the treated water from the wastewater treatment plants to services the industrial wood here, and to services also the compost factory and the nursery project, and the electricity the electricity used to pumping generated by the solar energy. For this, all the inputs or outputs for this pilots or model is a pure friendly environmentally. This is, I think, this is a success that we'll achieve up to now, and we have many agreements with the civil societies, with the NGOs to complete this model with another initiatives and another project. This is a summary. Thank you.
Thank you, dearest. Thank you, dearest Sajid. And we, like personally, I wish that there are more people like you working at municipality level so that we can actually achieve all these sustainability goals. Speaking on a governmental perspective of implementation on ground, let's take it from another perspective of actual NGOs or civil society organizations working with municipality. And allow me here to introduce Wajdan Sharif. Unfortunately, she was not able to join us due to logistical reasons. Wajdan is the CEO of the Palestinian Green Building Council. They've been working extensively with municipalities on Barnamaj Sumud, which translates into resilience. I will leave the floor to her, of course, but it would be also amazing to have another perspective of the implementation on a municipal role. So Wajdan, the floor is yours, dear.
Thanks, everyone. But I will be switching to Arabic. Is it fine?
Definitely, please.
Can you see my screen?
We can in the room, yes.
What?
Yes, we can. And you actually have control over the screen. So would you like me to share the screen for you, or you'll take care of this?
I think I'll take care of it because I want to go that very quickly.
Perfect.
Thank you very much. أنا اسمي وجدان الشريف وأنا I want to switch the, let me, yeah, let me check that. Want to stop sharing until, because I can't see the, okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear.
Perfect, because I had to stop the voice of the translator. So هلا أنا راح أتعرض بسرعة راح أعرض إيش المجلس الفلسطيني للأبنية الخضراء بالأول وكأن جي أو فلسطينية، وراح أحكي سريعا على مشروع صمود، وراح أترك الباقي للأسئلة والأجوبة. المجلس الفلسطيني للأبنية الخضراء هو مؤسسة غير حكومية وغير ربحية تأسست في 2011، وإحنا جزء من المجلس العالمي للأبنية الخضراء وجزء من مجالس منطقة المينا. طبعا إحنا عندنا رؤية ورسالة إنه إحنا إنه نقود الجرين كونستراكشن والاندستري بفلسطين، ومن خلال بناء القدرات ومينلي يعني التوعية وبناء القدرات بشكل أساسي. من ضمن المشاريع اللي أخذناها واللي بنعتبرها يعني لاند مارك بفلسطين هو المتحف الفلسطيني. المتحف الفلسطيني طلبوا منا سبورت لأنه ما كان في خبرة بفلسطين على أساس أنهم يحاولوا ياخذوا شهادة ليد الأمريكية، شهادة اللي هي Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design. واحنا هم طلبوا وقتها شهاده فضيه، احنا قدرنا نحصل معاهم شهاده ذهبيه للمتحف الفلسطيني. هون انا رح اشير معكم ليتر البرزنتيشن، وحطيت فيديو شوي عن المتحف بيشرح اكثر ايش المعايير الخضراء اللي تم اخذها. كان عندنا نقطه هون انه احنا نفرجي انه احنا بخبرات فلسطينيه بنقدر نحصل على شهادات عالميه، وقدرنا فعلا نحصل على شهادة ليد ذهبية. وصار المتحف الفلسطيني هو أول مبنى بفلسطين بياخد هاي السيرتيفيكيشن، وأول مبنى هو بالشرق الأوسط كمتحف، أول متحف بالشرق الأوسط بياخد هاي الشهادة، وهو واحد من 14 متحف في منطقة في العالم إنه ياخد هاي الشهادة كمان. هلأ باجي لمشروع صمود. مشروع صمود هو بكل بساطة إحنا حاولنا بالإمكانيات المتاحة بفلسطين إنه نعمل نوع من بناء القدرات أو نشتغل مع البلديات، بحكم إنها هي عبارة عن حكومات مصغرة في مناطقها، نشتغل معهم على أساس إنه نحاول نعمل نوع من التوعية ونوع من التخطيط لأنهم يقدموا حوافز للناس إنه تروح باتجاهات جرين. يعني أكثر إنه إيش الحوافز اللي ممكن تقدمها البلديات للناس عشان تحفزهم إنهم يروحوا باتجاهات أكثر صديقة للبيئة، سواء بالممارسات اليومية أو بالأبنية بشكل خاص. كنا إحنا مركزين شوي على قطاع البناء، ولكن كمان في إتاحة مجال للمستثمرين إنهم يروحوا بهذا الاتجاه في مناطق الحكومات الصغيرة أو البلديات هاي. فكانت الفكرة إنه إحنا بدنا نشتغل بفلسطين بالضفة الغربية وغزة على إن نحاول نقلل بشكل خاص استهلاك الطاقة والمياه والمصادر الطبيعية بدون ما نأثر على رفاهية الإنسان قدر الإمكان، ومن خلال بناء القدرات، وكمان ما أمكن إنه إتاحة المجال لخلق فرص عمل جديدة. فكان المشروع هو عبارة بشكل أساسي يعني كان إنه نشتغل مع بلديات معينة، إنه نبني قدرات هاي البلديات على أساس هاي البلديات تبلش توفر حوافز معينة، لو بيبي ستيبس، لو حوافز صغيرة بالبداية، ولكن تعكس اهتمام هاي البلديات إنها للتوجهات الخضراء. فكان تخططنا إنه نوقع مذكرات تفاهم مع البلديات، مع 5 بلديات، ولكن فعليا وقعنا مع 15. يعني لأنه كان في بلديات أكثر مهتمة. هلأ ممكن نحكي ليش هم كانوا شوي مهتمين. عملنا تدريبات، خططنا ل10 وقدرنا نعمل 11 تدريب. برضه هلا رح احكي شوي عنهم اكثر. يعني عم نشتغل حاليا على الويب سايت تبعنا بحيث انه كمان يكون مرجعيه للتوعيه، بحيث انه اي حدا في المناطق هاي البلديات بشكل خاص حابب يعرف اكثر معلومات على الجرينينج وبالذات في الابنيه انه يروح بهذا الاتجاه. أخذنا مبنى قديم مبني بالستينات، وحاليا عم نعمل له ترميم ورح نستخدمه كمقر للمجلس عشان نفرجي الناس إنه كمان أنتم تقدروا هاي المباني القديمة تأهلوها عشان يصير الإمباكت على البيئة أقل من إنك تهد البناء وتعيد تبني مكانه. فعم نشتغل على أساس إنه هذا المبنى رح نرممه ونعمل عليه فيلم وثائقي ونعمل عليه دراسة قبل وبعد، دراسة نشوف قديش خفضنا استهلاك الطاقة بمجرد إنه إحنا أخذنا معايير ريتروفيت، معايير ترميم معينة بهدف تخفيض استهلاك الطاقة في البناء. عندنا سوشيال ميديا كامبين مستمرة طول الوقت على صفحات السوشيال ميديا عندنا على صفحاتنا، وكمان حاليا عم نشتغل على دراسة جدوى اقتصادية. هاي الدراسة بتقيس قديش فعلا ممكن البلديات تستفيد والأفراد والمستثمرين، هل ممكن فعلا يستفيدوا إذا صار في انسنتيف سيستم، وإذا صعب كيف ممكن نخليه أسهل، كيف ممكن نعمم هاي الفائدة. ورح يكون عندنا بشهر 6 إن شاء الله الجرين بيلدينج كونفرنس أند إكزيبيشن لمواد البناء الموجودة بفلسطين، وندعو الكل لأنه رح يكون التسجيل مجاني، أي حدا بيقدر عبر زوم مثل هاي البلاتفورم، أي حدا بيقدر يحضرنا من أي محل بالعالم، وإن شاء الله بنكون قد هذا التحدي. بعض الامثله اللي بناخذها على الانسنتفز نطرح بصراحه على جريتر عمان مانيسيباليتي. بامانه عمان الكبرى احنا عملنا معها زي بارتنرشيب حاليا، وعم بيعملوا لنا كمان سيشنز للبلديات اللي اشتركوا معنا بالمشروع، بيحكوا كيف هم طوروا خطتهم تبعت الريزيلينس وكيف عم بيشتغلوا على الانسنتفز. ليش ممكن بلديات تكون مهتمه انها تكون في هذا المشروع؟ يعني احنا تفاجأنا انه بدل 5 وقعوا معنا فعليا 15. ما بقول انهم كلهم فعلا رح يشتغلوا على انسنتيف سيستمز، ولكن هم عندهم البعض عندهم اهتمام انه الايمج تبعتهم صورتهم قدام البلديات الثانيه والعالم تكون افضل. في ناس عندهم اهتمام بتطوير استراتيجيه محليه وانهم يشتغلوا على اهداف التنميه المستدامه. في ناس حابين يكونوا eligible، حابين يكونوا قادرين انهم يقدموا لمنح ولبعض الجهات المانحه اللي بتشترط اشتراطات بيئيه. وفي بلديات بتكون حابه تكون مهتمه او جاهزه للمستقبل، لانهم هم عارفين انه اول على اخر الجرين سيتيز هو جزء يعني لا يتجزأ من أي تطور. ومثل ما هلا عم تعلى مواصفات الأبنية، كل المواصفات بعدين رح تعلى. كمان في بلديات كانت مهتمة إنها تحاول تلاقي حلول لمشكلات قائمة. من المشكلات القائمة مثلا عدم التزام الناس بتسديد الكهرباء أو المي، وهذا الحكي إنه كان ممكن كانوا بيشوفوا قديش في إمكانية إنهم يدخلوا بعض المعايير أو الاشتراطات في الأبنية الجديدة، بحيث إنه تكون مثلا prepaid meters. حاليا احنا وقعنا مع 15 بلديه زائد مؤسسه المواصفات والمقاييس الفلسطينيه. بلشنا انه عملنا ورشه عمل عن الجرين سيتيز للديسيجن ميكرز في هاي البلديات، وبعدين اشتغلنا على 11 وفرنا 11 كورس، وطبعا منهم كورسات يعني بتنعملش بفلسطين، يعني تعاوننا مع ناس من برا، وعملنا 3 public awareness sessions على موضوع الريتروفيت. عملنا ورك شوبس للطواقم الفنيه في البلديات عشان نحاول نشتغل على ايش ممكن تكون الانسنتفز اللي بيقدروا يقدموها. وحاليا انا عم بشتغل على انه تو سمرايز الفايندينجز واطلع باوتبوت او توصيه ممكن مستوى ثاني من هذا المشروع. هذه انواع التدريبات اللي عملناها. هذا اخر شيء يعني بحكي فيه على اعطينا على الجرين ماتيريال، الليد كورسات، كورسات ايدج ايزو 14000، والكوميشننج، الانرجي اوديت، انرجي موديلنج. عملنا على يعني كورسات كثير، عملنا على الريتروفيت اكثر من سيشن، ولهلا عم نعمل هاي السيشنز لانها عم بتكون مطلوبه. وثانك يو كثير، الباقي رح ناخذه بالاسئله.
Thank you so much وجدان، وكثير انبسطت انه في هناك تعاون ما بين بلديات مختلفة في دول مختلفة، وهذا أعتقد جزء أساسي لازم ممكن نركز عليه، إنه مو شرط نكون إحنا تحت مظلة الدولة ونقاشاتها السياسية، ممكن نتعداها لمستوى البلديات من حيث التنفيذ وتبادل الخبرات وتقوية قدراتنا على المستوى المحلي. Speaking of intergovernmental and actual collaboration between different entities, allow me to, last but not least, introduce our amazing architect Hadil. Hadil, she's an architect working in Praxis. It's an architectural company in Jordan, but under the umbrella of AE Business Council. She has been working in urban designs and urban plans, and I'll give the floor to her now. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Following my colleagues, I'd be actually presenting example at looking at the neighborhood scale and how we can adopt sustainable and resilient strategies at the scale of the neighborhood. I'll be showing a small video to talk about a study that colleagues of mine did under the umbrella of the AE Business Council, which is a membership organization that actually includes a lot of experts in architecture, urban design, and engineering firms in Jordan. Basically, the topic of resilient neighborhoods became more pressing after COVID-19, and it was actually very visible to a lot of neighborhoods how the cities, how at the neighborhood scale, the functionality of that neighborhood can basically be challenged by different things, and not just COVID-19. We are now talking about other natural hazards and climate change, and how can these neighborhoods adapt to climate change through different kinds of strategies. So the study actually looks at transition management, and it was actually unique because it involved experts from the private sector. We also collaborated with ASISA to talk about the city of Aqaba and look at the neighborhoods that actually need these kinds of recommendations. We looked at the neighborhood scale specifically. We targeted focus neighborhoods, 2 neighborhoods. It's in order to maximize the effect of the recommendations we do, to actually think of solutions specific to these neighborhoods that can be replicable to similar neighborhoods around Aqaba. And we were focusing mainly on resilient neighborhoods, on residential neighborhoods, and looking at 4 pillars, mainly environment, mobility, participatory approaches, and planning. So I'll be playing the video now, and the video is in Arabic, but you can actually,
we actually have copies of the study in just in case also.
Yes.
Yeah. One second.
I'm wondering if you can share the screen.
تسارع النمو العمراني مع هيمنة السيارات الخاصة والهدر في استهلاك الطاقة بيترك آثار سلبية على البيئة والمجتمع، منها تلوث الهواء، فقدان المساحات العامة، والتقليل من جودة المعيشة والحياة الاجتماعية في المدن. عشان هيك صار من الضروري إعادة النظر في تأثير تصميم الأحياء على سلوكنا، ومنعت المدينة أمام مختلف التحديات مثل التغير المناخي، جائحة كورونا، أزمات الطاقة وشح الموارد وغيرها. قررنا كمجموعة مهندسين تبني منهجية إدارة التغيير لقياس منعة أحياء مدينة العقبة من خلال 4 محاور. قمنا ورشة عمل لسكان حيين من مدينة العقبة من مختلف الفئات لنسمع تحدياتهم ومشاكلهم ونفكر بحلول نموذجية ممكن تطبيقها في مختلف أحياء المدينة. الحي الأول هو حي المنطقة العاشرة شمال المدينة، وبالتحديد الجزء الغربي اللي بتبلغ مساحته حوالي 478 ألف متر مربع. المنطقة مخدومة من خلال التجمع التجاري لسوق العاشرة على شارع الأمير حسن، وعدة مدارس ومسجد في مناطق وسطية. لكن ممكن توفير نطاق أكبر من الخدمة في حال توفير خدمات تجارية أساسية في الجزء الغربي من الحي. رغم توفير سوق العاشرة للخدمات الأساسية للسكان، إلا أنه تصميم الشوارع والأرصفة غير مهيأ أو آمن للمشاة، اللي بيجبر السكان على الاعتماد على سياراتهم وبيزيد من الازدحام وتلوث الهواء. أعدنا النظر بمنطقة السوق من خلال إيجاد فرص لتحسين المساحات العامة في وسط المنطقة ومقابلها، توفير حلول أفضل للاصطفاف من خلال توفير شارع خدمي، توفير ممرات مشاة آمنة ومظللة والحرص على استمراريتها، استحداث مسارات للدراجات الهوائية ومحطات دراجات تشاركية، توفير محطات للباصات ومحطات لشحن السيارات الكهربائية. الحي السكني الثاني هو حي المنطقة السابعة شرق المدينة بمساحة بتبلغ حوالي 350 ألف متر مربع. المنطقة مخدومة من خلال المجمع التجاري في وسط الحي ومسجد ومدرسة، وبتتميز بوجود مسار المشاة على شارع بسمان ومرور العبارة بالجزء الشمالي الشرقي من الحي. المنطقة المحيطة بالعبارة معرضة للفيضانات المفاجئة وتراكم الأنقاض والنفايات. تشكيل تلال مزروعة على جوانب مجرى المي بيساعد على تماسك التربة وحماية الأراضي المجاورة في حال ارتفاع منسوب المياه، بالإضافة لإعطاء خصوصية للحي من الشارع الرئيسي. عدنا صياغة مقاطع الشوارع في المنطقة ومن ضمنها شارع بسمان لتصير مهيئة أكثر للمشاة. وفرنا مسرب للدراجات الهوائية وأشجار مناسبة لتظليل الرصيف. الحيين فيهم فرص كبيرة لاستغلال المساحات العامة كأراضي خضراء. إضافة ممرات تنزه وتكثيف زراعة النباتات في المناطق العازلة بيساهم في تشجيع الناس على الحركة وتحسين المناخ المحلي ودعم التنوع الحيوي. إعادة النظر في مقاطع الشوارع لتحقيق السلامة للمشاة والدراجات مع زيادة كفاءة النقل العام رح توجد مع الوقت عادات للتنقل النشط اللي بتخفف من تلوث البيئة وبتقلل الاعتماد على السيارات. من الضروري تأهيل جميع مسارات الحركة لتكون متاحة وسهلة للأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة وتراعي مواصفات الأمان لجميع أفراد المجتمع. اعتماد نهج إشراك المجتمع المحلي في عملية تخطيط الأماكن العامة هي أداة مهمة لفهم احتياجات المجتمع بصفتهم أصحاب المصلحة المباشرة، بالإضافة للتوعية بدورهم في استدامة الأماكن العامة من خلال حملات المسؤولية المجتمعية.
Thank you so much, Hadid. Sorry. If it's okay, I'm just gonna, I have so many intriguing questions that I would love to ask our speaker. So if you allow me, I'm just gonna ask a couple of questions and then we'll open the floor for further questions by everyone. I'm just gonna start with Leon because one of the things that you mentioned is that to unify the reporting system, because it's always challenging to how many you're actually, or the need for you to report on different levels. And my question to you, like, how is that being found to be and actually implementable? And is it actually like reducing the effort on municipal level? And on just like not to be contradicting in the case of whatever is being reported on municipal level that does not contradict with the national level, to what level can we actually ensure that modality? Don't hate me for the question. So.
Thank you for those questions. And first of all, my compliments to the translator for an excellent narration of the video. That was amazing. And I'm wondering if you also have an urban planning background or something, because the terms were spot on. So thank you very much. That was very helpful. Yeah, to get back to your question. So I might have forgotten. So if the unification of the reporting is actually helping. So I think the integration of different questionnaires is of course an effort, but that effort does not need to be done by the cities themselves, but that's something we can do together with other partners. And that's also the added value of maybe platforms as such, that we really align frameworks, and we also have conversations between different initiatives as to, yes, you're asking for different indicators, but what is ultimately your goal? And maybe you can use similar indicators to get your goal, even, or find other synergies. But we, of course, we consult with cities and we ask them every year for feedback on the questionnaire, so that they can that can also be taken into account. And then to not contradict the national level, I would say it's rather the opposite. It's informing the national level, because what cities report ultimately is really activities that they undertake in their own territory. And there's methodologies for it. So, I mean, you can get the emissions on the national level. There's methodologies for it, but we actually partnered with UN Habitat and also WI, C40, other organizations to develop the global protocol for community scale greenhouse gas emissions. Sorry, it's called the GPC. But yeah, basically it's a methodology on how cities can anticipate or yeah, make an inventory in their own territory, and that also I think there's an adapted methodology for the regional level. So and it's designed in a way that it can be aggregated. So if 7 municipalities in the same region make those inventories, that can be aggregated and can inform the national level. And that's exactly what happened in Japan, where the national government was told by the cities, look, we're only our efforts and we're only half of the population, we're going beyond your target. So you can just push it up, and yeah, that's what happened there.
Thank you so much. Speaking of that and the role of municipalities, I would love to ask Sajida, please. As a governmental representative, and we know how much the legal framework sometimes tends to shift, and thankfully we have a new law now that is somewhat supportive of the municipal work. What kind of challenges do you feel like those are the ones that sometimes hinder the process of municipalities being the lead into the sustainability agendas?
Thank you. I will answer in Arabic. بشكل عام البلديات بتعاني من بعض التحديات اللي هي عادة عدم أخذ هاي التحديات بعين الاعتبار.
لا بس قريبين إن شاء الله.
عدم الأخذ بعين الاعتبار بعض التحديات اللي بتعاني منها البلديات بيؤدي بكثير من الأحيان لإفشال العديد من المشاريع وعدم تقبلها من المجتمع المحلي. من ضمن التحديات اللي هي أحياناً ضعف إشراك البلديات بعمليات التخطيط على مستوى الناشونال ليفل. عدم إشراك البلديات بيؤدي إنه أحياناً ترسم السياسات بالمستوى الوطني، لكن على أرض الواقع يكون هناك ضعف في تقبلها أو حتى في فهمها، وبالتالي لا تنفذ أو لا تطبق بالطريقة اللي ممكن يعني يكون تنفيذ هذه السياسة بالشكل الأفضل أو الأكفأ. من التحديات الأخرى اللي إحنا بنعاني منها بشكل كبير اللي هي ضعف التنسيق، وعلى كل المستويات، وإحنا هاي بنشوفها بالأردن بشكل كبير، ضعف التنسيق ما بين الجهات المختلفة، ما بين المؤسسات الحكومية بنفس المحافظة، وصولا إلى الوزارات. أحيانا تجد إنه في استراتيجيات عم تنصنع في كل وزارة على حدة، لكن في تداخلات لم يتم أخذها بعين الاعتبار. هاي تعتبر تحدي كبير ويقاس على كل المستويات سواء المحلية أو الوطنية. ايضا يعني في بعض التحديات اللي احنا بنعاني منها اللي هو ضعف الوعي العام نحو يعني باتجاه هاي المشاريع، هذا النوع من المشاريع المهمه يعني، والتحاكي مع الكلايمت تشينج وهي المسائل البيئيه الحرجه اللي احنا بنعاني منها كل يوم. واحيانا حتى بتقيس انه في ضعف وعي عام حتى على مستوى المجالس البلديه اللي هي صاحبه الولايه باعطاء القرارات وتنفيذ المشاريع على ارض الواقع. فبالتالي هنا بيجي دور انه مؤسسات المجتمع المدني، الان جي اوز، خلينا نحكي المؤسسات، الجامعات مثلا، لانه برضه البلديات بتعاني من ضعف الادوات الفنيه فيها، ضعف الخبرات الفنيه. هون بيجي دور المشاريع زي ما احنا شفنا قصص النجاح الموجوده لما مشروع صمود او المشاريع الاخرى اللي بيكون النقص الحاد في الخبرات الفنيه يغطى من جهه ذات قدره فنيه. احنا مثلا خطه السيكاب هاي اشتغلناها مع الجمعيه العلميه الملكيه وننفذها يعني باحترافيه، لانه تم تدريب الكوادر، تم رفع الوعي العام. فهي تقريبا يعني نقاط اساسيه ممكن نحكي انها تحديات كبيره تواجه البلديات.
شكرا جزيلا ساجدة. اسمحي لي اخذ من هاي النقطه، عم نحكي عن اشراك مختلف القطاعات، وهذا شيء اساسي لانه مش كل الخبرات متواجده في مؤسساتنا. وبهذا بحب اسال اذا سمحتي هديل، بما ان احنا عم نحكي عن AE Business Council، هو عباره عن مظله لشركات هندسيه ممثله للقطاع الخاص، وهاي يعني موداليتي كثير حلو انه بيكون القطاع الخاص عم بتشارك مع البلديه في عمليه تغطيه بعض النقاط الضعف اللي هو بيملكها. فانا بعد اذنك رح يكون سؤالي من جزئيتين. الجزئيه الاولى رح تكون لاي درجه كان في هناك تقبل من قبل البلديه اللي اشتغلنا معها في تقبل هذا المشروع، واشراك المجتمع المحلي كانت نقطه كثير حلوه واساسيه. فلاي درجه كانت النقاط اللي تم ذكرها في هاي الجلسات هي اخذت بعين الاعتبار او كانت ذات علاقه؟ الجزء الاول. والجزء الثاني بعتذر انه بس لانه القطاع الخاص دائما شيء مرات بننساه في السستينابيلتي اجندز. ليه القطاع الخاص مش عم بيكون يشترك بالسستينابيلتي اجندز للدرجه اللي احنا عم بنحب انه يكون مشترك فيها؟ و thank you, sorry انهم two questions.
Okay, so there's 3 points يعني بدي احكي عنهم. Okay. هلا كبدايه يعني احنا بالدراسه اللي عملناها هاي كان من احد اهم الاولويات انه احنا يكون في تشاركيه من المجتمع المحلي ومن سلطه اقليم العقبه. أحكي شوي إنجليزي. Yeah. The purpose كان for involving members of ASISA was also beneficial in it, that produced some kind of capacity building for the team that joined us in how to involve the community in design decisions. Involving the community in basically participating in making decisions for their physical environment is actually important for many reasons. First of all, it's a democratic practice. They are the main stakeholders for any development project. So it's important for them to have a say in what these practices are. It's also raising their awareness and giving them a sense of ownership for the projects that are developed. So to basically ensure their sustainability on the long run, and even after the implementation of the project, it's important to maintain that connection with the community in order to, through maybe community responsibility campaigns, to continuously engage the community through, and give them that sense of ownership. As for the private sector, I think maybe the reasons that not all private firms basically are involved in sustainability practices is that I think it's the legislation for and the laws that are drafted for to enforce sustainability are kind of elastic, in a sense that it always comes down to the decision of the private firm or the whether it's feasible for them or not. So there's not always enough incentive for them to take on these strategies. Also, there's also like rare opportunities where you get a private sector or a dialogue between the private and public sector, and those opportunities are rare. That's why this study was actually kind of unique in that way, that it involved not only one private firm, but experts from several private firms that normally do not work together. So that was the team. And then we had to work with ASISA, which is a governmental entity, and then also include the community participants. And it was very important to leave no one behind, looking at the participants in terms of gender, occupation, and include people with disabilities, to really be inclusive, and so everyone gets to be part of that decision.
Thank you so much. And my last question, and then I'll open the floor, I swear. Wajdan, speaking of all these interventions and how much it's crucial to engage everyone, and working in Palestine with all these political stresses that I'm sure like you face on daily basis, like if you can share some of the challenges that you had, because like for example you said there was 15 municipalities that you needed to work with, but it's not always that the case. And to what extent is community engaged in the decision making on municipal level? And for you as an NGO, like that link between the government and actual people, and then being as transparent as possible, would you like to share some of these challenges and some of these opportunities, if you may, please? Thank you.
Yes, of course. Thank you very much. راح أحكي بالعربي. أفضل لي بس بالexpressions. لما قررنا نشتغل هذا المشروع، قررنا إحنا نروح للبوتوم أب أبروتش، لأنه إذا بدنا نستنى الحكومة في political will، ما في أصلاً أي ممانعة، وفي خطة تقدمت لبرنامج الأمم المتحدة للبيئة من مكتب رئاسة الوزراء من فلسطين إنه how to approach it SDGs وهيك، ولكن التطبيق هنا دائما هو اللي فيه المشكلة، إنه عم ياخد كتير وقت، وحتى لو نحط قانون بتلاقي إنه القانون ما عم يتطبق بسرعة، يعني ممكن ما يتطبق بالمرة، ممكن ياخد كتير وقت. إحنا حكينا إنه أسرع شيء نروح للبوتوم أب أبروتش. أنا بعرف إنه مش كل البلديات رح تبلش بكرة تعمل أنظمة حوافز، ولكن أتليست عندهم طواقم جاهزة، هم ريدي إنهم يروحوا باتجاه إنه حتى يقدموا من دونرز، صاروا بيعرفوا إنه في restrictions معينة و requirements معينة. فلما قررنا إنه إحنا نختار البلديات، إنه هي كمان هي يعني خلينا أحكي إحنا بنسميهم local government، الحكم الذاتي وكأنه. فالبلديات نفسها إحنا وين عندنا الضعف والتحدي؟ يعني أنا مثلا بحكي إنه هذا البروجكت تبعنا عشان يكون sustainable بده يكون في نقاط معينة متوفرة. ليه؟ لأنه إحنا هلأ اشتغلنا معهم مشروع وتمام وفي طواقم فعلا اتدربت وفي كل إشي تمام، ولكن ممكن بعض البلديات تبلش فعلا تحط نوع من الحوافز، وممكن بعض البلديات تبلش تحط خطط استراتيجية عشان تكمل، ولكن إحنا بنطمح إنه كل البلديات يكون في عندها خطط. عشان أنا يكون عندي تنمية لازم كل البلديات يكون عندها خطط بتشمل طبعا الاستدامة، يعني الانفايرمنت والاقتصاد والناس. فمش للأسف مش كل البلديات، بعض البلديات فقط تأخذ البيئة والتطوير البيئي والاستدامة بعين الاعتبار، هذه نقطة يعني ضعيفة عندنا. الكاباسيتيز مش كل البلديات بتهتم انها تبني قدرات الناس، مش كل البلديات عندها اصلا الموظفين اللي كانوا بينفع يحضروا بعض انواع التدريبات. يعني عندنا بلديات كثير صغيرة فما فيها حتى الطواقم اللي كان بينفع تتدرب مثلا انرجي موديلنج مثلا، ولكن او اي شيء له علاقة بالطاقة. فمثلا طواقم البلديات، حجم البلديات، هل في خطة للبلديات او لا؟ هلا احنا جديد ب 26 الشهر كان عندنا انتخابات، هلا تغير المجلس البلدي، إذا ما في خطة أصلاً للبلدية، خطة استراتيجية، عملياً ممكن المجلس البلدي الجديد يغير واهتماماته تختلف تماماً، وهاي مشكلة نوعاً ما سياسية بنواجهها. هلا إذا بننتقل من هذا المستوى، طبعاً المستوى المعرفي تبع الناس إحنا شغالين لحالنا على التوعية، ولكن كل بلدية المفروض تشتغل على مستواها إنها توعي الناس بموضوع البيئي، الشأن البيئي، عشان الكل يكون involved. احنا بنشتغل عم نستهدف الناس اللي في البلديات اللي احنا توقعنا معها، ولكن هذا لا يكفي. بدنا تنمية مستمرة وإشراك مستمر للناس. احنا عشان هيك بحكي بسمي هذا المشروع بداية، هو بيبي ستيب، وهو مرحلة أولى، ولهلا أنا بمرحلة إني أقيمه وأشوف إيش الأوتبوت وكيف ممكن نشتغل بالمستقبل. عشان نشتغل ويكبر المشروع هذا لازم يتحول من مشروع لبرنامج، وبرنامج نشتغل from scratch مع البلديات ومع الناس، ويطلع بخطط من المستوى الديسيجن ميكر في البلدية لأقل مستوى، لإنسان يفهم شو يعني هاي المعايير وشو حقك البيئي وكيف ممكن تستفيد من حوافز معينة. البلديات نفسها كمان اللي بدها تروح باتجاه حوافز، هي نفسها لازمها حوافز، غير إنها تنمي قدرات الطواقم البلدية تبعتها. هن كمان بدهم مرات حافز مالي او حافز، من مرات الحافز مش ضروري يكون بس بوزيتيف، ممكن يكون هو عمليا يعني نوع من الريكويرمنتس البيئيه اللي بتكون في المشاريع المنفذه، وهذا حاصل مع الجهات المانحه. اذا بدي اطلع لمستوى السياسي، فبصراحه يعني احنا كان عندنا تحديات كبيره. احنا عندنا بلديتين من وقعنا معهم بغزه، طبعا ما كان لنا اي تواصل الا عبر زوم. يمكن هذه من فوائد كورونا، انه عمليا صار عندنا الكورسات اللي كانت بتقدر تتسوى اونلاين كانوا يقدروا يشاركوا فيها، اي مشاركه اونلاين كانوا يقدروا يكونوا فيها، ولكن غير هيك ما كانوا يقدروا. يعني اي مشاركه كانت اوفلاين عمليا صعب كثير كان تواجدهم. كنا نفتح زوم ولكن دائما الفائده لا تكفي. وهذه نقطة. فعمليا الانفصال اللي حاصل بين الضفة الغربية وغزة، عدم القدرة على التخطيط في مناطق سي، وعلما أنها هي مناطق سي مناطق فلسطينية في الويست بانك، في مناطق الضفة الغربية، ومع ذلك هي تحت السيطرة الإسرائيلية بالكامل. لا يعني كتير صعب حتى على مستوى مشروع طاقة شمسية. يعني ما لازم اخذ الابروفلز من الجهات الاحتلال، وهذا الحكي يعني ممكن تاخذ سنوات وممكن عمره ما يصير، ممكن عمري ما اخذ، يعني ممكن يروح المشروع وتروح فلوسه واحنا لسه مش ماخذين الابروفل. فالموضوع سياسي، غير انه الانفصال بين المدن، يعني التقسيم بين المدن بطبيعة الحال لأنها مناطق سيئة التي تفصل بين المدن الفلسطينية، فحتى التخطيط بين المدن كتير صعب. يعني عم نشتغل على مستوى ضيق كتير، ولكن بنحاول. يعني إحنا يعني لن نستسلم، إحنا بنضل نحاول وبنحط على الأقل البذرة الأولية اللي تقدر بعدين البلديات تخطط، كل بلدية حسب الحالة تبعتها تقدر تحاول تطور في مناطق نفوذها.
Thank you so much, Wajdan. It's always impressive to see how different countries manage their implementation modalities differently. I will be opening the floor now for questions. If there's any question, please raise your hand and we'll pass the mic to you. I know I'm standing between you and lunch, so I'm but please, yes, I'm sorry, but the mic is yeah. Sorry, Anna, sorry.
Okay,
I just have a small question for Sajida and Nujdan. First of all, I'm really proud to see all of this work in the Arab community. We didn't see a lot for the 10 years ago, but you spoke about the legislative problems and also for the problem of the people that they should know about those environmental problems. So what about the financial challenge? Is there was any financial challenge, and how you get over this by sponsors or partnerships? And thank you so much.
Yes, I will answer also in Arabic. بالعادة لما تكون البلديات خططها واضحة، الأكشن بلان عندها واضح، الستيك هولدرز واضحين، عارفوا وين بدها توصل، مش صعب إنك أنت توفر التمويل المالي. الآن إحنا في عنا نوع من المرونة في الأردن، في بنك تنمية المدن والقرى اللي هو مديره معنا اليوم احنا محظوظين فيه. هذا البنك احنا عادة بنمول اي مشاريع ذات جدوى اقتصادية، ذات خطط واضحة مرسومة على ارض الواقع، اما بقروض او باستدراج المنح او بالتشبيك مع الNGOs، بحيث انه يعني اذا كانت هاي المشاريع ذات قيم استدامة بيئية او غيره، هاي مش صعب انك توفر لها التمويل اللازم. إضافة إنه إحنا مثلاً إن التجربة هاي تجربتنا الآن ناجحة بما يخص محطة الطاقة اللي حكيت عنها، إحنا الآن شغالين فيها، هي شراكة ما بين القطاع الخاص والعام. يعني تكلفة المشروع كانت حوالي 2.5 مليون دينار أردني، يعني حوالي 3 مليون دولار. بالكامل هي شراكة مع القطاع الخاص PPP اللي هي البلدية ما دفعتش ولا شيء لغاية الآن، متضمنين احنا يعني في شراكة ما بيننا وبين شركة سامي جرين باور، اشتغلوا المشروع لمدة 15 سنة تقول ملكيته للبلدية، واحنا الآن عم نشتري منهم الطاقة بسعر كثير مخفض، بيخفض من يعني حوالي نص فاتورة الكهرباء على البلدية. فالآن هو التمويل إذا كنت أنت عارف وين بدك توصل، تمويل مش صعب، يعني على مستوى الأردن نوعاً ما الأمور سلسة وسهلة يعني.
Thank you. Can we take all the other questions and then answer at the end, if you don't mind?
Yeah, so first of all, also congratulations to your municipality. I think you're really doing outstanding work and you're really showing different steps, so it can also then be a role model for other cities in the region. Something that we're seeing though is that in contrary to your municipality, that a lot of local governments, they don't have the knowledge necessarily to prepare those projects. And for that, there's actually a lot of initiatives that are now coming up, not only from us, but also from other entities, donors, because there are a lot of investors that are looking to invest into opportunities in cities that are green. And it's just, there's a certain gap between them that have the money and they want all the statistics and indicators, and those cities that need the investment but don't know how to access it. And that's where like measuring your own data as a local government is important, because that's how banks sometimes take the decisions. But also there's different, project preparation facilities, as they're called, available. We have one called the Transformative Action Program. There's other ones from governments, from other networks. And these are just cards where you don't have any guarantee to get funding, but you get technical assistance so that your project idea is improved in a way that it's financially viable and actually bankable. So, and then there's an effort to match that with donors. And if you are a local government or you're working with a local government, I encourage you to look into those project preparation facilities in case your municipality is not as resourced financially and also with skills as the one that we have here on the panel.
We have 3 questions, so can we take them at once and then answer afterwards? Perfect. And yes.
Thank you very much. Yes, I was wondering, it's a question for maybe for projects in Jordan. We speak a lot about new developments, new urban developments, but what about the existing city that is under major threats in many parts of the world, including the MENA region, and that deserve also actions in terms of rehabilitation, because I mean, acting in terms of densification is very important to counter urban sprawl and to reduce green gas emissions. This is the first, a major priority. I didn't hear anything about urban sprawl, because maybe it's the most difficult task for every city.
Okay, I will take other questions.
شكرا جزيلا. أنا هسأل بالعربي. أول حاجة أنا طبعا شايف إن المشروعات اللي قدمت والنشاط البلديات في الأردن وفي فلسطين مهم جدا. الموديل اللي تقدم لسجدة قدمته مهم، بس مهم جدا كمان إن هو يتناقش. مثلا أفكار زي الغابات الخشبية اللي هي منتشرة جدا في مصر دلوقتي. عندنا مياه مستعملة، والفكره يمكن واضحه شويه ان انا الميه المستعمله نعملها تريتمنت يبقى في الاخر الكواليتي بتاعتها تعبانه، فانا هطلع بيها هعمل بيها غابات خشبيه واطلع منها خشب. بس في الحقيقه الميه دي قيمه لدرجه ومهمه جدا لدرجه ان في الغالب انا محتاج استخدمها في حاجه ثانيه خالص غير الغابات الخشبيه. فانا طبعا في ديسكشن كبير هنا شويه، فانا بقول هل في فرصه كمان، لان انتوا اعتقد اول حاجه ان انتوا بتحاولوا تخلقوا موديل كويس، لكن من غير ما يبقى في نقاش مهم على الموديل ده، على النموذج اللي انتوا عملوه ده، وزي نقد كمان عليه، مش هنقدر نطلع لقدام. لان في الحقيقه ما نقدرش ببساطه شديده نستورد موديلز غربيه عندنا. يعني اللي بيعمل الغابات الخشبيه في مصر مثلا جامعه تيو منشن بتعملها في مصر، وانا اعتقد انها ويستنج كميه جباره من الميه لمصلحه للاسف شويه شركات المانيه في المانيا. فمتهيألي محتاجين، انا ما اعرفش انتوا بتعملوا ايه، بس انا اعتقد كمان لازم نبقى واعيين كفايه ان احنا مش ببساطه نطبق نماذج غربيه، لكن احنا محتاجين كمان نبص على الريسورسز بتاعتنا وازاي نتعامل معاهم. شكرا جزيلا.
A very nice presentation, all three presenters. And I just have two quick comments. It's a sorry, Arabic translation on my okay. One is that was presented that when there is a constraint in a city, like a highly dense populated city, like even Dhaka city, it's very difficult to implement the concept of other beautiful city in that city. So designing and changing the mindset of the people is very important. They have to cooperate because some cities, the lands are very valuable. Nobody wants to actually get their land for further development, make it green and others. So this is one. Secondly, there is also interest of multi-stakeholders. For example, in the coastal area of Bangladesh, some wants saline shrimp, salinity prone fish, so they welcome saline water. But those who do the farmers agriculture, they want the fresh water. So there is a conflict of interest among multi-stakeholders. So that's another challenge. How do you think these two can be made to make city transitional and make more sustainable? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe we can have this, hopefully, a very quick question. Nora, let's have this last question, please.
هسأل السؤال بالعربي. لو في نماذج من المنصة عن المساءلة المجتمعية في أمور لها علاقة بالبيئة أو المشاريع الخضراء أو كده هوت في البلديات، أو كان مواطنين بيشاركوا في المساءلة المجتمعية، ده أول سؤال. السؤال الثاني كان إن إحنا كان في وقت كورونا كان في تسارع لاستخدام التكنولوجيا في مشاريع مختلفة، حاجات مختلفة. هل إحنا دلوقتي مع وجود أسعار بترول أو أسعار طاقة زايدة، هل إحنا ممكن نسارع في استخدام الطاقة النظيفة في العالم؟ واخر حاجه فكره ان هو يكون في تشجيع لوجود جامعات او معاهد للاداره المتخصصه في الاداره البيئيه او الاداره المستدامه، وفكره كمان يبقى في اداره الفعاليات زي مثلا فعاليه النهارده هي المفروض فعاليه ليها علاقه بالبيئه بس بنستخدم البلاستيك، فقد ايه يكون في اداره او بنستخدم الفعاليات تكون فعاليات مستدامه. وكان فريدريش ايبرت الاردن عملوا دليل لطيف جدا عن فكره استخدام الفعاليات المستدامة كمعارض أو فكرة الطاقة وإلى آخره. شكرا.
The question about densification of cities. And I'm going to speak specifically about Jordan. So we have the capital, Amman, which is already a low dense city. It's already horizontally spread. And so at this point, in order to, it's not very easy to introduce densification at this point because you need a lot of legislative changes and it's probably not going to be feasible for a large city. So that's why in the studies that we do, we try to promote more incremental change and focus on initiatives that on small interventions that can then tie in together. So as in developing nodes and links in order to incrementally grow and produce more green infrastructure and nature-based solutions to the city. And so I would say densification is not always feasible. Of course, it's the ideal case to have a high density that has less footprint, and then it becomes very easy to promote sustainable modes of transportation because it's less spread out. It's also easy to promote active modes of transportation such as cycling and walkability when the city has a small footprint. But for existing cities that are already widely spread and low densification is not always feasible. So that's why we're only talking about small incremental initiatives. As for, I think, آخر سؤال عن المساهمة المجتمعية بس, or we can leave it later. Yes, so just to give you some examples of how we can actually actively include the community. We worked on several public spaces where we had to, as architects, not only design the public space, but design activities throughout our own design process that involve the local community. Sometimes it's basically producing images that are easy for them to read, where they can actually draw or use post-it notes. Sometimes we use technology to actually host these sessions online. There are also examples of actually designing, using video games such as Minecraft to actually involve children in actually participating in designing public space. So there are some examples I can discuss with you maybe later.
أنا ممكن أجاوب على 3 أسئلة يعني
بس
بشكل
بسرعة
مختصر
لأنه
جداً.
عم بيستعجلون عن غد.
نعم
we'll lose lunch بعدين.
نعم. هلا بما يخص مزرعة الأخشاب، هلا بشكل عام احنا بالبلديه ما بنتخذ هذا القرار يعني فقط قرار بلديه، احنا مؤسسين عندنا مجلس اسمه المجلس الاستشاري، في من ضمنه 16 لجنه، احدى اللجان هي لجنه زراعيه ولجنه اخرى اسمها لجنه البيئه. هاي اللجان هي من المجتمع المحلي، من رؤساء الجمعيات، وتضم الخبراء في كل مجال من هاي المجالات. الواقع الحالي الان انه في كميات من المياه المعالجه تهدر في الوديان تصل إلى السدود وتؤدي إلى تلوثها. يوجد يعني العديد من المساحات أو المساحات الكبيرة قادرين على إنه نستغلها سواء بزراعة النباتات الرعوية، وأوريدي في جمعيات الآن شغالة عليها، إضافة لتجربة مزرعة الأخشاب اللي هي لسه إحنا عم نشتغل على دراساتها ورح تكون إن شاء الله على أرض الواقع بعد استشارة هاي اللجنة، لأنه زي ما حكيت أنا بالبداية دائما بيلزمنا التكنيكال سبورت في هذا الموضوع. هلا هون بتيجي اشراك المجتمع المحلي بالتخطيط من البدايه، ومن ثم بالتنفيذ، ومن ثم بالتقييم واحيانا المدافعه عن هذا المشروع. وهون انت لما حكيت يعني كيف احنا مثلا ممكن ندمج معنا المؤسسات او المجتمعات المحليه، انا برايي افضل طريقه واحنا واجهناها انه انت تخلق سلسله القيم، الفاليو تشين، بحيث انه يكون كل الستيك هولدرز تربطهم علاقه الوين وين سيتويشن. عندنا الان كثير علاقات مثلا مع جامعه مؤتمر، في هم بياخذوا مثلا من عندنا سماد عضوي، احنا بناخذ من عندهم بقايا النباتات الخضراء، بناخذ من عندهم بقايا العضويه للكومبوست. في مع جمعيات برضه عم بتزودنا مثلا، او مزارع بتزودنا ببقايا مزارعهم احنا بنشتغل عليها، يعني نعمل اتفاقيات لاستغلال هاي المي او استثمارها بالجرينينج في النباتات الرعويه. فهون انت عم تخلق تكامليه، ولولا هاي التكامليه والشموليه انت ما حتحقق تنميه مستدامه. ما فيش جهه قادره لوحدها ان تحقق تنميه مستدامه. فهاي الكونكلوجن يعني للاسئله، بتصور انه تكون تفضلت.
هنا انا بقدر احكي شغله صغيره اخر. Actually انا بوافق ساجدة بكل البوينتس، بس كان في شغله صغيره ما بعرف اذا هي عندكم بارد. احنا بالنسبه لنا الحكم المحلي من كم سنه سمح للبلديات انها تفوت مش بس بتطوير يعني بتطوير المحيط، هلا سمحوا لها تفوت بالشراكه مع القطاع الخاص، وبالتالي انه قطعه الارض بتكون متاحه انه بشترك فيها بنسبه معينه، مثلا في مشروع خلايا طاقه شمسيه على اتفاقيه مثلا build operate and transfer، وبتعمل بعد فتره تستلمها البلديه او باتفاقيه ثانيه. فالفكره انه في متاح هون الشراكات بين القطاع الخاص وقطاع البلديات في موضوع الفاينانشال ايشوز. احنا عندنا كمان شيء اسمه المانيسيبال فند او صندوق تطوير واقراض البلديات، فكمان هذا بيعطي مساحه للبلديات انها تعمل مشاريع، وبقيس حجم الدعم المالي هو من خلال البنك الدولي، ولكن بيعتمد على عده معايير، منها عدد السكان ومستوى الخدمات اللي بتقدمها البلديه. واحنا عم نحاول مع المانيسيبال فند، هم باي ذا واي على الستيرنج كوميتي تبع مشروعنا، عم نحاول مع صندوق البلديات انهم يدخلوا الانفايرمنت كعامل من العوامل او المقاييس او السلم اللي بيقيسوا عليه البلديات وطاقتها وقدرتها على انها تاخذ فلوس اكثر من الصندوق اذا هي بتقدم خدمات بيئيه اكثر. وثانك يو، شكرا كثير for having me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mujdan. I'm gonna give a final remark to Leon, and he's gonna sum it up. So.
Thank you, and I'll try to keep it short. I also make a bit of a stretch and try to answer all the questions at once, if that's possible. So I'd like to bring up the notion of multifunctional spaces, and they come at different scales. So to answer the question on density, a primary reason for urban sprawl is indeed the zoning. It is, if you look at those sprawls, the areas that are built on the edge of the cities, they are mostly purely housing. There's nothing else there. And that then, of course, when people live there, they still have jobs, they have education, and then that creates extra traffic because they go to the area where all the offices are. And that takes a lot of roads and a lot of cars all going at the same time of the day. And if we can design our cities, and it's not about maximizing density. We don't want everyone to live in one tower. So it's about optimizing density. And if we can have people that live in different areas of the city, and in rush hour, they don't all go from the outside to the center, but they actually go from one area to the other, it's much less of a stress on the transport system. And also when you can actually live in the building where there's an office, the chances are high you can even live in the same building where you work. Yeah, so it reduces a lot of our demands on and stresses on the urban system. And that also then applies to the neighborhood scale. So when the criticism about having an urban wood farm, fully agreed, like I don't know the context, but if you use only an area and you only use it to grow wood and then to cut it, it's a waste of space. But you can design it in a way that it's also a public space and that you don't cut all the trees at once. You can have a sustainable foresting that maybe, I don't know, only a percentage of every tree is cut every year, and then it can have another use, it can have other services, other benefits. And these spaces, they can all be designed with the community, and you can also think about the temporalities or multifunctional uses. There are parks that are also basins for wastewater when there's high water or something. And you can also design for different activities at the different times of the day. It's not just that one place is only there for one purpose, but we should think about multi-uses and designing our cities actually, and not just zoning them.
Thank you so much, Leon. Thank you so much, everyone. And I do apologize for being late in this session. Thank you so much for all your engagement, and I give it back to Noran. And sorry again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. That was a great panel. Thank you so much. I have very few announcements before lunch. First thing, lunch is at La Poire Cafeteria. For those who have the name tag and the food coupon are only the ones that will be able to access lunch. So please make sure that you bring your coupon with you or your name tag. Our ushers are waiting for you outside to escort you to lunch. This is the first thing. In case you have any translation headset, please make sure to leave it on the registration desk and take it back when you come back. We're going to be back to this room at 3 p.m. sharp for the third plenary. Thank you so much in advance for adhering to the time. One thing before you go, Kebi would like to show you the graphical representation or documentation of the session. Thank you, Kebi. Thank you so much. Please keep them coming. I remind you to post your sticky notes on the board, and please keep the interventions coming. Thank you. Thank you. Our virtual participants, we will be back at 3 p.m. Thank you.
Is it the visual or the system? Sorry. Okay, sorry. So what does inclusiveness mean? Who are actually making a difference? Most of the public spaces in the city are very corporate in nature. Few private initiatives that are extremely important, but then what difference are these initiatives making? What is the nature of state involvement, basically? We're witnessing end of social welfare, state subsidies and neoliberal urban real estate projects. Even the state is now, with neoliberal developments in the infrastructure, which is actually much more dangerous even than real estate. And basically, how can we actually affect public policy, which is a very, very big question. And what are the plans and strategies for public realm and landscape in the cities today? These are some of the questions I'm trying to actually ask in this presentation. Briefly, I want to talk about neoliberal urban transformations in the city, briefly about Amman. It's a city with coexistence, basically historically. It's a humble city in a sense of its neighborhoods, its public spaces. But most recently, in the past 20 years, there has been major neoliberal urban restructuring and transformation. And this has been taking different forms of like gated communities of different sorts, state subsidies given to major investors in real estate, in privilege, tax incentives, and what have you. In addition to even low-income housing, which is extremely strange, low-income housing being actually scattered and driven to the outskirts of the city in places with no infrastructure provision or no social services, ironically orchestrated by the main investors who have actually been involved in the major real estate projects. So I start to analyze the discourse of this neoliberal restructuring and urban restructuring, and how a lot of the projects basically concentrate in a more affluent part of Amman, whether we're talking about like these gated communities or the towers, and the various social housing projects are in the middle of nowhere in the eastern part of the city, away from public services and transformations. These are some of the caricatures that actually makes fun of the reality at the moment. The billboards are actually the house of a family on top of the roof, which are advertisements for these various neoliberal investments. What is more dangerous today is this neoliberal agenda is actually affecting different concepts of public space, mainly public transit, where a lot of public hubs have been pushed also away to the outskirts of the city with major transformations and posing major challenges and questions. This is one of the transportation hubs that was pushed to the edge of the city on the way to Zarqa, with also a lot of challenges for the average individual. So the city is gradually losing its specificity and humility. I'm just showing pictures of the different parts of the city, the historic parts that have not been yet under neoliberal transformation. But still, even these neoliberal transformations are also affecting these historic areas. That was a very a brief introduction because I don't want to dwell on this neoliberal transformations. I wanted to include it as an introduction. What's actually dangerous and is that we understand that the government and the state is not going to be responsible for major developments, major sustainable developments, and issues of sustainability and so on and so forth. But the problem is even the state as a regulator, and we can take the electricity sector as an example, is actually because most of these very fragile sectors and very important sectors, water, electricity, telecommunication, have been extremely privatized in a country with no check and balances. So the electricity sector, for example, had been sold to Dubai Capital and then to a company in Hong Kong, a company in India. The state has no control. So even regulating, selling to the grid, I'm giving this as an example, or even regulating, giving incentives to actually generating your own power is not happening. On the contrary, there are obstacles against this. So we're not just talking about the state withdrawing from its responsibilities, but also the state is no longer being able to play as a regulator in favor of sustainability, basically. So here I pose the question for my presentation. Even though I'm going to present some alternative examples and projects, but these projects are just, you know, it's a drop of water in the sea. Are they really making a difference? I mean, this is what the question I'm trying to ask. And what about, you know, major transformations that affect sustainability in cities, whether it is in terms of public space, social sustainability, not just environmental. So regarding practicing resistance, I'll present very quickly testimonials in terms of engagements with one city. And I propose the idea of resistance, this is what's happening, at the level of the individual. And the question that is posed, you know, is it the individual? And the individual could be like an urban activist, subgroup, donor-funded projects, NGO, and so on. Or is it the system that's really making a difference? All of the successful public space projects in Amman have been initiated by the private sector or by certain NGOs like Darat al-Funun, Makan. Even when we talk about public space, even the novel that talks about the city as a public space becomes very important. I'll present the projects very quickly now before I end. These are projects, some are orchestrated by the state, but very few. This is Rainbow Street, which is a project that we did in our company, trying to actually create more inclusive spaces within historic parts of Amman, which is the Jabal Amman area. And it's actually not so much about changing these places as much as complementing them and creating more inclusive spaces for the public. So these are some of the initiatives, but then after the Arab Spring, the state was no longer supporting such projects. I mean, this was funded by Greater Amman municipality, for example. Another one is Wakalat Street, which is the first pedestrian street in the city. My company worked on this project and it was a total success, but then at the end of the day, Greater Amman municipality closed it off and returned it to be used by the cars, which actually created a major disappointment. This is another of the projects, which is an adaptive reuse of an old electricity hangar in the middle of the city, in the downtown area, to be used as a public space. It has been very successful at major levels because Greater Amman municipality is actually doing a good job in terms of renting it to public activities, and it's actually busy most of the year. And it also sheds light on this, you know, heritage of modernity in the Arab world, this industrial heritage, basically. This is another project that is fresh from the oven. I mean, it's also in a certain area of Amman, which is Jabal Wayne, that has not been yet implemented, which is Sharia. And the idea is to create a series of green spaces within Al-Wayne, basically culminating on traditions of green spaces within the city that are primarily within the private gardens, but bringing this into the public realm, basically, and creating, complementing the small urban pockets that actually existed in the city. Some other actors, like this is a project by GIZ, which is redevelopment of the steps of Amman. Parts, and it is one particular example, because these are, Amman is a very hilly city that sits on very rough terrain. And so these are before and after examples. And these have been very successful, but these are very few within the overall context of the city of Amman. This is another one by GIZ, which is basically a small urban public garden pocket, basically. This is it's not a physical project, but it talks about public space. This is an urban art initiative that I did in the city a couple of years ago that was called Postcard Stamps and Steps, where we put postcards in different parts of the city in a very large size, trying to create awareness and questioning the current modes of urban restructuring and development. So this is contesting neoliberal development. This one was entitled Messages of Neoliberalism in the One-Dimensional Society. Yeah, I'm finishing. This is another one of these postcards that contested more or less the disturbance in the public transit system and in the transportation hub that have been pushed to the outskirts of the city, basically, and so on. This is some of the work by students that I teach at the German Jardine University, which is also working with these public steps within the city, connecting the downtown with the residential neighborhoods, and trying to make sense of these different potential public spaces, basically. This is a more recent project that talks about also the relationship between public space and food production. We did this project with UN Habitat, and it's in Al Ghor area, which is a very more or less southern part of Amman, in the area of the Ghor, with very, if any, public spaces. This is a public space by the municipality that we have developed and added a community center, and also worked with permaculture and aquaponic and all sorts of different issues that relate to supporting and creating opportunities for the various NGOs in terms of socio-economic development, in addition to being a public space. So it followed all principles of permaculture and food production that is also feeding into socio-economic development. This is another project along the public spaces of the Hijaz Railroad line in the vicinity of Amman with UNDP, basically. Also creating more public spaces along the vicinity of the Hijaz Railroad line, in the connection between Amman and Giza, basically. The line passes through a lot of neighborhoods that are in need of major development of different sorts, basically.
Rami, we have.
Yeah, this is the last one, which is a project by a group called Namliye. We all know the meaning of Namliye. They work with food and urban agriculture within public spaces, and so they work with urban agriculture within various surfaces, like roofs of buildings and what have you, and basically to create some sort of inclusive and participatory operational model that would also feed into food production. So the question I want to end up with in this presentation is that I'm posing the question, all of these initiatives are really very interesting, and they can work as demonstration projects that could be followed. But the issue I'm asking is that, are we really making a major difference? With the exception of these being demonstration projects that could be followed, and these are very beautiful examples and what have you, are we really making a major difference in terms of resilient cities, or in terms of climate change and so on and so forth? My answer is no. My answer is definitely we are not, because what's happening with the rest of the cities? A lot of cities in the world have actually moved much more in solid steps towards major transformations, not just puncture solutions here and there. It's not important to achieve a perfect solution, but at least start with something at the level of the government, and the government has to be involved, but they're not, because it's not on their radar, it's not on the priority list. Yes, it's on the priority list when they receive money from the donors. So some donor agencies projects, or even projects by urban activists, are creating some sort of a dependency, because they know that somebody is doing this, even though it is not massive and it's not effective and it's not affecting the masses. But then they are encouraged to withdraw. They can be partners in these projects, provided that they don't take any financial responsibilities.
I'm sorry to cut
So
you,
this is the question that I'm trying to raise. Thank you.
Actually, I thought my task would be much easier actually to stop you from talking, but I didn't manage, so it's unfortunate. Okay, thank you very much, Rami. Thank you actually for highlighting the most important things that we face in our cities and highlighting what's the role of the government. Is it a responsibility? Is it a regulator? And something to connect with the other sessions, previous sessions, which is what is sustainability? Is it really following certain parameters, or is it environmental, social, and governance? This more connects with the second presentation, which is by Ahmed Zaza. I would like to welcome you, Ahmed. He's a lecturer and researcher focusing on social justice in housing and planning. Zaza, co-founder of two entities. The latest is the TEN Tuba. It's applied research on the built environment. Through the TEN Tuba, Zaza contributed to conducting research and mutual concerning spatial equalities and participatory upgrading fields. Also, he leads participatory projects with deprived and marginalized communities in different informal areas in Cairo. Zaza is also the co-founder of MED platform that works closely with local communities in participatory research, planning, and advocacy. So the floor is yours, Ahmed.
Thank you so much. Just a little disclaimer, I see some few faces who are attending the SEDEJ conference as well. Can you hear me? Yeah. Apologies, because it will be the same presentation actually. You can still act surprised. Actually, I don't think we can speak about cities in transition and don't mention Cairo as the city that's witnessing actually most of the transformations, transitions, and even changes on different levels. And so actually my presentation will be focusing on having a horizontal crosscut for some actually of the major projects that is happening in Cairo, mentioning some projects that's happening outside of Cairo as well. This is a part of research that I'm working on to start understanding all these transformations on different levels, socially, economically, and environmentally. So today I'm focusing on the environmental price that some development or some interventions can impact. I believe that it's very important, if we're today focusing on climate change and we are preparing for the COP27, that we should at least have a little pause and try to understand what might be negative impacts and what are the potentials, and maybe discuss a little bit of what can be done. So just to give you a context of Cairo. So yeah, this is how Cairo looked like in 1995. It's like a huge part of the city is informal housing. As you can see, maybe it's taking a smaller surface area, but it's accommodating around 70% of the population. There was always an urge to expand the city, to go and invade the desert with more urbanization. So in 2015, Cairo started to look like this. All these expansions in purple colors are the desert cities or new cities. They were mostly directed to introduce a new housing typology, which is gated communities mostly, and upper middle income and the rich housing. That even more than 80% of the population, they're considered to be upper middle income and above as well. Yeah, it's more or less this type of housing that, again, it was accommodating all of these big spaces where actually accommodating a very small amount or a very small percentage of the population. Today, Cairo is reaching more than 500 gated communities in the desert cities alone, only one in the center. And they're expanding as well. It's unstoppable. Some gated communities, like the one on the far right in the middle, it's as big as Cambridge City, by the way. This is Medin. When the idea of new cities started, the target was in 2006, these new cities would reach around 3.61 million inhabitants. However, in the same year, the new cities, they only reached 740,000 inhabitants, which is less than the quarter of what was targeted already. Even 11 years after this, and in the last CAPMAS census, we've noticed that only 1.89 million inhabitants, which is after 11 years of the target, only half of the target population was already there. However, nearly all of these areas today are constructed already and urbanized. Regardless, even new spaces are being introduced. So lately, the new capital was introduced to add to the city more than 700 kilometers square, which is, we're speaking about 20% more space in the city. And still, it was presenting also the same model as well, which here it started to ring a bell. And we need to say that it's an alarming issue that with this very small percentage or very small population that's living in these cities and having all of these cities urbanized, and a lot of scholars have been working on this, like David Sims, Yahya Shaukat, who are started to prove that there is actually now we're creating a surplus in each state. So the demand is more than what's targeted. I'm sorry. But again, this surplus, it doesn't come for free, because the construction materials, they are the fuel for this urbanization. So from the Ministry of Environment report in 2018, it was noticed that construction products, the industry of the construction products, were contributing by 23% of the greenhouse emissions. Cement is contributing by half of this percentage. So we can say that cement on its own is contributing by 12% of the greenhouse gas emissions in Egypt. Even the cement and steel on their own, the production of cement and steel, they're also contributing by 9% of the CO2 emissions. And still, Egypt is the 11th country on the world in cement production, and among the top 50 countries in producing steel. We are ranked as the 23rd country on the world. The new cities, it wasn't only about the construction or urbanization, also some facilities were used to market for these new cities, because as I mentioned, it was mostly targeted for the rich. So huge parks, artificial lakes, and of course golf courses were a main facility to be promote for these areas. A lot of studies have been made on golf courses. It was noticed as well that an average golf course, it consumes 1 million cubic meter of water, which is equivalent to the consumption of 12,000 inhabitants. Also, even if it's mostly irrigated by grey water, still we've been discussing grey water issue, and there are other things that we can use it. It's not like leftover water. No, it's very precious, still very precious resource. And even we've noticed, like in one case, that the grey water started to create bad smell in the golf course. So they shifted into irrigating by fresh water. Another prize also with creating a certain image for the new development is, in a very hot country, Cairo still wants to compete as a global city with Hong Kong, Dubai, Manhattan. And of course, with such character or such image that they're aiming to market with, again, it doesn't come for free, because the amount of energy to operate these buildings is massive and it's huge. And probably if we are promoting with all the new urbanization and trying to attract more investments, probably the world will appreciate more if we are going for even the image to be a more sustainable image and less consumption for energy. It's not only within the new cities, the inner city also started to had some impacts about this. So in 2009, Cairo 2050 plan was introduced, and again it was showing the same character, which is it's not exactly what's happening now, but Cairo 2050 is still ongoing, and there are already some places that neighborhoods, low-rise neighborhoods that already they have historical value, that were substituted by high-rises and again glass towers, and some of course also neighborhoods were on agriculture land, and it went also the same. So the inner city is still facing also a lot of and paying a lot of prices to the environment for the image on its own. The inner city also had another impact from all the urbanization that's happening on the desert. So the map you can see is all the roads that have been widened, or the roads that were newly introduced. And in the last 3 years, 102 bridges have been erected in Cairo only. So of course, this also doesn't come for free, because apart from the proximity of these bridges to the houses, and these bridges are penetrating the urban fabric of the city on its own. So of course, it's like needless to say that all of the amount of urban heat island and the in 1 year, Cairo have lost a lot of green spaces. We're speaking 390,000 meters square, which is equivalent to 54 official football fields. So this is the amount that Cairo actually is as well. So yeah, there are some potentials, of course. So the government today, they are focusing or putting a lot of concern to renewable energy, especially solar energy. There are introduction to substitution for polluting. Also, there is now a culture for a lot of developers who are now increasing the demand for having green building certificates, such as LEED and so on. But still, I think, like within all of what's happening, still having a strategic view for, because the city is growing, expanding with a pace and magnitude that it's overcoming even some of the good things that's happening. So I think it's crucial now to be to have like a regional, on the MENA level, independent platform that is consisted out of civil society and academia only, to be super independent and to keep stressing on how independent can it be, so that they start actually doing proper environmental impact assessment, and social and economic as well, of course, assessments, so that they can just understand the losses and how, and exactly like what Karim Gindi was saying, because when we are tuning any part of the city, a lot is being impacted. So these chains of impacts, they need to be assessed and to understand, like, if we are having a potential or something good that's happening, and how can we assess all the losses behind.
Ahmed,
Thank
I'm
you so
sorry
much.
to cut you off. I hope it's not getting contagious and increasing also the time. I'll blame Rami for that, actually. Okay, thank you very much, Ahmed, for the presentation. And actually, it's very interesting how you highlighted the transformations that are happening to the cities. We share all our cities the same. Sorry?
There were a lot of parallels, actually.
Yes, exactly. And actually, the new trend that is happening of creating new cities that are really not sustainable and losing of green public spaces and creating high-end facilities and so on. So this is something really shared, and this is what we suffer in our cities. And this takes us to the next presentation by Ahmed Dorghami. Ahmed is leading the Basic Services and Climate Change Program at UN Habitat Egypt, and was previously an environmental expert at the Center for Environment and Development for the Arab region and Europe. He received his PhD from Humboldt University in Berlin in the topic of sustainable mobility in disadvantaged areas, and both his master's in science degree in energy technology and in environmental engineering from the Royal Institute of Technology in Sweden. He has also been a co-founder of grassroots environmental organizations, including Green Arm, aiming to raise environmental awareness and promote healthier lifestyles, and promoting cycling in specific as a symbol of environmental activism, and was the former board member of نهضة المنصورة
المحروسة.
نهضة
I'm
المحروسة.
glad it's popular. People know it.
That's okay. I'm going to Mansoura now. Egypt, first incubator of social enterprises. So please.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Hello, everyone. So I am suspecting something after the lovely presentations we just heard. Maybe there's a question on your mind. We are hosting the COP27. So we just saw a lot of very alarming research results, which are really, really brilliant. Because we really need to define the problem, because defining the problem is half the way to the solution. And we're really seeing a great job being done by brilliant researchers. So maybe the question on your mind is, okay, we're hosting COP27, we want to be a leading country representing the African continent and so on. How can this be our current reality, and what can we do? And this is precisely why we are all here in this room. And I'm hoping that this presentation will just give some insight on what we can foresee in the future to address these problems. So I said future. When we talk about future, maybe the easiest thing to do is to look at the history of other countries that have gone through similar challenges. And this is a theme that I will get back to throughout this presentation. I'm talking here about low carbon infrastructure, and I'll talk about our experiences in Egypt and challenges in the city. So in my previous intervention this week, I was talking about the heat island effect. So basically the sun heating up the city, and it's heating up because it's full of concrete and asphalt, and this is increasing, and we're losing our pervious surfaces, losing our vegetative surfaces, and so on. And this is further exacerbating, making it worse, the effect of climate change, especially extreme conditions. So let me go back to the idea of looking into the future, okay? Because we know the problem now, so what do we expect in the future? I cannot talk about all of the sectors, but let's take the transport sector, for example, okay? So a bunch of researchers in University College London looked into many different cases of cities around the world. And the question was, okay, there are a lot of these advanced cities in advanced countries are lovely. How did they get there? And they mapped out many cities, mostly of the global north. And it's a very simple trajectory that we notice, and other researchers did as well. That first you have a city with very low car dependence, then you start increasing in car dependence as the GDP per capita grows. So with development, you see more consumption, you see more people rising into the middle class, more people wanting all types of material ambitions and needs and so on. And then we start seeing all the problems that happen, things get worse before they get better. So there's a stage 1, 2, and 3 cycle. The stage 3 is going back to a city that might today look like maybe Rotterdam or some countries that or Copenhagen, you know, all the lovely cities that we see full of cycling and walking and all that. But if we go back in history, we're going to see a very long journey of something like the street you showed in Amman, it's called Shara al-Wakala, that was turned into pedestrians, and then there's the struggle, the cars come back, and so on. So this is a learning experience that's happening. So there is a trajectory. And if you look at Japan, after the World War, we're going to see a lot of problems during rapid industrializations. Minamata disease that led to the Mercury Treaty, the Minamata Treaty. Then you have the Yukaichi problem with sulfur, with cadmium leakages from the industry. Then you have the Yukaichi disease from sulfur oxides and horrors. In a country today that is very clean, very advanced, and so on. In earlier interventions in this Sustainable Cities Week, we saw professors talking about the River Rhine, for example, and how the River Rhine one day was like a sewer. And I can recall also the Thames River in the UK, similar situation. But then the next question is, do we have to really go through this entire process? You know, do we have to repeat history? Well, so far it seems so, but everybody's talking about let's take a shortcut, or otherwise we can just move through this much faster. So if I go back to the question, what's going to happen after this concrete and asphalt jungle, whether here or in Jordan or elsewhere? History tells us that we're going to go through a cycle. Some of the damage will be irreversible, but a lot of the damage will be reversible. And we see case studies all over the world of countries where you have lots of roads and bridges that are now being decommissioned and dismantled. And we see lots of streets undergoing street transformations, back to public spaces, back to all the lovely ideas that we've heard about in the urban acupuncture concepts that we saw in Jordan a bit earlier. So what are we doing? For example, a couple of our projects at UN Habitat to suck in all the car use that we are seeing accelerating in Egypt and other countries, and start directing people towards more sustainable modes of transport. So an example of diversifying the options, there is a project for mass transit, bus rapid transit that's connecting now the 6 new cities, new settlements with our current capital. This is a 42-kilometer corridor, and it's being integrated with other non-motorized transport options for the last mile solutions and so on. In Cairo, the image that you saw a bit earlier is gradually going to change because we're introducing a network of bicycle sharing, a scheme with 45 stations, 500 bicycles. And I expect that everything I am talking about, similar to what we saw also in Jordan and other cases in Egypt, there are going to be failures. And then successes, then failures, and so on. And then we're going to move through this learning curve. So this is something that actually happens. So some changes in street transformations can be reversed, some cannot. And let me go back to our theme, low carbon infrastructure. So what we expect in the future as we go through this learning curve as increased air pollution, increased heat island effect, and so on, gets enough people aware to lobby for change, we're going to start seeing a comeback of many good interventions that address the carbon emissions of the city and how we design our cities. So how do we design our cities? And when we talk about low carbon infrastructure, it is not only transport and reducing the space that's being provided for cars, but also looking at the second level of our city. So Cairo is actually full of space. It's not full of space on the street, but if you look from above, this is all space. A lot of rooftops, for example, in Egypt are unused. Also, a lot of public spaces are not properly used to improve the carbon, the resilience of the city, the stormwater management, ensuring that we have pervious surfaces, improving the reflectivity of our surfaces, and so on. So this is what we will see in the future. We're going to start seeing changes that not only address the heat island effects, but creating green job opportunities, whether in solar power, in rooftop gardening, aquaponics, hydroponics, permaculture, and all of these initiatives. And we will start seeing shift from carbon-intensive practices and culture to carbon-reducing projects and interventions that would start nucleating everywhere in the country. And this would happen only when enough people start becoming aware and ask for this change. And this only happens with the bottom-up approach that I'm referring to. We already see this happening. So these are about 5 companies, and we gathered several pictures from lots of initiatives that are working on different types of urban agriculture and urban farming in Egypt. Hydroponics, we have sandponics as well, airponics, and so on. So these are all things that exist. They're going to be scaled up. They're going to fail and succeed and fail and succeed. We already know this in advance, as we've seen in other countries. But this is all potential for progress. And I think through such exchange, intellectual exchange, we can answer the question, how do we accelerate this learning journey? Or maybe how do we take a shortcut as well? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ahmed. Actually, you broke the record and you balanced everything. Thank you for making my day. It's actually a very interesting presentation, and it brings both and actually the 3 presentations together. What's the most important? And this goes back to Rami's question. Where is the state, and does it really need the acupuncture the pilot projects to be the drivers of change in the city, or is it the state that has to do that? And actually, it's a combination of both, which is very interesting and giving us the optimism actually that there is a learning curve, and sometimes we, after failing in all these aspects, we can fix these things. Thank you very much. I have a question actually before we go to questions. Is Mohammed? Yeah, this is my question. Is Mohammed still? Yeah, good, because I didn't see him.
Yes, I am here. I'm waiting for you.
Welcome. I'm sorry because I didn't see your photo. So yeah, Mohammed, welcome to the session. Mohammed Ayub is the founder and the executive director of Nahnu, a Lebanese NGO empowering young citizens towards an inclusive society. Additionally, he participates in the local and urban development of the Lebanese cities, conducting comprehensive capacity building programs to municipalities throughout Lebanon with a team of experts. In parallel, Mohammed has been leading several mediatized campaigns for the development of public spaces, the promotion of good governance, and the preservation of cultural heritage. So welcome, Mohammed, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. First, can I speak in Arabic, or it has to be in English?
Yes, you can. We have simultaneous translation.
Yes. So هحكي بالعربي. أنا عملت تست بالصوت بالبداية. That's why فكرت إنه ماشي الحال عم بسمع كنت.
طب تحب تشير سكرين؟ تحب أنت تشير
Yes. Yes, I will share my screen. Yes, true. I will do it. Just saying hi. So أول شيء أنا مرحبا جميعا. كان عبالي يكون معكم physically. وعادة بكون بس لظروف ما قدرت، فعم جرب قد ما في تابع أونلاين. وفي وجوه أكيد بعرفها وراح علينا نتعرف على الأشخاص الجداد. اليوم أنا حاحكي عن الشط لبنان، عن الشاطئ بلبنان. هذا الموضوع اللي حركز عليه. طبعا سمعت المداخلات خصوصا اللي بتيجي من أوروبا. واضح أنه نحن بعالمين مختلفين من ناحية التعاطي مع المدينة. بلبنان بموضوع الكربون دايوكسيد مثلا نحن عندنا موتورات خاصه، بكل حي في موتور كهرباء، عندنا 3 فواتير كهرباء صار هلا، فكل ما التلوث عم بيزيد والفوضى العمرانيه، فواضح انه نحن على غير محل. اذا بنسمعهم بشيء غريب بظن العكس صحيح، انه وين نحن وين. على كل حال حفوت مباشره نحط البرزنتيشن. طبعا البرزنتيشن طويله وبتعرض different layers بموضوع المدينه، بس حركز على عفوا بموضوع الشط، بس حركز اكثر على السياسات العامه كيف تعاطت مع الشط بلبنان، بما انه الوقت ما بيسمح. بظن معي 7 دقائق حسب ما بذكر. اول شيء نحن الحمله اسمها الشط لكل الناس، The Coast for All، ومن اسمها واضح انه عم نجرب نشدد على الملكيه العامه للشط. بالنسبه لنا الشط ليس ملك سلطه او حكومه، هي ملك الناس اللي كانوا واللي جايين واللي موجودين هلا عايشين واللي جايين. ومن هون شددنا على الشط لكل الناس كاسم لعنوان للحمله. وطبعا هذه الحمله بتضم العديد من الافراد والمستقلين والاختصاصيين والجمعيات اللي بهمها تحافظ على الشاطئ اللبناني. بلبنان طبعا في قانون، حنط دغري على يلا مش حنط على الخريطه. بلبنان القانون لبنان تاسس بال 1926، بعد ما صار عمره 100 سنه. بال 1925 المفوض السامي الفرنسي طلع قرار رقمه 1925 اللي بيعرف شو الاملاك العامه وبيحدد شو وبيحددها. وبهذا القرار بقول انه كل شيء معد بطبيعته لاستخدام عام لمنفعه عامه او لمصلحه هو تعتبر املاك عامه البحريه. وبياخذ الشط كمثل وبقول انه الشط لاكثر شيء بتوصل فيه الموجه بالشتاء وشوطه الرمل والحصى هو تعتبر من الاملاك العامه البحريه. وبكمل وبقول انه هيدي لا تباع ولا تكتسب ملكيتها بمرور الزمن. هيدا قانون 1925 بيحكي عن هيدا الموضوع، وبقول انه اذا هيدي املاك عامه، وهيدا قبل انشاء لبنان، وبالتالي بعد انشاء لبنان تخيلوا ما صار عندنا قانون خاص بالاملاك العامه البحريه. فاعتمد هيدا القرار، هو قرار وليس قانون، ولكن تحول مفعوله لقانون وقوته كقانون طالما هو ما في غيره. فاهم مورد للبنان، لبنان هو على طول الشاطئ اذا بدكم 220 كيلومتر. تخيلوا نحن على الشاطئ بطول 220 كيلومتر، ما عندنا اي قانون لبناني ميد لبنان له علاقه بالشاطئ او يتعامل مع الشاطئ كثروه اقتصاديه واجتماعيه وثقافيه وغيرها. للاسف بكمل القانون، حارجع للقانون وبكمل وبقول هيدي الاملاك لا تباع ولا تكتسب ملكيتها، ودائما اي حدا بده يستخدمها للنفع العام. اوكي. وبقول بالماده 3 منه ولكن فيها الدوله تمنح اجازات اشغال. وكلمه اشغال مش يعني اجار ولا يعني بيع ولا شراء، اشغال يعني لا يكتسب الشخص اللي عم يعمل اشغال اي حقوق باي لحظه. هذا بسموه اشغال على سبيل التسامح، يعني باي لحظه فيها الدوله تقول له الله معك ما فيك تكمل. وحتى الاشغال بده يكون لمنفعه عامه، مثل ما عندنا الدوله تشغل المرفأ لخدمه عامه الى اخره. فاذا نلاحظوا هذا القانون بهذاك الوقت. هلا بنكمل شو صار. لبنان اذا على 220 كيلومتر، نحكي الواقع بقي بس 20% كمساحه مفتوحه للعموم، ما بقي غير الا 20% على طول الساحل. حتى هول 20% هن كلهم المجارير لانه الصرف الصحي بتصب فيه. حتى الدوله اللبنانيه طمرت النفايات وخلقت اراضي جديده، يعني احنا عم نتوسع باليابسه، طبعا عم يكبر لبنان، خلقت اراضي جديده بالبحر من النفايات، بتمر النفايات. بلشت من ايام سوليدار لما طمرت سوليدار وسط البحر اللي لحد وسط بيروت، وخلقت شيء بسموه هلا البيال. وبعدين بالضيه كمان خلقوا مساحه، وهلا عم يخلقوا بصيدا. اذا عم يتوسع لبنان بسبب النفايات، عم نخلق فيهم اراضي ريسايكل ويست عندنا نحن كاربج. فبقي 20%. إذا هيدا السبب الأعمار العشوائية على الشط، تعديات على الشط. لاحظوا الاسم تعديات مش مخالفة، يعني يعني هيدا مثل حدا احتل بيتك. اوكي. استخدام النفايات، وحكينا تلوث الصرف الصحي. التعديات كيف بلشت بلبنان؟ اول المظاهر بلشت التعديات. اليوم بس لتعرفوا في اكثر من 5.2 مليون متر مربع من التعديات. 2.5 مليون متر مربع نحن بنسميها بنحن تعديات مشرعه، وهلا حقول ليه مشرع. بس تخيلوا 5 مليون متر مربع في تعديات على الشط. روحوا تشكوا على القضاء اذا فينا نشيلهم يا لطيف. كنا عم نحكي عن اراده، يعني لما حدا يكون عم بفكر كيف يقلل الكربون بالمدينه تبعته، ما بدها اراده سياسيه. نحن اراده سياسيه ان كان هون او كمان زميلي كان عم يحكي بالاردن او كمان بمصر، واضح الاراده السياسيه غير موجوده اذا كنا عم نحكي لخدمه المدينه وتحسين المدينه. في غير اولويات. المواطن والانسان هو ليس من الاولويات حتى. كيف صاروا، كيف تعدوا على الشط؟ بلشت بالحرب الاهليه لما ضعفت الدوله وبلشوا الميليشيات يقوصوا بعض. صاروا رؤساء الميليشيات ياخذوا محل من البحر ويعمروا عليها ريزورت وغيره. وبعد الحرب لما توقف هيدي الممارسه، تعامل الميليشيات اللي ربحوا، لانه صار زعيم الميليشيا صار هو السلطه، تعامل مع الشط كغريمه حرب. فكملوا يقسموها بيناتهم، وصاروا اكثر من هيك يطلعوا مراسيم تخالف القانون اللي حكيت عنه، وهي كرمال يحتكروا البحر اكثر. فحكمل وقلت شو المسار القانوني. هيدا الخريطه اذا بدكم تختصر المسار القانوني من 1925 ليومنا هذا. ما حقولها كلها اكيد طويله، ولكن حقول لكم هي باختصار. اذا بال 1925 قلت لكم كان القانون، القرار المفوض السامي كثير منيح، بيحكي عن شو يعني البحر، شو يعني الشط، بيحددها، وبيطلب اكثر من هيك بانه يكون في لجنه دائمه بتحدد الاملاك العامه البحريه، لانه بمنطق الاملاك العامه البحريه، لانه البحر يتوسع، لانه هي بتزيد مع الوقت، وبالتالي لازم دائما نعيد تحديدها ونزيدها. طبعا هون بال 1954 انحط مخطط توجيهي لمدينه بيروت، وقالوا بيروت ممنوع يتعمر عليها كلها سوا، قسموها زونات. بس بغض النظر عن تقسيم الزونات كانت مدينه بيروت كلها ممنوع يتعمر عليها. بعدين بال 66 لاحظوا، طبعا في اشياء قبل بس انا عم اركز على الاشياء المهمه هلا. بعدين بيجوا المنطقه العاشره ببيروت، بيجوا بيقسموها اقسام، منطقه 3 و1 و2 و3 و4 و5 و6 الى اخره. اوكي. بس لما يقسموها اقسام هون بلش يبين انه والله في نيه مختلفه، انه ليه بدك تقسمها اقسام؟ بلشوا يعملوا استثمارات بكل اسم غير الثاني. فهون بلشت فكره الاستثمار بالوقت اللي قبل ممنوع كان اي نوع استثمار على البحر. بعدين بيطلع بعدين بيجوا بيقولوا نحن حنقسم مناطق سياحيه وصناعيه ومناطق اكيد زراعيه، ومسموح فقط البناء بالمناطق السياحيه والصناعيه. بس ضلت بهداك الوقت المنطقه العاشره ببيروت، زون 10 يعني، كان بعدها ممنوع بالعمل.
معنا دقيقتين اذا ممكن.
عم تسمعيني؟
سمعتك بس نقول معنا دقيقتين اذا ممكن.
اوكي طيب سريعا. اوكي. لكن بعدين بيطلع بال 1978 لاحظوا طلع مرسوم 4810 اللي ببلش يحكي مش عن اشغال اليابسه، عن اشغال المسطح المائي، يعني البحر. حقولها بسرعه بلا ما اكملها على الخريطه، ولكن بعدين بيقولوا مش بس المناطق المصنفه سياحه وصناعيه فيك تعمر عليها، كل الشط اللبناني فيك تعمر عليه. طيب بس على شرط، اذا بدك تعمر على الشط بدك تعطي 25% من الارض تبعك للدوله اللبنانيه لتعمل فيها حديقه عامه. بعدين اجوا قالوا لا، ليش بدنا نعطي 25%؟ بنلغيها لل 25%. وهذا مرسوم طلع، تخيلوا بال 1989 كان في حرب اهليه. طبعا ما نشر بالجريده الرسميه وبالتالي هو مش مفترض يكون فاعل، الا انه الحكومات صارت تطبقه. طعنا فيه بمجلس الشورى الدولي، قالوا انتم ما عندكم صفه ومصلحه كجمعيه، هذا خارج عن نطاقه، وبالتالي بعدهم عم بيمارسوا مع انه هو يخالف القانون. بعدين بلشوا يطلعوا مراسيم اخرى، قالوا اليوم اللي عنده على البحر ما في مين مكان يعمر اذا حدا عنده على البحر. طبعا صار اللي بده يعمر على البحر وسريعا. طبعا تعمر الموفنبيك على البحر قبل عفوا بال 95، ها كان اول مشروع بعد الحرب ببلش يعمر على البحر. الطريقه اللي تعمر فيها رئيس التنظيم المدني اجوا مسلحين حطوه بطبونات السياره خلوه يروح يمضي ويرجع لانه كان معارض وعم بيعمروا على الشط. وطبعا وسمحوا حتى بالمنطقه العاشره لانه تعمل الموفنبيك بالمنطقه العاشره، وصار كل المشاريع، ونحن التقينا بالموفنبيك سابقا، وكل المشاريع اصبحت صار كل بيروت صار في الواحد يعمر عليها، كمان هيدي المؤسف. بعدين خلينا نقول طلع كمان قرارات انه نحن مش مين ما كان في يعمر على الشط، انه يجي واحد فقير يعمر على الشط لازم يكون عنده 20,000 متر مربع من الاراضي ليقدر يعمر على الشط، وبده يكون شركه ملكي هالقد.
محمد
بعدين
انك معك 1 minute معلش.
ايه خلص هي عم بنهيها صرت عليك. بعدين بيقولوا اذا انت معمر على الشط 20,000 متر، اذا عندك شو ما عندك مساحه على الشط بس 20,000 متر وما فوق، بحق لك تعمر الدبل بالبحر. يعني اذا انت عندك 200,000 متر بحق لك تعمر الدبل بالبحر ل 600,000 متر. اذا شوفوا كيف صارت مثلا هون في شط بال 1995 في كورنيش، تخطيط كورنيش له لانه في ناس عندهم اراضي بدهم يخلوهم لا يعمروا على البحر الى اخره. اذا كملت القوانين سريعا لا تفقد هالمسار القانوني، لتصير وهيدا مسار برجع بقول لانه عم يعطي رخص استثمار، يعني بطون القانون بقول انت اشغاله ممنوع تغير بطبيعته. فتطورت القانون بشكل انه صار بطل في حدا يقدر بكل بساطه يعمر على البحر، عفوا يوصل للبحر، فما بقي عندنا 20%. من هون اطلقنا اذا بدكم حمله الشط لكل الناس، وعم نطالب مع انه القانون واضح انه ممنوع الاشغال. اللي هلا عم نشتغل عليه هو اذا بدكم انا بس حاعرض فيديو 50 ثانيه بختم فيه اذا في مجال، اللي ببين كل شيء بنطالبه احلى ما احكي. تسمحي لي بس بهالفيديو الاخير؟
اكيد.
يلا حاعرضه. يلا حاعرضه، وهيدا اللي نحن عم نطالب فيه. شكرا لكم.
Thank you, Mohammed. It's very interesting, actually, when we talked in the morning about the balance between the environment and the human activities. And now we have an additional layer that is the development, which is also the investment. And how much of this is for the excuse of privatization and of the public crime, the transformation, and how our cities and most of our cities are suffering the same problems, but to a different extent. This brings us to the part for the questions. I think how much we can have time for the questions. I don't want to delay 10 minutes. We can go to the questions. There are certain topics that are from the session, which is we're talking about sprawl, densities, existing cities, sustainability, governance, public space, grassroots investments, and so on. So yeah, please go ahead with the questions.
بوجه سؤالي للأستاذ أحمد درغامي وأحمد زعزع، بس في البداية بس بنوه بالخريطة اللي حضرتك عرضتها، ده اسمه مجمع القاهرة الكبرى مش القاهرة فقط، لأن القاهرة شرق النيل. مجمع القاهرة بيجمع القاهرة ومعاها جزء من شبرا الخيمة وجزء من الجيزة. كنت عايزة أعرف تصوركم للتنمية المستدامة للمجمع القاهرة الكبرى في الفترة اللي هي ال3 سنين الأخيرة، وإحنا شايفين مدى الحدث في القاهرة من مد طرق وتعديات على بعض المناطق الخضراء في قلب القاهرة وقطع كثير من الأشجار. ما هو تصوركم في عملية التنمية المستدامة لمجمع القاهرة؟ شكرا.
ممكن بس ناخد الأسئلة وبعدين أشوف أسئلة.
بشكر حضراتكم على العروض. سؤالي موجه للدكتور رامي. النيو ليبرالية أو الليبرالية الجديدة هي مفهوم إحنا عارفينه كتطور للرأسمالية في بعدها الاقتصادي والاجتماعي، واللي بتنظر للإنسان ككائن اقتصادي. عشان يكون سؤالي واضح، حضرتك جاوبت على السؤال ده جزئيا، ولكن عشان يكون فهمي صحيح ليه، إلى أي مدى بتشوف إن المدن المستدامة بتتفق وبتتناسق مع الفهم النيو ليبرالي؟ لأن حتى الآن النيو ليبرالية بتمثل خط طويل جدا كان ليه تأثيره على العمران على مستوى العالم. فإلى أي مدى المدن المستدامة كتصور احنا شايفين ان هو ما ينبغي ان يكون في المستقبل بيتسق مع هذا الفهم النيو ليبرالي، فنقدر من خلال الفهم ده نقدر نتنبأ اذا كان هيقدر يتنفذ في النهاية ولا لا. سؤال واضح؟
أنا عندي سؤال لمستر أحمد زعزع بخصوص النيو سيتيز. حضرتك شايف إن إزاي ممكن يبقى في raising للأويرنس للبابليك بيبل اللي هم مش في الفيلد بتاعت السستينابيلتي أو الأربن بلاننج عامة لفكرة الثرات بتاعت النيو سيتيز، إن هو weighing البروز والكونز بتاعتها aside من البريتي ايمج اللي دايما بتبقى advertised by the media اللي بتخلي إن أكون واحد من الريزيدنتس ده social aspiration في حد ذاته، وفي نفس الوقت إن هو في الديبيت ده إزاي يرد على conflict إن هو الكواليتي اوف لايف موجودة في ال residential communities against ال development بتاعت السنترال cities. ميرسي.
شكرا جزيلا. انا سؤالي لرامي. المشروعات اللي حضرتك عطاها غايه في الجمال، يعني مجهود انا طبعا متخيل المجهود اللي اتحط فيها جوه الكونتكست، وفاهم وجهه نظر حضرتك على والنقد طبعا الجبار اللي كلنا يمكن مش مختلفين عليه على النيو ليبراليزم. بس السؤال اللي انا شويه بفكر فيه، حضرتك عملت مثلا 10 مشروعات 15 مشروع سمول سكيل بروجكتس، هل حضرتك متخيل ان لو حضرتك كملت كده الدنيا هتتغير، ولا المشروعات دي بس هتفضل كانها sort of public art installations manifestation لحاجه جميله ورائعه بس ما بتاخدناش للنيدد ترانسفورميشن جيفن اللي احنا فيه ده، ما احنا فيه موجودين فيه، هنعمل فيه ايه؟ شكرا.
اخر سؤال وبعدين عشان نجاوب.
هو يعني كنا اتكلمنا عن ازاي في نيو سيتيز والنيو ديفلوبمنتس بتتعمل طول الوقت، انه يعني they're claiming ان النيو ديفلوبمنتس دي satisfy النيدز بتاعت الناس، والناس لا مش مقتنعه ان النيدز دي يعني are getting satisfied، فبيروحوا يبنوا their own informal settlements ويختاروا their own modes of transportation اللي ممكن تكون مش مناسبة للurban fabric. فازاي ممكن كurban planners وurban researchers close the gap between الformal planning والpeople أو السوسايتي نفسه؟ يعني ايه الحاجات اللي ممكن نوجهها للgovernment نفسها أو للplanners، والحاجات اللي ممكن نوجهها للسوسايتي عشان close the gap دي؟
شكرا. شكرا. Okay, I'll give you a question.
Thank you all for the presentations. They're quite informative. I mean, I would stick to one question for you, Ahmed Zaza. Your presentation is super informative and kind of if anyone doesn't know about anything about Cairo, it shows lots of information. But there's one thing I would like you to expand on. In the end, you mentioned a platform, a platform that consists of civil society and academics only. I mean, if you can expand a little bit on this, because sometimes it's زايد أخو الناقص, but I want to kind of hear your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Thank you. And Richard?
I'll have one question to Mohammed in Lebanon. When you were talking mainly about your new project, or the project you're working on since a couple of years now, on opening up public space at the sea. But you had a very successful project opening up public parks in Beirut. And I think this is like closed public spaces existing in cities, but which are currently closed, is, I think, a phenomenon we also know from other cities around the world, but also here in the region. So maybe if you can just, because you didn't talk about it, just briefly say like what were the main convincing arguments you actually had in Beirut to convince policymakers and local governments to open up public spaces and parks?
I'll give you a question. You'll give me more time. This is what I was going to ask. Yeah.
سؤالي بالعربي هو اعتقد ان هو في القطاع الحكومي او القطاع الخاص اهم حاجه الماني، الفلوس. فازاي ان احنا نكون بندمج الاقتصاد بالحاجات زي الاقتصاد الدائري او الاقتصاد الاخضر، ده حاجه. وفي مثال مثلا على فكره الدمج اللي هو البناء المستدام او البناء الاخضر، فكره ازاي احنا نكون بنشجع على النوع دوت من البناء، او نكون بنشجع الشركات ان تكون بتشتغل تاخد فلوس وفي نفس الوقت تكون حاطه في البلان بتاعها او الخطه بتاعتها الجانب البيئي المستدام. شكرا.
Thank you very much. I think it's to make best use of the time. We'll go with the same order of the presentations, and I'll give each of you 1.5 to 2 minutes maximum to respond, and this would be okay.
اوكي راح احاول within 1.5 minutes بس يعني شوي صعب. في اول سؤال الشاب، انا مش بعرفش الاسم بس حضرتك يعني. هلا يعني راح احاول ابسط موضوع النيو ليبراليزم بيسكلي وكيف هي عم تتغير. احنا متعودين بشكل عام على الدوله انها تكون مسؤوله عن قطاعات مهمه جدا in terms of subsidies، دعم وغيره زي مثلا الصحه، التعليم، حتى الانفراستراكشر وكل هذا الحكي. يعني اذا بنتذكر، يعني رح اخذ الاردن كاكزامبل، اوكي؟ اذا بنتذكر الاردن بالسبعينات كانت كثير فخوره انه هي مددت كهرباء لكل القرى النائيه اللي يعني all over the place. مشاريع كانت الدوله برايورتي بالنسبه لها. كيف كان عندكم مثلا انتم مشاريع ضخمه بالمي وكذا، بس احنا كان عندنا قناه الغور الشرقيه كان يعتبر مشروع بالووتر انفراستراكشر، بالاجريكلتشر مهم جدا، وهاي مشاريع تبنتها الدوله. عرفت كيف؟ وكان في قطاع خاص طبعا، احنا ما بنلغي. اللي عم بيصير بالنيو ليبراليزم شوي انه الدوله عم تتحول ل سيريز اوف انفسترز. بطلت هي كثير كريتيكلي انفولفد بهذا النوع من المشاريع، مشاريع المي، مشاريع الكهرباء، مشاريع السوشيال هاوزنجز، بنحكي عن المدينه، مشاريع الببليك سبيسز وغيره. صارت اكثر هي عم تدخل مع البرايفت سيكتور من خلال انفستمنتس معينه، وبتعطي الاولويه. يعني صارت الدوله بس بدها تعمل ربح، فالدوله زي اكنها عم بتصير عباره عن مجموعه من الشركات الخاصه بيسكلي. هلا هذا الحكي صار باوروبا وصار بامريكا وصار في كثير محلات، ولكن في بعض الدول المتقدمه بيكون في عندك يعني a very good system of check and balances. السيتي اورجانيزيشنز بتكون قويه، في liability. في دولنا مش موجود هذا الشيء، فبتصفي انت شايف الدوله تبعتك شوي عمالها تتنصل من المهام تبعتها. عرفت كيف؟ فطبعا هي بتكون مبسوطه لما بيجي دور الايجنسي او بيجي فلان بيعمل مشروع هون ومشروع هون ومشروع هون، لانه يعني بالميديا ببين انه في ديفلوبمنت اند سو اون. بس هاي الديفلوبمنت للاسف ما عم بتفيد حدا، لانه هي عم بتكون مختصره على بس مشاريع هون وهون. ومش بس هيك المشاريع اللي عم بنحكي عنها يعني كتفسير لشو يعني تطوير وديفلوبمنت، غالبا عم بتكون هي ريل ستيت بروجكت. انا شو بستفيد اذا صار في عندي مشروع عبدلي مثلا في عمان؟ اتس ا هاي اند ديفلوبمنت مثلا، هل هذا يعتبر ديفلوبمنت للدوله او للناس بالمفهوم العام؟ At the end of the day, this is a real estate project. It's not about development of resources, of capacity building، كل هاي الامور. هلا اللي عم بيصير اخطر من هذا الحكي، وبعد ما انتهت الفاينانشال كرايسيس، سوري بعد ما خلصت، يعني بعد ما بلش فاينانشال كرايسيس جديده، بطل يكون في انفستمنت بالريل ستيت، استمر طبعا. هلا صار الانفراستراكشر، وهذا الشيء عم بيكون خطر جدا، لانه في دول كثيره عم بيصير في برايفتايزيشن للانفراستراكشر، سواء كهرباء او مي، تيليكوميونيكيشن وغيره وغيره. طب هاي عم بتاثر على الافريج سيتيزن، يعني الانسان العادي. يمكن الانسان العادي ما بتاثر اذا صار في جيتد كوميونتي، مع انه بتاثر، عرفت كيف؟ بس لما بصير في يعني الافري داي لايف اللي هي الانفراستراكشر، الدوله صارت بطلت موجوده. يعني اذا بتفكر الدوله بطلت موجوده، صارت عباره عن شركات مختلفه.
Rami, can we move to the next
Yeah,
question?
I'll go to the
Because,
next question.
You took 3 minutes actually for this one.
I hope انه وضحت شوي. في سؤال لدكتور نبيل اتوقع. يس انا هذا السؤال اللي عم بساله، يعني انا بحس انه يعني مع اني انا بستمتع اشتغل على هاي المشاريع، وجزء كبير من المشاريع اللي عرضتها يعني انا اشتغلت عليها، بس بنفس الوقت انا مش اوبتيمستيك ابدا، يعني I'm very pessimistic، لانه مو شايف انه هذا النوع من المشاريع اللي هي اكو بانشر هون وهون وهون are really making a difference. انا بحب انه بغض النظر whether it's the state or private or PPP or whatever you want to call it، يصير في تاثير at a much larger scale. وبقدر اعطيك كثير امثله. عمان for example is losing its green public spaces و green infrastructure، مع انه يعني هي ما كانتش هالقد famous for its green infrastructure، بس شوي it's losing that. في مشاريع بدل ما تكون هي supported as public parks، صارت كلها يعني real estate development وغيره. نفس الشيء الووتر سيكتور، نفس الشيء قطاع الكهرباء، نفس الشيء قطاع التعليم. ف I don't see in these acupuncture projects even though they're very highly appreciated، بس ما عم بشوف في حل. خلينا نقول اذا بدنا نستعمل كلمه sustainable، يعني مش كثير بحبها، ما عم بشوف انا في حل sustainable that could be applied on a much more massive scale، وعم بيأثر يكون في له consequences على الافريج سيتيزن basically. ما عم بنشوف هذا الشيء لانه الدوله مش موجوده basically.
Shall we move to Ahmed? But Rami, later I'll argue with you. I either take it to the reception or another thing, but I don't agree with you regarding the acupuncture or small. Ahmed?
أنا برضه هرد بالعربي بقى. يعني متشكر جدا طبعا على التوضيح. فعلا النطاق اللي كان موجود هو نطاق القاهرة الكبرى فعلا، وعشان كده كنت بشير للمدينة الداخلية كالنطاق الداخلي يعني. انا هحاول بس ان انا اجمع فعلا الاسئله، لان الاسئله تقريبا هم ماشيين في مسارين. ففي المسار فيما يخص ايه اللي ممكن انه يتعمل كتوجه مستدام، او توجه للمدن الجديده، او ان احنا نسد الفجوات وهكذا. وفي المسار الثاني وهو ما يخص المنصه المقترحه. طبعا انا فيما يخص ايه اللي ممكن يحصل على شكل مستدام، انا ما اعتقدش ان انا هقدر ادي اجابات واضحه، والا غالبا يعني الواحد هيبقى في حته ثانيه خالص. ف الحقيقه هو بس انا حابب بس ان انا برضو اكمل بشويه فاكتس موجوده، يمكن برضو تدي تصور برضو اشمل. اعتقد ان إعادة الرؤية تاني وإعادة تغيير القبلة في الإدراك للفقر في مصر عن كونه إن هو مجموعات عندها مشاكل وإحنا محتاجين نحلها، لأن الوضع الحالي دلوقتي هو لا، هم مجموعات الفقر هم المشاكل، وإحنا محتاجين إن إحنا نبدأ إن إحنا نفرغ المدينة قدر الإمكان من وجود المشاكل دي. اعتقد ان ده هيبقى اول خطوه، لان احنا فعلا لما بنيجي نقول inclusive development، او يعني ان هو يبقى شكل بيقدر ان هو يسمح بوجود التنوع الثقافي، التنوع الطبقي الموجود في القاهره او على مستوى الجمهوريه حتى كلها، ومش بس مصر، في العالم كله. اعتقد ان ده بيتهيألي ده هيبقى اول توجه، ان احنا محتاجين ان احنا نفهم ان مجموعات او التكتلات البشريه اللانهائيه هي فعلا هي قيمه، وهي لو عندهم مشاكل فاحنا محتاجين ان احنا نبدا ان احنا نحقق عداله ما بين توجيه موارد كتيره جدا موجهه للقطاعات الاكبر عنهم. ولان هو ده اللي كنا يعني حتى في مؤتمر السداج اتسمى الاليفنت ان ذا روم، هو ده فعلا الشيء اللي احنا كلنا عارفينه. الشكل المشاريع الاستثماريه هي مشاريع مربحه جدا بشكل اساسي، وان احنا نقول يا جماعه وقفوا ده لان ده والله بيعمل مشاكل بيئيه او مشاكل اجتماعيه او اقتصاديه، ده غالبا يعني الشكل الربحي اقوى منه بكتير. فاعتقد انه ان احنا بس محتاجين ان احنا شويه يبقى في فهم لتجارب في مناطق تانية ابتدت انها تحصل على تحقيق عداله اجتماعيه او عداله اقتصاديه او عداله بيئيه او مناخيه. ازاي ان ده برضو كان بيبقى ليه مردود ربحي للحكومات، ولكن ممكن ان هو يكون مردود اقل، بس هو الاكيد على اللونج ران دايما بيبقى مردود افضل. وبنلاقي دايما توجهات في مدن ممكن ان احنا نتعلم منها، حاجات بتحصل، تجارب مثلا بتحصل في مدن صغيره في اوروبا، حاجات بتحصل في مدن صغيره في المكسيك والهند، ابتدت انها تقول لنا ان ممكن فعلا يبقى في توجهات ازاي الحكومه بتبدا انها تستثمر فيها وتشوف فعلا قيمه استثماريه غير ماديه، او ساعات كمان برضه بتكون ماديه بس على المستوى الاطول. الجيتد كوميونيتيز اعتقد او المدن المصوره النهارده بقى في فعلا خلق ثقافه جديده وباينه في الشوارع، في البيلبوردز اللي بنشوفها، ان احنا محتاجين ان احنا نقفل على نفسنا. بقى في اكن في تشكيل خطر جاي من حاجه ثانيه، محتاجين الاسوار، محتاجين ان احنا اب تاون كايرو، ليف اباف ات اول. بنمشي في غابه من البيلبوردز بتطرح لنا بديل او نموذج مختلف عن اللي احنا شايفينه فعلا لنموذج حياه جديده. ده ما ينفعش ان هو يفضل مستمر. الفراغات العامه اللي عماله انها بتبدا دلوقتي يتقدم لنا فراغات فود كورتس ومولات صغيره بتتقدم لنا ان دي هي الفراغات العامه الجديده، وحديقه الخالدين تشهد ان ده بيتقدم لنا ان ده هو الفراغات العامه الجديده. الواقع لا، دي كلها مناطق مخصصه تماما، واذا احنا مش قادرين ان احنا نتكلف ثمنها او ندفع ثمن بقائنا فيها مش هنبقى موجودين فيها. ده برضه ما ينفعش برضه النهارده يكون موجود. في السرعه والحجم بتاع التغيرات اللي من النوع ده هي دي محتاجه شويه انها تقف. هنقل على السؤال الثاني. الحقيقه بس زي ما كنا بنقول ان هو فعلا ازاي ان في قوه كبيره جدا ربحيه بتحصل، وكدورنا كاكاديميين او كمجتمع مدني النهارده بنلاقي ان دورنا عمال ان هو بيتقلص في ان احنا فعلا نقدم بدائل. وهو ده فعلا الجزء الاولاني، ان هو مش عارفين حتى ان احنا ممكن ايه هي الاليات اللي احنا فعلا ممكن نوقف بيها ده. فعشان كده بيتهيألي برضو مهم ان احنا نفضل برضو محتفظين بدورنا، الدور اللي هو بننتج منه دراسات، ونحاول ان احنا نحط بعض التحليلات ونحاول نحط ارقام بعض جنب بعضها. بس مش بس كمان ضروري ان هو يبقى موجود على مستوى محلي، هو برضو ضروري جدا ان هو يبقى مستوى اقليمي، لان التغيرات المناخيه ملهاش حدود اقليميه يعني، فملهاش قصدي حدود اداريه. انا اسف. بس برضو ان هو النهارده وزاره البيئه فعلا بتطلع تقرير سنوي، وتقرير الواقع ان هو تقرير مش بطال الحقيقه، بس لازال برضو في طبعا جانب محافظ جدا سياسيا. ولكن اعتقد ان هو يبقى في منصه مستقله تماما ووجودها ان هي تبقى على مستوى اقليمي، ده اللي ممكن شويه يعني يبقى في اي مساحه، بس مساحه ضغط اكبر على الحكومات ان هي توفر معلومات اكتر للمنصه دي، ان هو فعلا يبدا يبقى فيه مش بس الهدف ان هو يبقى كاونتر ارجيومنت او يبقى فيه شكل يعني بيرد على الموجود، لا هو فعلا الهدف بس ان هو يبقى خالي من اي ضغط ممكن هو يكون سببه بروباغندا او كذا.
انت يا احمد لا بالعكس، ما انا مش عم بقدر اوقفكم ابدا عشان very interesting discussions. ف yeah please go ahead.
انا هلخص سؤالين، يعني كان السؤال اللي حضرتك تفضلتي بيه ودكتور نبيل بخصوص المشاريع اللي حضرتك بتتكلم عنها. انا بسميها، انا عندي نفس الملحوظه وبسميها البوستر بروجكتس، اللي هي هيبقى مشروع عشان البوستر او ليه شكل اعلاني. بس طبعا احنا المتخصصين والمهنيين بيهتموا طبعا ان يبقى في منهجيه تخطيط طويله. يعني المشاريع اللي بتكلم عنها ممكن تتعمل في 6 اشهر، وممكن زي ما احنا كنا بنعمل تكون باديه من 2016. فانا هنا بتكلم على 6 سنين لحاجه ان شاء الله هنشوفها قريبا. بس الاهم من كده انا عايز بس ارجع كده خطوه ونتكلم على التطور، ازاي احنا بنطور مفهوم جديد. اوكي، لو انا في سيليكون فالي وعايز اعمل سوفت وير ابديت لكل الموبايلات اللي في العالم، ده تكنولوجي، فده سهل. انا بعمل كليك على فيتشر جديد، ففي 3 بليون موبايل بيتعمل له ابديت في لحظه. اوكي، بس لما نيجي نتكلم على cultural change ما ينفعش نعمل كليك العنف ضد المراه ديليت وبعدين يحصل في كل حته في العالم. ما ينفعش نعمل فيتشر جديد الاهتمام بالمشي وركوب الدراجات والتخلي عن نمط الحياه الاستهلاكي 6 7 فيتشرز لطاف كده، نعمل كليك ويتغير. فالتكنولوجي غير البني ادمين. عشان كده الليب فروجينج في التكنولوجي ممكن، يعني ممكن نقفز في وسط افريقيا من تليفون ارضي ما يخشش اصلا المدينه بتاعتي تليفون ارضي، يعني من نو كوميونيكيشن الى موبايلات. عشان انا بتكلم على تكنولوجي ممكن نقفز، بس في حاجات محتاجه تغيير في الثقافه. وخليني ادي كذا نموذج لده، ونموذج لحاجات فشلت وبعدين نجحت، عشان بس ندي امل، يعني لان رحله التعلم ممكن تنتهي بنجاح لو احنا اهتمينا. احنا النهارده ما فيش مشكله اوزون، اوكي، عشان في ناس زينا في التسعينات اشتغلوا على اتفاقيه الاوزون والمونتريال بروتوكول وغيره. انا ما فيش زئبق في دمي علشان اتعمل حاجه زي اتفاقيه المينيماتا. ما فيش بي سي بيز، دي مواد مسرطنه بولي كلورينيتد بايفينيلز اللي هي موجوده في الترانسفورمر اويلز عشان تعمل لها فيزنج اوت من مصر. كل دي حاجات بيئيه. احنا لما نيجي نبص فوقينا دلوقتي هنشوف لمض. اوكي، اللمض دي ما دخلتش ما بين يوم وليله مصر، فشلت كذا مره. اللمض اللي عاليه الكفاءه كانت بتدخل، قلنا ايه ده، العالم كله بيتوجه للافيشنت لايتنج، يلا افيشنت لايتنج، والناس تستورد اي لمض ولسه ما فيش افتر سيلز ومونيتورنج وايفالويشن وما فيش ستاندردز لللمض زي ما موجود دلوقتي، فكانت بتدخل اللمض وتفرقع. وعدينا من فتره الفشل والتعلم، ودلوقتي احنا قاعدين في قاعه ما فيهاش inefficient light bulbs وحاجات بتطلع حراره بتعلي من التكييف اللي هنحتاجه، فلور كاربون ايميشنز، بسبب المجهودات اللي حصلت دي وفترات التعلم اللي حصلت. وممكن اتكلم حاجات كتيره زي السولار باور كمان. احنا يعني السولار باور ما دخلش مصر لما بتكلم على حاجه زي الفيد ان تارف، اللي هي القوانين اللي بتسمح ان احنا نغذي الجريد بطاقه شمسيه. فالقوانين دي لما ابتدت في مصر كان في هوجه كبيره، وبعدين فشلت ودخلنا في قضايا تحكيم arbitration وغيره. وبعدين السكند راوند الموضوع سلك، وابتدينا نعمل regulatory framework مناسب، وبقى عندنا حاجه زي بنبان اللي هي قرابه ال 2000 ميجا واتس اوف electricity جايه من الطاقه الشمسيه. فاحنا بنشحن الموبايل دلوقتي بجزء من حاجه زي اللي بيحصل ببنبان، بس مش ما بين يوم وليله. دي حاجه عشان احتاجت تغيير ثقافي، زي ما اتكلمت مثلا على الاوزون والتوعيه اللي خلت الناس والصحافه والان جي اوز تقدر تزق تغييرات زي دي. فانا متصور ان في يعني امل كبير طالما احنا بنتوقع ان يبقى في سايكلز من الفشل والنجاح، بس عمرنا ما نستعمل يعني الحجه بتاعت لا البروجكت دي ما بتشتغلش يبقى نقعد ونشتكي وخلاص.
شكرا كثير يا احمد. محمد؟
أنا طبعا عرضت حملة الشط لكل الناس، ما كنت بعرف إذا كان بدكم نحكي عن حرش بيروت، بس عرضت هيدي الحملة لأنه سابقا حكيت. على كل حال بلكي بلقاء آخر برجع بعرضها، لأنه كمان في ابديتس وفي عم نشتغل بعد هلا على رؤيه متكامله لكل حرش بيروت ليصير اكبر من ما هو متعارف عليه وكيف نربطه بالمدينه، نحكي فيه فيما بعد. بس خليني اقول الاساس بالتغيير بغياب الاراده السياسيه بمجتمعاتنا هو المعرفه. يعني في الفيلسوف الاجتماعي مانويل كونت كان يحكي عن علم الاجتماع، كان يحكي انه المعرفه قوه. اليوم التغيير بده قوه لنقدر نغير، والقوه بدها تنبنى، ولان بناء القوه والقوه اللي بدها يعني القوه بدها ضعنا كيف نقول، المهم القوه لنستعملها بدنا نبنيها، وبناءها بيكون بالمعرفه. فلنحن لما نعطي المعلومات والمعرفه بايد الناس هي اللي بتخلي التغيير ممكن والتأثير أكبر. لأنه مين ما كان السلطة النظام، يعني أنا لا بقول إنه في شخص هو مشكل قد ما بيكون نظام مشكل، ولكن الناس لما تتطور معلوماتها بتكون عم بتزيد شيء على النظام وبالتالي عم تربكه. هعطي مثل واحدة من الأشياء القائمة. طبعا أنا كنت بدي أعرض الأرجيومنت كمان بالحملة بس كان الوقت ضيق جدا والبرزنتيشن طويلة. واحدة من المشاكل اللي نحن بنقول بلبنان انه والله الريل استيت والمشاريع المنتجعات هي اللي بتطلع مصاري اكثر. بدنا نحن جبنا شركة متخصصة اقتصادية وكمان هيدي هلا كمان عم نعمل دراسات اقتصادية مع فريدريش ببيروت. جبنا شركة متخصصة ودرست القيمة الاقتصادية للشط. بعد ما نشرنا الدراسات ان شاء الله قريبا، ولكن في دراسه قديمه اخذنا نموذجين، اذا الشط خاص بيطلع مصاري اكثر او اذا الشط عام بيفيد اكثر. فعملنا مقارنه. كمان عندي فيديو 30 ثانيه فيني اعرضه لفرجي بس هيدي شو النتيجه. بقدر اعرض 30 ثانيه او بكمل حكي بس؟
اختار واحد منهم.
بس خليني اقول نحن العلم اللي عم نعطيه للناس هيدا عم يربك. يعني لما نشوف الحجج السلطه ونعمل دراسات ونرد بالعلوم، واكيد نستخدم الكامبينينج وكذا، هيدا بحد ذاته عم يعمل ارباك كثير كبير وعم بيؤدي للتغيير. اليوم الضغط الشعبي وشعور الناس للحاجه تبعهم وفهمهم للحقوق تبعهم هو اللي خلى، واكيد في لايرز كثير بالارجيومنت، نحن لاير اقتصادي، لاير حقوقي، لاير بيئي، لاير اجتماعي وثقافي، لاير نفسي. لما نكب كل هولي ونعطيهم للعالم ويبلشوا يستخدمون، والام تقول انا وين بده يلعب ابني، هيدا حقي، بطل المنطق هو نحن منطق حاجه، بنروح لعند الزعيم ليعطينا نحن شو حاجاتنا. صرنا نروح عند صرنا نقول لا هيدا منا حاجه انا لازم اركض لامنا، هيدا لازم تكون البيسكس الحقوق. ولما نحكي بهيدا النفس عم نعطي باور للعالم، وهيدا اللي بخلي الحملات ناجحه، لانه بالضبط عم العالم من وراها ار امباورد. اسمحي لي 50 ثانيه للفيديو بس لارجيهم نوع بس الارجيومنت اللي نحن بنعمله لما نكون عم نعمل حملات.
محمد بس اغلبك when you share the video بس تاكد انه الصوت كمان مشارك، عشان اللي قبله ما كانش.
اللي قبله ما كان في صوت مشارك. طيب
هلا
لا كان بعيده هو 30 ثانيه ب 30 ثانيه.
لا اوكي بس
يلا هالفيديو ححط لكم الفيديو.
ليال شافت كيف المدن ببلاد العالم عم تستفيد اقتصاديا من شواطئها، فراحت على منطقة سور وكفر عبيدة تتدرس أي أربح للمدينة.
طمنوني مسموع؟
مسموع تمام.
راحت على منطقة سور وكفر عبيدة تتدرس أي أربح للمدينة، شط عام مفتوح للناس أو شط كله منتجعات خاصة. فعملت دراسة وطلع معها أنه بالمنتجعات الخاصة الأرباح بتروح لشخص واحد أو مجموعة صغيرة من الناس، بينما بالشواطئ العامة الأرباح بتروح لكل المدينة. شط سور مثلاً وحده بيطلع فوق 4 مليار ليرة. بالمنتجعات الخاصة عدد صغير من العمال بيشتغلوا، أما بالشواطئ العامة سور لوحدها مثلاً بتوظف أكثر من 600 شخص. هيدا غير إنه نسبة أرباح المحلات والمؤسسات التجارية بتزيد بالصيف من 10 ل 70%. المنتجعات الخاصة بسبب عمارة ومجريرة يلي بتكبهم بالبحر بتقضي على مهنة الصيد وبتلوث البحر، بينما الشواطئ العامة بتجذب الصيادين والسواح وبتحافظ على البيئة والتراث. المنتجعات الخاصة بتحد من نشاطات الناس، بينما الشواطئ العامة مفتوحة للإبداع. ليال نظرية المنتجعات الخاصة ما أنعتها. ليال مش ضد المنتجعات الخاصة، بس يكونوا بعاد عن الشط. وإنتو شو رأيكم؟
هيداك 30 ثانية كمان، خليني أعرضه إذا ما طلع الصوت بعد عشان ما أزعل بس. يا
شكرا كثير يا محمد، وأنا بعتذر للكل على التأخير، بس أكيد يعني زي ما نحن
كيف منرجع شت
لحظة بس لحظة، خليني خالف مرة واحدة اليوم.
بيقولوا طول شط لبنان 220 كيلومتر على البحر. هيدا كان زمان، اليوم صار بس 40 كيلومتر بسبب التعديات والعمار العشوائي. يعني بس 20% من الشط مفتوح للعموم. بيقولوا كانت الناس تعيش من البحر، صيادين، ملاحين، والناس تعيد على الشط، مهرجانات، آثار، بس كله هيدا عم يختفي. ليش؟ لأنه حجم التعديات والعمار صار أكثر من 5 مليون متر مربع. كرمال هيك وتيرجع الشط لكل الناس، وقعوا معنا على عريضة بتطالب المجلس النيابي بإقرار تعديل قانون 64 على 2017 بمادة وحيدة، هدفها حصر إشغال الأملاك العمومية البحرية بالدولة اللبنانية. الشط لكل الناس.
ليك شو مهضومين الفيديوهات الصغار وبيخلصوا دغري. فلأن انهي وقول لك كان لإلي المعرفة، إنتاج المعرفة، نحن شعوب لازم نبلش ننتج المعرفة ونفهم الأنظمة اللي نحن عايشين فيها، ونعرف كيف ندخل نبسط المعلومات العلمية. بظن زميلي حكي قبل، أو يمكن النائبة بالبرلمان المصري حكيت، إنه اليوم كيف نحول العلم لشيء شعبي ويقدروا يستخدموه لبناء التغيير. بظن هيدا أساس. شكرا
كثير يا محمد. انا توقعت انه رامي يكون التشالنج تبعي، بس طلعت يا محمد
انا اقل شيء حكيت.
I have to give Rami 30 seconds only. Otherwise I'm gonna suffer. So Rami, please 30 seconds only.
وأنا بس بشكل سريع بدي أكمل جوابي لدكتور نبيل. هلا أنا at the moment I have no faith in the public sector والinstitutions. وهذا ال no faith didn't happen all of a sudden. يعني over a period of 34 years. I believe in the individual as a يعني في more faith in the individual as a particle of resistance that is able to make change basically. بغض النظر how you want to define this individual. هلا بس what can be done يعني بحس إنه in a lot of parts of the Arab world بسميها politics with a small p و politics with a big p. الناس بشكل عام in general they want to argue about a lot of things that are politics with a big p. يعني إنه what's happening in Palestine, Israeli occupation, things related to the religion, foreign policy. Politics with a small p, it's about concepts of development, the environment, the cities, and so on and so forth, is not a priority. It's not a priority for the state. It's not even a priority at a public realm. What can the individuals, these individuals' projects, even though they are not massive, but what they can do, I hope, طبعا, this is wishful thinking, you know, they can start changing and creating knowledge, زي ما محمد حكى, regarding politics with a small p. لما بيصير في high knowledge and you are able to make that change at a massive level, forget the state, ساعتها there will be change, I think.
I hope we can carry the discussions further later. شكرا كثير لكم. I'm sorry for the delay, but it's a very rich discussion and presentations. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
محمد, thank you.
Thank you لكم. Thank you كثير. يعطيكم العافية. نراكم وجها لوجه مرة ثانية إن شاء الله.
Okay. So, as a close-up, بس نعمل زي recap what we discussed today. How can I make it? أحمد وين؟ كيف أعمل أفضل؟ أعمل في السكرين. عشان يعلمنا. So new things then. So to recap for today, it was amazing, eventful, in my opinion, very challenging and very educative sessions. But the one thing that we can come up with is that no matter how diverse we are, we share so many challenges and so many opportunities. And I think this is a platform we can actually discuss it politics free, let's say. So we started with the actual name of citizen transition. We discussed that how our cities are actually in the phase of transition now, which is the perfect moment for us to embrace that change and try to do it in a sustainable manner. There's so much work has been done. Our representative from the parliament, she said, like, even on parliament level, there are some discussions that are related to sustainability, food waste. So the discussion is happening on several levels. For our second session, so in our second session, so we were talking about cities that are hosting COP conferences, the parties having over 20,000 people all of a sudden in your city is something that's challenging. So we shared the experiences of Paris, and then we shared the experiences of Morocco, and we had discussions with UN Habitat of how we are actually having Sharm el-Sheikh hosting the COP this year, inshallah, and how they're planning to have it in a sustainable manner. Speaking of that, there was also a very, like from our perspective, also that inclusion and like everyone has to have a role in COP, including civil society, private sector, governments, and not just solely government. And I think this is something that we need to start building up upon all the way to the COP this year and next year. Then third session. So in the third session, we talked about local engagement and the actual work done on local level. So we talked about international mandates or international tools, like by ICLE, of how to do some reportings, how to develop plans on a local level, done on municipal level from both perspectives, the government and the actual NGOs working in that field. And then we also zoomed in into the neighborhood level and how much interventions made on neighborhood level can have a long-term impact on sustainability agendas. And we discussed several projects, and we focused also on the community engagement, because at the end of the day, we actually have our cities for the community and people residing in it. So it makes sense to actually them have a role and actual discussion into that decision-making processes. The final session is fresh. Here we go. I do apologize from the people online. I'll try to show it on the camera. I'm sorry, I'll just, I don't know. Yeah, so our last session was about low carbon infrastructure, and we had so much amazing experiences from the region, diversing from Cairo, a massive big city, and then some examples from Amman, and then discussion from other cities. And then there's so many challenges that are the same but on different scales, this is where we learn from each other. We discussed how sometimes the developments are purely economically perspective, like the atmosphere is only economically taken into consideration, no sustainability or actual environmental. There's no sustainability, and in most cases, for example, in Lebanon, we always have this issue of legal framework that are not palatable or actually encouraging the transition towards sustainability and resilient cities. I think I summed it all, and I tried to be as fast as possible in your answer. Thank you.
All right, everyone, that's a wrap for day one. Thank you very much. I just want to let you know that we will be here again tomorrow, 10 a.m. for day two. The buses will be moving back to Metropole Hotel in 10 minutes. So in case you'd like to grab your stuff, do something real quick before we move, the buses will be at the same gate that we came through today. See you tomorrow, and thank you so much for today. Thanks to our virtual attendees as well. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day.